With that, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 7th edition of the Pulses Conclave, organized by India Pulses and Grain Association in partnership with Department of Consumer Affairs, Government of India, and is supported by Niti Aayog, Ministry of Agriculture and Welfare, and Ministry of Food Processing Industries, Government of India. Ladies and gentlemen, the Pulses Conclave is recognized as world's largest conference cum exhibition of the pulses sector that attracts delegates from across the globe. With the presence of eminent personalities, government officials, and industry leaders, TPC is going to serve as prominent platform for knowledge exchange on crucial topics of pulses sector. Ladies and gentlemen, we can't be more honored to have some amazing dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, some eminent personalities here with us. So as a proud Indian, as we always do, we would like to do the honor. We would like to start with lamp lighting. जी हाँ दोस्तों, हम हमारे आज के कार्यक्रम की शुरुआत करेंगे दीप प्रज्वलन के साथ। तो हमारे मंच पर उपस्थित सभी माननीय मंत्रीगणों से और साथ ही साथ सभी लोगों से मैं रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहूँगी, आग्रह करना चाहूँगी कि आगे बढ़कर दीप प्रज्वलन के साथ में हम हमारे आज के कार्यक्रम की शुरुआत करेंगे। साथ ही साथ सभी से मैं आग्रह करना चाहूँगी अपनी अपनी जगह पर खड़े होकर दीप प्रज्वलन का हिस्सा बने। Would like to request all of you to please stand at your place as we are about to seek divine blessings by lighting the lamp.
वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा। वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा।
With that, we would like to request all of you to please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, we are extremely honored and delighted to have such an eminent personalities right now here with us. So we would like to start by doing the honor. शुरुआत करेंगे हम सबसे पहले सम्मान के साथ, स्वागत के साथ हमारे बीच में उपस्थित हमारे आदरणीय श्री प्रहलाद जोशी जी का एक बार जोरदार तालियों के साथ उनका स्वागत किया जाए. He is our honorable Union Minister. He is our Honorable Union Minister of Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution and Union Minister of New and Renewable Energy. मैं रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहूँगी बिमल कोठारी सर से to please share the gratitude by presenting a memento and bouquet to the gentleman. आप सभी की जोरदार तालियों के साथ we would like to do the honor and extend our warm welcome to Shri Prahlad Joshi ji, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Bimal Kothari is the chairman of IPGA, presenting shawl and bouquet to our Shri Prahlad Joshi ji. Thank you so much, sir, for gracing us with your presence. We can't be more honored and delighted to have you here with us. Well, next I would like to request Mr. Praveen Dogre, ladies and gentlemen, to please join us here on the stage as we would like to extend our warm welcome to Shri Jai Kumar Rawal ji, who is Cabinet Minister of Marketing and Protocol, Maharashtra State. Would like to request Mr. Praveen Dogre, ladies and gentlemen, to please join us here on the stage. Would like to request Bimal sir to please do the honor. Let's extend our warm welcome to Shri Jai Kumar Rawal ji. आप सभी की जोरदार तालियों के साथ with your huge round of applause, let's extend our warm welcome. Now, Bimal sir, I would like to request you to please share the gratitude and warm welcome with Shri Deepak Agarwal ji, who is the Managing Director of NAFED, Government of India. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us here. And with that, last but not the least, I would now like to request Mr. Satish Upadhyay, sir, to please join us here on the stage to present the token of gratitude and a warm welcome to Mr. Vijay Iyengar, ladies and gentlemen, who is the President of Global Pulse Confederation. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us here. Ladies and gentlemen, IPGA is the apex body of India's pulses and grain industry, with more than 10,000 stakeholders involved in farming, processing, warehousing, and import businesses of pulses across the entire value chain. They are playing an extremely important role in our economy. And today we have the chairman of IPGA, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Bimal Kothari here with us, who would like to first of all join us here to share the gratitude with all of you for joining us here. एक बार जोरदार तालियों के साथ let's just welcome the gentleman on the stage.
Namaskar, namaste, good morning. It is my proud privilege as the chairman of IPGA to stand before the elite gathering, a glittering galaxy of distinguished dignitaries on dais and equally distinguished personalities of the stage. With great honor and pride, I heartily extend a warm welcome to Honorable Sri Prahlad Joshi ji, Union Minister of Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, and Union Minister for New and Renewable Energy, Government of India. Sir, your gracious presence here provides solid proof of our government's resolve and commitment to strengthening our farm sector in general and pulses sector in particular. Sir, we at IPGA are truly grateful to you. All my colleagues join me in extending a warm and hearty welcome to you and other dignitaries on the dais. We all are eager to hear your words of wisdom and guidance for the pulses sector. Sir, I am happy to say that IPGA regularly interacts with the Secretary and other senior officials and Department of Consumer Affairs. We provide policy inputs, make recommendations, and bring to their notice the challenges confronting the pulse trade and industry, farmers, consumers, and all the stakeholders in the pulses sector. We have always enjoyed excellent cooperation with your ministry. The headquarters of IPGA is in Mumbai, and I am delighted to say that we have with us Sri Jay Kumar Rawalji, Cabinet Minister, Marketing and Protocol, Government of Maharashtra. A warm welcome to you, sir. We are also honored to welcome Sri Deepak Agarwal ji, Managing Director of NAFED, Government of India. Your presence is a testament to the significance of this occasion. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now the Honorable Deputy Prime Minister of Tanzania among us. So it is honor to welcome you, sir. Your presence here will further help in strengthening the bilateral pulses trade between India and Tanzania. Welcome, hearty welcome to you, sir. Last but not the least, I extend a warm and hearty welcome to my friend Vijay Iyengar, the President of Global Pulse Confederation. It would be most appropriate to recognize and highlight the august presence of a glowing galaxy of ministers, ambassadors, high commissioners, and consular corps whose gracious presence here lends a truly international flavor to the Pulses Conclave 2025. Elected representative of governments, ministers, policymakers, career diplomats, and bureaucrats from Asia, Africa, Australia, and the Americas are present here. It demonstrates how India continues to remain the focus of the world attention as far as pulses sector is concerned. I extend a warm welcome to Mr. Ronaldo Caiado, Governor of Goiás State, Brazil. I also extend my hearty welcome to the Madame Mrs. Maria Caiado, the First Lady of State of Brazil. I am confident that together we can explore the market opportunities to further advance pulses production in Brazil. We are honored to have you with us, sir. A hearty welcome to Mr. Daryl Harrison, Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Saskatchewan Province of Canada. India and Saskatchewan have shared a strong and mutually beneficial trade relations in pulses sector. I also warmly welcome Mr. Min Min, Deputy Minister of Commerce of Myanmar, and Mr. Tin Tut, Deputy Minister of Agriculture, Livestock and Irrigation of Myanmar. Myanmar has long been a valued and trusted trade partner of India for many years. Welcome, sirs. Now let me turn to our pulses sector and the pulses conclave. Sir, I must mention that the latest union budget presented on February 1st is the truly path-breaking. The government considers agriculture as the first among several growth engines, a truly heartening statement. We at IPGA and indeed the entire pulse trade and industry want to compliment the government for the budget proposal to achieve self-sufficiency, that is Atmanirbharta, in pulses over a period of 6-year time frame with a mission mode approach. This is the best thing to have happened to our country's pulses sector in a very long time. Our pulses sector should stand firmly on two strong legs, production and consumption. We sincerely appreciate and commend the Government of India's efforts in significantly increasing the pulses production from 16 million ton to in 2015-16 to 27 million ton in 2021-22, just in 5 years. This remarkable growth in India's pulses production over the past decade is truly commendable. With the continued efforts of the government, we are confident that India is on the path of achieving Atmanirbharta, which is self-reliance in pulses production. However, the demand for pulses in India continues to rise and is expected to grow further in the coming years. Today, India is the world's 5th largest economy. India, under the leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, is poised to become the 3rd largest economy by 2027 with a projected GDP of over $5 trillion. The rising demand for pulses is driven by rising income levels, greater disposable income, a growing focus on healthy lifestyle, and heightened awareness of nutritional benefits of pulses. However, fluctuations in climatic conditions present significant challenges to domestic pulses production, as they are primarily cultivated in the rain-fed areas and are highly vulnerable to adverse weather patterns. As a result, importing pulses becomes essential for India to bridge the gap between demand and supply, enhance availability, stabilize prices, and safeguard the nation's food and nutrition security. Our government's generous scheme of supplying the free ration of wheat to about 800 million people is arguably the most ambitious welfare scheme across the world. Sir, we earnestly appeal to you to consider distributing even just 1 kilogram of pulses per family per month along with the fine cereals. It would enhance the nutritional value of the grains. Beyond production and consumption, some related area deserve the attention. That is the dal milling, pulses processing. We believe that adhering to the industry benchmarks and integration of the latest technologies in pulses milling hold the key in achieving efficiency and uniformity in quality requirement across the pulses processing industry. Dal mill modernization will not help increase the milling yield, but also will help in mitigating the post-harvest losses, maintain the highest nutritional value of the yield and hygienic practices, which will ultimately benefit the end consumer. In this regard, let me know the audience that IPGA has taken a humble initiative by launching the Pulses Miller's Handbook, which aims to establish benchmark for efficiency, quality, regulatory, and compliance standards in the pulses milling industry. This handbook serves as a valuable guide that can be adopted by dal mills of all scales to enhance their operations. With pulses, we can produce food targeted at a specific population group: children, working women, sports persons, senior citizens, and so on. Plant protein is emerging as a big market opportunity. The emerging plant protein from pulse industry has tremendous potential to catalyze a major new pillar to our country's agri and food processing economy and significantly add to India's GDP. India, being the global leader in pulses production, coupled with its prowess in processing infrastructure and skilled labor, holds immense potential to become a global hub for plant protein manufacturing. Sir, over the next 2 days, this conclave would discuss strategies to ensure sustained growth in sustainable ways in order to move towards self-reliance, Atmanirbharta. The theme of our conclave is Pulses for Prosperity, Nourishment with Sustainability. Gathered here are the large number of domain experts to discuss the same. In conclusion, sir, in this August gathering, I wish to assure you IPGA is fully committed to working with the government in order to pursue the national objective of moving towards self-reliance, Atmanirbharta. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. With that, ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, we are honored to have the presence of Honorable Dr. Doto Mashaka Biteko, our Honorable Deputy Prime Minister of Tanzania, here with us. Please put your hands together for the gentleman. Would like to request you, Bimal sir, to please let's share the gratitude by presenting a bouquet and shawl to our Honorable Deputy Prime Minister of Tanzania. Would like to request all of you to please give a huge round of applause as we extend our warm welcome. Thank you so much, sir. And we would also like to welcome Shri Mitesh Patel ji, ladies and gentlemen, who is Member of Parliament from Government of India. Would like to request Bimal sir to please do the honor. दोस्तों, हमारे राष्ट्रपिता महात्मा गांधी जी ने कहा था कि भविष्य इस पर निर्भर करता है कि हम वर्तमान में क्या करते हैं. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, because we here really want to say that the future really depends on the doings that we do right now in the present. And today we are honored to have a gentleman who definitely needs no introduction, who is working every single day to build our nation. Ladies and gentlemen, here I'm talking about our Honorable Shri Prahlad Joshi ji, Honorable Union Minister of Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, and Union Minister of New and Renewable Energy, Government of India. And before we invite the gentlemen on this dais, I would like to request to have a video, ladies and gentlemen, on the screen that we would like to present to all of you.
India, the heart of the global pulses ecosystem. The world's largest producer, processor, and consumer of pulses. At the forefront of this trade is the India Pulses and Grains Association, the apex body of India's pulses trade and industry, uniting over 10,000 stakeholders, including various regional associations involved in farming, processing, warehousing, import, export, and other services across the entire pulses value chain. IPGA fosters collaboration, strengthens policies, and champions sustainable practices to advance India's food and nutrition security. India, with 30 million hectares under cultivation, we produce over 25 million tons annually. IPGA appreciates and applauds the Government of India's efforts in substantially increasing total pulses production from 16 million tons in 2015-16 to 27 million tons in 2021-22. Yet, demand exceeds supply due to the ever-rising consumption of pulses in our country. Imports help bridge the gap, keeping India the mover and shaker of the global pulses market. To address the gap between India's indigenous production and rising demand, IPGA, as the apex body, has signed MOUs with various foreign partner associations across the globe. It works closely with them to foster trade relations, share technical know-how on pulses cultivation, and develop a robust agricultural ecosystem. The Government of India is committed to reducing import dependence. IPGA supports the Government of India's objective of achieving Atmanirbharta, self-reliance in pulses production. We appreciate and support the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji's vision of attaining Atmanirbharta in pulses production, doubling farmers' income, and Shri Amit Shah ji's vision of strengthening the engagement of cooperatives in pulses production. The Union Budget 2025-26 charts a bold 6-year roadmap for self-sufficiency in Tur, Urad, and Masoor. IPGA is ready to collaborate, ensuring the success of this mission for Atmanirbharta. The Bharat Dal campaign, launched by Union Food and Consumer Affairs Minister Shri Prahlad Joshi, has been instrumental in stabilizing pulse prices and ensuring that these essential protein-rich staples remain accessible to a broader segment of the population. This demonstrates the Government of India's commitment to ensuring the availability of essential food items to consumers at affordable prices. Pulses aren't just food, they are nutrition powerhouses. When paired with cereals, they provide the perfect balance of proteins and nutrients. From homes to school meals, pulses play a vital role in addressing malnutrition and undernutrition. Pulses are the future of plant-based protein. This booming industry is set to create jobs, attract investments, and position India as a global manufacturing hub. Pulses not only nourish people, but also enrich the soil. Their nitrogen-fixing properties improve fertility, making farming more sustainable for generations to come. Pulses, fueling nutrition, sustainability, and economic growth. Together, let's build a healthier, self-reliant India.
इसी के साथ आगे बढ़ते हुए मैं बस इतना कहना चाहूँगी कि इनकी नीतियों में छिपा है हर भारतीय का भविष्य। इनकी नीतियों में छिपा है हर भारतीय का भविष्य। भारत को बनाए महान, यही है इनका उद्देश्य। हमारे बीच में उपस्थित है आदरणीय श्री प्रहलाद जोशी जी। अब मैं आपसे आग्रह करना चाहूँगी सर कि आप आगे बढ़कर अपने 2 शब्द साझा करें यहाँ पे उपस्थित सभी लोगों के साथ। जोरदार तालियों के साथ स्वागत किया जाए।
Good morning to everyone. Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, His Excellency Dr. Dotto Mashaka, Honorable Minister, Marketing and Protocol, Maharashtra, Shri Jaikumar Rawal, Member of Parliament, who is also involved in pulse trading, Shri Mitesh Patel, Managing Director, NAFED, Shri Deepak Agrawal, President, Global Pulse Confederation, Vijay Engar, Chairman, IPJ, Shri Bimal Kothari, foreign dignitaries, ministers, industry leaders, friends from media, and esteemed participants, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I have a suggestion to organizers. You try to conduct this function, hold this function, maybe after 15th every year, not now, whenever you, in future, you want to organize this. This is my request and suggestion because we will be in the mid of the parliament session almost from 1st to 15th, normally. And we will not be able to spend much of the time here because we have to rush. Oh, bhai. मुझे बात करना है थोड़ा इधर. I also want to speak something. तो 15 तक हमारा पार्लियामेंट सेशन रहता है, तो it will be very difficult. I think Honorable Home Minister, who was also about to come here, he was also not able to come here because of the ongoing parliament session, today being the last day. So my request is that if you do it after 15th, normally by 15th it will be over, after 15th or 16th, so we can spare some more time with you. We can understand the problem of the traders, overall they try to understand the issues, so that in policy making we can, people who are involved in the trade, business and the production, then we will be able to understand more precisely and do the policy. वही मेरा suggestion है आपको. And at first and foremost, I congratulate the Indian Pulses and the Grain Association, IPGA, for their continuous efforts in organizing 7th edition of this biennial event. I am truly honored and privileged to be here with you all for inaugural session of the Pulses Conclave 2025, themed around Pulses for the Prosperity and Nourishment and the Sustainability. A great source of protein, fiber and essential nutrients. From at least in India, these pulses are being part of the food habit from quite time immemorial. ये बहुत पुराने कालखंड से, जब दक्षिण भारत में तो होता है, अयंगार जी को ज़्यादा जानकारी होगा, जब जो न्यूबॉर्न बेबी को 8-9 महीने के बाद हम ये जब अन्न खिलाने का मीन्स चावल खिलाने का शुरू करते हैं, नॉर्मली शुरुआत करते हैं चावल विद दाल। तो एक बरस से तो ये नॉर्मल होता है, दैट इज द सिस्टम। एंड इन एवरी फेस्टिवल्स ऑल्सो these pulses almost they use for all the good occasions also and some in the bad occasions also. So this is the one of the important item in our food habits. These are the, so we need to understand, and because people of India, they have understood from the beginning that there are protein, fiber, essential nutrients, nutrition values. So understanding this, this practice is being always given priority. This helps in sustainable agriculture through nitrogen fixation, improving the soil health. ये सिर्फ हमारे फूड के लिए नहीं है, सॉइल हेल्थ के लिए भी इसका फायदा होता है। पुराने काल से, जैसे मैंने कहा, in Vedas, Buddhist literature, mention of these pulses or chickpeas as chanaka. तो बुद्ध के टाइम से, वेदास के टाइम से इसका रेफरेंस होता रहा है। चरका एंड सुश्रुता, they are the, in Ayurvedic system of medicine, they are the pioneers. They have highlighted the health of the benefits of the pulses for the overall health and recovery. From the ancient times, pulses were the part of the traditional balanced diet. Today, pulses have become an important component of the Indian diet and the agricultural system. India is home for several pulse crops like tur, chana, moong, etc. Our government, under the visionary leadership of Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, has recognized pulses as the cornerstone of India's food and nutritional security and agricultural sustainability. Pulses bringing the diversity to agricultural system, to agri-food system, was the theme of the world's Pulse Day, which was celebrated on 10th of this month. Today, even the world is recognizing the importance of the pulses in balanced diet and agricultural system. Today, India has become food basket for many items, as far as the food items is concerned, for the world. We are the second largest producer of the food grains. We are the largest producer of the milk, largest producer and the consumer of the pulses. India is the largest producer of the millets, what we call Shri Anna, accounting 41% of the world's production. India is also contributing to the global food security. During the COVID-19, extended humanitarian food assistance to other countries. Not only that, more than 100 countries we supported with our vaccine also. Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyana Anna Yojana, the world's largest food and nutritional security scheme. Under this scheme, as mentioned earlier by Shri Vimal, we are providing food for almost 81 crore people, more than 8 million people, 800 million Indians population, with free of cost. So whenever I visit, or the people from the other country ambassadors, ministers meet, or whenever we go outside, when you say 81 crores, that is 800 million, some people are not able to imagine that figure also, because the population of European population is only 75 crores. We are distributing food to the 81 crores free of cost. And this is the Prime Minister Modi's concept and visionary leadership, because Prime Minister understands that keeping this beautiful, best human resources of the world intact, and they should be able to work hard to keep that. The nutrition value in the food system is very important. For that, he is providing free of cost for 800 million people every month. So even when I said, when I had been to one European country, I said we have provided, we have administered the vaccine to the 200 crore, that is 2 billion people. They are not able to believe, because their population is 3.5 crores. So this is the scale and this is the quantum which India has, and in spite of such a huge population, Prime Minister wants to develop these human resources as strong as possible, so that they can not only contribute to the India and to the entire world. Rice, wheat and chorus grains provided the free of cost. Today our government emphasizes on the nutritional security. Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji said, food security का मतलब सिर्फ पेट भरना नहीं है, बल्कि पोषण सुरक्षा भी है. We are ensuring the nutritional security, especially for the women and children, providing rice fortified with the nutrition through the schemes such as the PDS, Integrated Child Development Services, and Pradhan Mantri Poshan Shakti Nirman, PM Poshan scheme. Jan Poshan Kendras, JPKS, has been set up to offer nutrient-dense foods such as millet, pulses, edible oils, soya beans, etc. Under the leadership of Prime Minister Shri Modi, 25 crore people have successfully come out of the poverty. They have become neo-middle class. Still, some people ask, why, when they have come out of the poverty, why providing the free of cost these grains? For that, Prime Minister replied, in the words of Honorable Prime Minister, those who have come out of the poverty know the reality. It is the essential to provide the hand-holding to the poor to ensure they don't fall back into the poverty. This is why we are providing free ration to the 81 crore people. Recently we had, after 2-3 years of providing these food grains, the household consumption expenditure survey was conducted. That survey has shown that since independence, household spending on food is less than 50% of the overall monthly expenditure of the households. Scheme like Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Anna Yojana has reduced the share of expenditure of the cereals. Households are spending their saved expenditure on diverse food items like pulses, fresh fruits, milk and milk products, egg, meat, etc. This has been proven in this survey. Consumer Affairs Department has taken a lot of initiatives. Out of that, world's largest producer and the consumer and the importer of the pulses, an annual production ranging between 250 to 60 lakh metric ton. With the rising income and better affordability, our consumption of the pulses has increased significantly. With the domestic consumption requirement stands at approximately 280 to 290 lakh metric ton, necessitating the strategic importance to bridge the gap in demand. Can understand there is a gap of 20 to 30 lakh metric ton every year. While China constitutes the highest share, that is 45 to 46% in India's total pulses production, and other major pulses include tur, nearly about 14 to 15%, moong 13%, urad 9.5%, lentil 6.5%, and other pulses 10 to 11%, and each catering to the critical segment of the population of dietary needs. El Nino phenomena in 22-24 having severely impacted the production and the price trends, particularly for the vegetables and the pulses. Price of food commodities are highly dynamic and volatile. Price monitoring through extensive network of 555 price monitoring centers. They were around 50 or 60 in 2014. Today we have increased it to 555 price monitoring centers. The daily retail and wholesale prices of the essential commodities, they report it to us. And overall, what is the average price in the country, we'll try to find out. By that, we can able to assess what is the food inflation, and I'm very happy to share that in last 2 years, we have reached the lowest food inflation in these recent years. Pradhan Mantri Annadata Aya Samrakshana Abhiyan, that is PM ASHA, to ensure provide remunerative prices to the farmers, the price stability for the consumers, the government has allocated 35,000 crore under PM ASHA until 25-26, integrating the price support scheme, that is PSS, and the price stabilization fund. This price stabilization fund, it has been recently conceptualized by the Honorable Prime Minister. Whenever the prices are very high, at that time, with this price stabilization fund, we will intervene and we will procure from the market, and that will be distributed to the consumers at a very affordable price. 24-25 procurement season, while the national procurement cap under PSS is set to 25%, and the total production of the pulses, oilseeds, and the copra. For the tur, urad, and masoor, 100% procurement has been allowed for the 24-25 procurement season. Means we will procure 100% of this tur, urd, and masoor. If market price is better than that, and they can sell it in the market. Buffer stock is 15.38 lakh metric ton as on date, consisting 9.01 LMT under PSF and 6.37 LMT under PSS. Government has extended free import policy of the tur, urad, and masoor until 31st March 2025. Further free import policy for the tur has been extended till 31st March 2026. Import of LOPs has been allowed until the 28th February 2025. Deshi Chenna imports have been permitted at the zero duty until March 2025. After that, we are going to review, depending on our production. The further support of the consumers, Bharat Chana Dal was the first launched in July 2023 at an affordable price. At that time, the Bharat Moong Dal and Bharat Masoor Dal have been made available in a discounted price. The National Food Security and Nutrition Mission, NFSM, and the Crop Diversion Program, CDP, to divert the area of the water-intensive paddy crops to alternative crops like pulses, oilseeds, cereals, and nutri-cereals, cotton, etc. Government is emphasizing on the developing the high-yielding varieties seeds to bridge the productivity gap compared to the top yielding countries. The increase in MSP for the crops is in line with the Union Budget 2018-19 announcement of fixing the MSP at the level of 1.5 times the all India weighted average cost production. This Swaminathan Committee recommendation, it has been implemented from 18-19. On account of the initiatives and the commitment and the capabilities of the farmers, pulses production has grown by 60% from 171 lakh metric ton in 2014 to 250 to 260 LMT in 2024. This year budget, the mission in Atmanirbharta in pulses, the government will launch 6-year mission with 1,000 crore budget with a special focus on Tur, Arar, Urd and Masoor. This will promote the increase of overall production in the pulses. Central agencies like NAFED, NCCF will procure 100% of these pulses from the farmers. And we will be also launching the National Mission on High Yielding Seeds with an aim to strengthen the development of the propagation of the seeds with the high yield and pest resistant and the climate resistant. PM Dhan Dhanya Krishi Yojana will cover 100 districts which are with having the low productivity. To enhance the agricultural productivity, adopt the crop diversification, augment the post-harvest storage, and facilitate the availability of long-term and short-term credit. I also appeal to the private sector, all stakeholders should concentrate on strategies to reduce the production fluctuation and raise the yield. Building capacity among the stakeholders to withstand the market volatility. Implement the stock declaration and stock limits to curb the hoarding. Introduce the innovative post-harvest storage technology to minimize the loss and improve the pulses availability. Promote the awareness regarding the protection, regarding the protein consumption through pulses. Raise the processing efficiency by modernizing the milling industry, bringing more efficiency in supply chain management, maintain food safety standards, value addition in the pulses for the protein-rich foods, and reducing the differences in wholesale and retail price. As Honorable Home Minister Amit Shah ji has expressed the confidence that with the cooperation of the farmers, India will become Atmanirbhar in the field of pulses production before 2027, and the country will not have to import even a single kilogram of pulses. Pulses not only contributed to the food security and good health due to their high nutritious value, but they also increase the biodiversity and provide an important contribution to climate change adaptation and mitigation. India's agricultural journey from ancient wisdom to modern innovation stand as a model for sustainable development. As we face the challenges of the 21st century, India is leading way with a holistic approach that integrates the agricultural, science, sustainability, and global welfare. Our focus under Prime Minister Modi is to improve the ease of doing farming and enhance the quality living. With these words, I wish this conclave all the success. I am extremely sorry I have to rush to Parliament, and already Parliament, at morning 11 o'clock, it has already begun. It's last day of the session, and I have to reach there at the earliest. With your all permission, I am leaving. Once again, I wish the conclave all the best. Dhanyavad. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your vision and such encouraging words. But before you leave, we have here with us His Excellency Dr. Tin Tut, Deputy Minister of Agriculture, Livestock and Irrigation of Myanmar, and he would like to present a token of gratitude to the gentleman. Ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency Dr. Tin Tut. Here on the stage, who would like to do the honor by felicitating our very own Thank you so much, sir. एक बार जोरदार तालियों के साथ we would like to share the gratitude. हम आभारी हैं कि आप अपना कीमती समय निकाल के यहाँ पे हमारे बीच में सम्मिलित हुए. With that, ladies and gentlemen, now proceeding further, now I would like to do the honor to invite a gentleman who definitely needs no introduction. This is Shri Jai Kumar Rawalji, Cabinet Minister of Marketing and Protocol, Maharashtra State. With your huge round of applause, let's welcome the gentleman on the stage.
Namaskar, a very warm welcome to everybody. As we all have gathered here for the bi-yearly Indian Pulses and Grains Association program of the Pulses Conclave, we heard our Honorable Cabinet Minister, Shri Praladji Joshi ji. We have with us distinguished guests, Honorable Deputy Prime Minister of Tanzania, Dr. Doto Biteko, Governor of Goiás Province of Brazil, Mr. His Excellency Ronaldo Caiado, First Lady Caiado, Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Saskin Province, Mr. Daryl Harrison, Deputy Minister of Commerce of Myanmar, His Excellency Mr. Min Min, Deputy Minister of Agriculture, Livestock and Irrigation of Myanmar, His Excellency Dr. Tintut, Member of Parliament Shri Mitesh Ji Patel, Chairman IPGA Shri Bimal Kothari, Global Pulse Confederation Shri Vijay Iyengar ji, Deepak Agarwal, Managing Director NAFED, Chairman Emeritus and Founder Praveen Ji Dongre, Mahesh Ji Patel, distinguished His Excellency the Ambassadors, foreign guests, market leaders, esteemed guests, all important stakeholders, and respected members of IPGA. I'm privileged to represent the state of Maharashtra at this Indian Pulses conference. Today, we gather to discuss a crucial theme, Pulses for Prosperity, Nourishment with Sustainability. I would like to acknowledge the significance of pulses in our India's food security and our agricultural landscape. Pulses are very ancient species, a plant species which existed for millions of years and can be found in all four corners of the earth, excluding the poles and the deserts. As we all know, pulses are a vital source of protein, fiber, and essential micronutrients. They play a significant role in maintaining soil health, improving water efficiency, and mitigating climate change. Pulses play a vital role in sustainable agriculture due to their nitrogen fixing properties, which improve soil health and reduce dependency on chemical fertilizers, which is the need of the hour. In Maharashtra, which is one of the biggest states of India, We recognize the importance of pulses in ensuring food security and supporting rural livelihoods. Maharashtra, being one of the leading producers of pulses in India, has always been at the forefront of promoting sustainable and innovative practice in this sector. Maharashtra primarily cultivates tur, pigeon pea, chickpea, green gram, black gram, and masoor. That is tur, chana, moong, urad, and masoor. Our state's rich agriculture heritage, coupled with the entrepreneurial spirit of our farmers, has enabled us to make significant strides in pulses production. Pulses are critical component of Indian agriculture as well as our diet, providing protein for vegetarian population, which also helps to fight malnutrition, having higher levels of nutritional security. Children, adolescent girls, pregnant and lactating mothers meet half of the recommended dietary requirements of protein through food security programs of the Government of India. During the COVID pandemic, 5 kg of rice, wheat, and 1 kg selected pulses were provided to the needy under the Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Yojana. Pulses has nutritional as well as medicinal value. Apart from preventing obesity, pulses have been identified as having a valuable role in reducing chronic disease such as diabetes, heart disease, as well as it acts as an antioxidant and anti-inflammatory agent, reducing cancer risk. Along with the protein, many minerals, carbohydrates, iron, calcium, phosphorus are found in sufficient quantity in the pulses. India is the largest producer, consumer, and importer of pulses globally, making it a key player in the global pulses business. The global pulses market is growing, with countries like Canada, Australia, Myanmar, Tanzania, Russia being major exporters. Despite being the largest producer, India imports a couple of million tons of pulses annually to meet domestic demand, which is ever growing. Increasing global demand for plant-based proteins, which is now the talk, plant-based proteins, due to health and environmental concerns can be seen as an opportunity for India. National Food Security Mission aims to increase pulses production through technological intervention and better farm practices. Minimum support prices ensures price stability and encourages farmers to grow pulses. Maharashtra has consistently been one of the leading states in the country in terms of agricultural production, specifically oil seeds and pulses. In the market season, which just ended 24, Maharashtra state procured 11.22 lakh metric tons of soybean from farmers under the Government of India's price support scheme. Our state has been at the forefront of implementing Bharat Dal scheme, which aims to provide protein-rich food to the common people. Government agencies like NAFED, FCI procure pulses to stabilize prices and ensure farmer income. With the continuous efforts of the Government of India, India is moving towards self-sufficiency, that is Atmanirbhar Bharat in pulses. As we look to the future, it is imperative that we address the challenges facing the pulses industry not only in India but globally together. Climate change, soil degradation, and water scarcity are just a few of the pressing issues that require our collective attention, led by organizations like IPGA and other stakeholders. I would state the Government of India and the Government of Maharashtra has launched several initiatives aimed to promoting sustainable growth, agriculture practices, improving crop yields, and enhancing farmer incomes in the pulses sector. The Government of Maharashtra is also working to strengthen our pulses research and development ecosystem through renowned research institutions such as different agriculture universities, assisted by the Indian Institute of Pulses Research in developing new pulses varieties, improving crop yields, and reducing post-harvest losses. We need to adopt We all need to adopt a collaborative approach between governments, farmers, researchers, and industry stakeholders to unlock the full potential of the pulses sector. We would also like to call upon private sector participation and in organizations like IPGA in research and development, infrastructure development in the pulses sector. As we celebrate the Indian Pulses Conference held by IPGA, I would like to emphasize the importance of collaboration and cooperation in promoting pulses production. In conclusion, I would like to reiterate Maharashtra's commitment to Indian Pulses and Grain Association and jointly promoting sustainable pulses ecosystem and the agri supply chain and enhancing the competitiveness of our agricultural sector. Maharashtra plays a pivotal role in India's pulses production, contributing significantly to national food security. We would also like to collaborate with organizations like Indian Pulses and Grain Association to work tirelessly with the help of Government of India to promote the interest of farmers and ensure that our people have access to nutritious and affordable food. I look forward to engaging with all of you over the next few days and from time to come, exploring opportunities for collaboration and innovation in the pulses sector. I would welcome each one of you to Maharashtra. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Maharashtra.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing such insightful words. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we can't be more honored to have here with us Honorable Deputy Prime Minister of Tanzania, ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Dr. Doto Mashaka Biteko. A very warm welcome, sir. Would like to request you to please join us here on the dais and share a few words with all of us.
His Excellency Parhat Joshi, Minister of Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution from the Government of India, Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, Chairman of IPGA, partners and stakeholders, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is both a privilege and an honor to stand before you today at the PASCROV 2025 themed Pass for Prosperity, Nourishment with Sustainability. Head in this great nation that play a pivotal role in a global past trade. On behalf of the government of the United Republic of Tanzania and our President, Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, I extend my deepest gratitude to the organizers, IPGA, for this remarkable platform to engage in discussion on pulses, production, trade, and food security. Tanzania is blessed with fertile land dedicated to farmers, making it one Africa leading producer of pulses, including pigeon pea, green gram, chickpea, and beans. These crops are vital to our economy and the livelihood of thousands of small farmers and the entire population of Tanzania. In recent years, Tanzania has made a significant stride in pulse sector. For instance, in 2023, we produced approximately 250,000 metric tons of pigeon peas, a 56% increase from 2018. By 2030, we project substantial growth in agricultural sector GDP, with kidney bee and pigeon pea and green gram expected to grow and reach at $1.47 billion, $84 million, and at $115 million respectively. To support this growth, We have implemented a new electronic trading system that ensures transparency, traceability, efficiency in the trade international. This system has already enhanced market access with over 50% of Tanzanians plus traded globally in 2024. Such innovation has not only strengthened our competitiveness, but also has opened an opportunity for partnership in the world. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, India has been and remains a key partner to Tanzania in the past trade. Over years, our bilateral trade has flourished, bringing mutual benefit to both our nations. In 2023, Tanzania export of pigeon peas to India reached to a tune of 186,447 metric ton have been exported to India, valued at $139.1 million. A testament to a strong tie we share. This is a demonstration that Tanzania is always ready to participate in the global economy with India. Moreover, the trade volume between our two countries have grown significantly, reaching at a record of $7.5 billion in the year 23-24 financial year. We deeply appreciate the India trade policies, including the duty-free access for certain products. We seek to strengthen this collaboration furthermore to ensure stable and predictable supply chain in the business environment. As we look ahead, the government of the United Republic of Tanzania is deeply committed to modernize and transform our agricultural sector. We have embarked on several initiatives aimed at unlocking the full potential of the sector to our farmers. For instance, research and extension services, we are increasing the investment in research and improve access to modern agricultural technologies. Every extension officer in Tanzania has been equipped with the necessary tools, motorcycles and tablets to deliver timely and effective service to our farmers. As of infrastructure and logistics, we continue to improve export logistics, streamline the processes at our export gateways, and expand cold storage and road networks to facilitate trades. As of access to finance innovation, through the Building Better Tomorrow BBT project, which is currently underway in the country, we are empowering youth by providing them with land, financing, and access to the market. We are also enhancing digital financing services and promoting innovative financing model to smallholders farmers. Ladies and gentlemen, despite our progresses, we acknowledge that challenges persist. These challenges are climate resilience, post-harvest losses, and infrastructure gap that requires ongoing attention. However, this view and these challenges, we see them as an opportunity for collaboration and innovation that we seek the collaboration between the private sector and the government of Tanzania. Through joint efforts, we can promote climate-smart agriculture, reduce post-harvest losses with advanced storage solution, and expand infrastructure that benefit farmers and the consumers at large. India is a key market for Tanzania's past, and together we can achieve a greater height. Today, I invite Indian investors to explore vast opportunities in Tanzania agricultural sector, from large scales, mechanized production of soya to investment of post-harvest management system. The potential is always immense. We also respectively appeal to the government of India to consider recent restriction on green gram imports. Tanzania is a significant producer of high-quality green gram, and lift this restriction would benefit Tanzania producers and Indian consumers. Let us continue to build a sustainable, mutual benefit trade ecosystem by formalization bilateral trade agreements and encourage investments in Tanzania agriculture sector. We can ensure a prosperous future for our farmers while contributing India's growing demand of plant-based proteins. Together we can create a long economic growth and food security for both of our nations. and I thank you for your kind attention. I look forward, ladies and gentlemen, to a continued partnership and exciting possibilities that lies between our two nations. I thank you for your kind attention. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much, Minister, for your warm words. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are extremely honored that some eminent foreign dignitaries and heads of foreign missions have joined us here. Please put your hands together, first of all, for all of them who have graced us with their presence. So now to move forward, now I would like to do the honor to invite Mr. Ronaldo Caiado, ladies and gentlemen, who is the governor of Goiás, Brazil. Would like to request you, sir, to please join us here on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we extend our warm welcome to Mr. Ronaldo on the stage. Before we request you to please say a few words, I would like to request you, Bimal sir. Bimal sir would like to request you to please do the honor by presenting a bouquet to the gentleman. As in India, we always share our gratitude and warm welcome by sharing a lovely gift that we would now like to present to you. This shawl and this bouquet is a symbol of our love and our friendship with Brazil. Thank you so much for joining us here today. With that, now I would like to request you, sir. I would like to request you to please say a few words here with us.
Bom dia a todos os senhores, senhoras aqui presentes. Cumprimento a todos os ministros, secretários, presidente da instituição, do Pulse Global, e ao cumprimentá-lo estendo os cumprimentos a todos os demais. Nós assistimos aqui à fala do senhor ministro do Abastecimento, senhor Prahad Jyoti, mostrando números estratosféricos em relação à capacidade de abastecimento do governo da Índia a uma população de 1 bilhão e quase 500 milhões de pessoas. É o grande desafio que nós temos pela frente. Imaginar um país que consegue fazer chegar a 800 milhões de pessoas a cesta básica. É igual a 4 vezes a população do Brasil. Temos que reconhecer a competência do atual governo, que, sem dúvida alguma, enalteço aqui como governador do estado de Goiás a política implantada pelo primeiro-ministro Narendra Modi, que, sem dúvida alguma, trouxe dados substantivos ao mostrar que, depois da independência, o custo da cesta básica é quase 50% menor do que anteriormente. O atendimento a este povo, sem dúvida alguma, retira-os da condição de pobreza e eleva-os à condição de classe média. Neste momento, como governador do estado, chefiando a missão brasileira, faço questão primeiro de agradecer a presença do embaixador do Brasil, ao mesmo tempo a empresários, deputados, prefeitos, presidentes de entidades de classe da área rural, da indústria de Goiás, como também do cooperativismo do Estado de Goiás. Dizer a todos os presentes que o nosso país, há exatos 40 anos atrás, nós produzíamos 50 milhões de toneladas de grãos. Hoje, neste momento, o Brasil produz mais de 320 milhões de toneladas de grãos, um aumento de 600% da produção. Isto no espaço de 10% do território nacional. O Brasil tem 8 milhões e 500 mil quilômetros quadrados, um país continental, e que tem hoje aquilo que a Índia vem mostrando ao mundo, investindo na ciência, na tecnologia, no avanço cada vez maior da produtividade, e isto hoje, para vocês terem uma noção, a produção de soja em nosso país era apenas concentrada nos estados do sul. Com o avanço da pesquisa da Embrapa, que é uma entidade de pesquisa nacional, nós desenvolvemos cultivares que hoje a região mais produtiva do país é na região centro-oeste, da qual o nosso estado de Goiás faz parte. Daí, esse potencial todo que nós queremos compartilhar e, ao mesmo tempo, trabalhar de forma conjunta com a Índia, com os países que têm a necessidade de nós investirmos na alimentação, na segurança alimentar, mas, como disse o ministro aqui de abastecimento, não é apenas encher a barriga da pessoa, é dar condições para que aquele produto ele tenha a capacidade nutricional para poder, aí sim, dar uma boa qualidade de vida às mães em estado de gravidez ou às pessoas na faixa etária dos primeiros anos de vida. Isto está sendo desenvolvido também no Brasil, que é o feijão calpi, o qual a pesquisa da Embrapa hoje mostra uma variedade onde nós temos uma maior concentração de ferro e zinco, além de um maior valor proteico deste feijão. Isto é também uma leguminosa muito usada por nós em todo o hábito do dia a dia do brasileiro. E vejo aqui, pela cultura do povo indiano, como de outros países também, a base de sustentação alimentar é exatamente nas leguminosas. E, como tal, nós viemos aqui buscar a parceria, a integração entre as pesquisas que nós desenvolvemos no Brasil e, ao mesmo tempo, buscar a experiência de vocês para nós podermos nos colocar à disposição no momento em que nós temos ainda no mundo 850 milhões de pessoas que morrem de fome. Nós temos mais de 3 bilhões de pessoas que têm um déficit alimentar e sabemos do desafio que nós temos, que é exatamente poder suprir toda essa demanda mundial. Não voltamos os olhos apenas para aquilo que é atender a população nacional. Nós voltamos os olhos e estendemos as mãos para uma ação solidária, para que possamos, aí sim, com a extensão continental que o Brasil tem, o percentual, o maior do mundo em água hoje, de potencial de mais de 12% da água doce do mundo, em poder avançar naquilo que é semelhante à Índia, que nós temos aqui o clima tropical. E o Brasil hoje avança para 3 safras ano. Nós temos 2 safras e também a safra irrigada, o que dá a nós uma capacidade de avançar cada vez mais nessa demanda de alimentação a toda a população. A Índia vem mostrando com o governo do primeiro-ministro Narendra Modi mudanças substantivas e que tem que ser elogiada por todos nós. É impressionante a mudança e a autoestima do povo indiano no momento em que ele desafia a Índia ao poder chegar aos 100 anos de independência como sendo uma das maiores potências do mundo, com a melhor qualidade de vida do seu povo. Os meus cumprimentos por essa visão solidária, por essa visão de poder fazer com que seu povo, cada vez mais, tenha dignidade e cidadania aqui instalado. Ao mesmo tempo, sabemos que desafiamos um momento que é a segurança alimentar e a produção de energia. Muitas vezes, os europeus nos criticam dizendo que a sustentabilidade é apenas o ambiental. E nós sabemos que a sustentabilidade é o social, é o econômico e é o ambiental. E nós saberemos cuidar de tudo isso para nós podermos alimentar nosso povo e, ao mesmo tempo, respeitar nossos biomas e fazer com que haja a preservação ambiental no planeta que tanto espera de nós políticas de descarbonização. E a Índia avança e o Brasil avança. No etanol de 2ª geração, que é algo que mostra a nossa capacidade produtiva de energia, sem ter que ampliar 1 hectare de plantio de cana em nosso país. Nós avançamos no biogás, no biometano. Estamos levando para o Brasil uma empresa indiana, a JAL, que vai se instalar no estado de Goiás, que tem todos os equipamentos para avançar na produção de biometano, hoje usado por nós em veículos pesados. Como tal, o etanol e, ao mesmo tempo, o biogás, o biometano e também o biodiesel, nós saberemos apresentar ao mundo não só a sustentação alimentar, como também a capacidade de poder descarbonizar a nossa natureza. Eu quero agradecer aqui, em meu nome, do povo goiano, para vocês terem uma ideia. Goiás é um estado no centro do país, é um estado que nós somos ali 7 milhões de pessoas, num território de 350 mil quilômetros quadrados. É um estado central e que será uma honra para todos nós aqui, falo em nome da nossa missão do Brasil, que possamos recebê-los, para que vocês possam também compartilhar o dia a dia da nossa gente, como também é um povo hospitaleiro, receptivo, alegre como o povo indiano. O meu muito obrigado por essa oportunidade em poder falar aqui e dizer que Goiás e o Brasil estão de braços abertos para vocês e para as nossas cooperações futuras. Muito obrigado.
Thank you so much, sir. That was definitely something that everybody enjoyed. And before we proceed further, ladies and gentlemen, we are more than honored that Mr. Ronaldo has a humble gift for a few eminent personalities here on the stage. So I would like to request to present it first of all to Shri Jaikumar Rawalji. Shri Jaikumar Rawalji, please receive the honor on behalf of Governor of Goiás, Brazil. A humble token of gratitude to the hosting country. With a huge round of applause, sharing the gratitude with all the dignitaries on the dais. Thank you so much. Would like to request you to please stay here, as Myanmar would also like to do the honor. Would like to request His Excellency Mr. Min Min to please join us here on the stage. He is Deputy Minister, Ministry of Commerce, and His Excellency Mr. Jo Oh, Ambassador from Embassy of Myanmar. Would like to request both of you to please join us here on the stage to do the honors. Would also like to request Mitesh sir to please join us here on the stage as well. Mitesh Patel ji, he is the Member of Parliament from Government of India. Would like to request all of you to please give a huge round of applause as they extend their warm welcome and gratitude and a special thanks. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to proceed towards another wonderful speech as we have one eminent personality here with us. Here I'm talking about Mr. Darrell Harrison, ladies and gentlemen. He is the Honorable Minister of Agriculture from Shasquan Province. Please put your hands together as we extend our warm welcome here on the stage. And before he joins us here on the stage, can we have the video, please?
Innovation. innovation is a team sport, and the province of Saskatchewan is a innovation ecosystem that doesn't exist anywhere else in the world for ag and food tech.
Saskatchewan farmers have been dedicated for decades in being very sustainable stewards of the land.
We focus on crop rotation of wheat, barley, peas, lentils, and canola. The overall quality of the barley grown here is the best in the world.
With sustainable farming practices like zero minimum tillage and precision agriculture, we have a carbon intensity of agriculture that is among the lowest of any broadacre cropping system in the world.
The opportunity for collaboration and partnership, accessing trained and skilled people, and infrastructure such as our technology platforms allows companies to move faster towards the mark.
The commitment of the Saskatchewan government to our customers is absolutely vital. We ship product all over the world.
Saskatchewan is really well positioned with its crop diversity, world-class crop quality, world-class production capabilities. Saskatchewan is a really great place to manufacture and produce and to sell our goods to Canada as well as international markets and other parts of the world.
Saskatchewan is an entrepreneurial ecosystem. It's one that's growing, it's vibrant. We got all the elements of success here. We've got the raw material, we've got government policy, a work ethic, and an ability to commercialize all of that and reach world markets. It's definitely the place to be for agricultural value-added processing.
We're very optimistic on the future from a food, feed, and energy standpoint. We have a great relationship with the growers within the local area. We're very proud to be here in Saskatchewan to be part of that growth.
The sustainability of our agriculture is a huge competitive advantage in Saskatchewan. As we look at 10 billion people by 2050, Saskatchewan is a very important place in the world for global food security.
So before you say a few words, I would like to request Bimal Kothari sir to please come forward and let's welcome the gentleman on the stage. एक बार जोरदार तालियों के साथ, let's do the honor. Mr. Darrell Harrison, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Would like to request you to please say a few words now.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the government of the province of Saskatchewan, Canada, thank you for the opportunity to join you here today. As Saskatchewan's Minister of Agriculture, it's an honor to participate in the world's largest Pulse conference. We're grateful to meet with you and to speak for our producers and businesses who are proud to be a part of the global industry. My role is to help ensure they continue to have access to the markets they and we rely on. Their importance actually goes beyond that. As a trusted supplier of agri-food products, Saskatchewan is uniquely well-equipped to meet current and future food demands. Our province is already a recognized leader in this respect. We are known as a major source of global pulse exports, especially to India. Saskatchewan accounts for 87% of all Canadian lentil exports and 61% of our nation's pea exports to India. In 2023, our province exported 34% of the world's lentils and 26% of the world's dry peas. India is our province's third largest trading partner and our largest pulse market. It's a strong relationship, and there's great potential to make it even stronger. We're grateful to meet with you and to speak for our producers and businesses who are proud to be a part of this global industry. My role is to help ensure they continue to have access to the markets. My apologies. Saskatchewan is committed to developing food products that continue to meet our challenging global needs. We need that demand for agriculture commodities is increasing. This demand must be met through a robust and predictable global trading network. Such a network benefits everyone, suppliers like Saskatchewan and our partners like India. All of these elements are vital to achieving global food security for the growing populations. The potential for pulses and pulse products to contribute to this is why we are all here today. I can tell you that strengthening the relationship with our trade partners, like India, will always be a priority for Saskatchewan. We value our relationship with India, and we continue to work to develop it. It's been several years since we opened a Saskatchewan trade office here in India. This office has allowed us to consistently find new ways to connect and work together. We are and will remain a strong partner helping to meet your food security needs. We work closely with the industry to create an environment that enables innovation. Pulses are one of the biggest reasons for this. This is partly why AGT Foods, one of our largest pulse processors and traders in the world, is headquartered in our province. And it's why we understand the value and importance of supporting agriculture research. We know that research and commercialization advances the industry and keeps us competitive. This focus on science and innovation is something Saskatchewan is actively pursuing. The result is that we offer significant agricultural capacity merged with an attractive business environment. It's a unique combination. It's also a powerful platform for investment and collaboration with partners all over the world. Pulses will continue to be a huge part of the dynamic story. We look forward to talking about it here with all of you today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. With that, ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to proceed towards inviting another gentleman who have graced us with his presence. Here, I'm talking about His Excellency, Mr. Min Min. Ladies and gentlemen, he is Deputy Minister of Commerce from Myanmar, and we're more than delighted to have him here on the stage with us. With your huge round of applause, let's welcome the gentleman. Would like to request to Bimal, sir, to please do the honor. Yeah, sure. Can we have a huge round of applause, please? We're more than grateful for your presence. With that, now I would like to request you to please say a few words with all of us. We also have His Excellency Dr. Tin Hut, ladies and gentlemen. He is Deputy Minister of Agriculture, Livestock and Irrigation from Myanmar. Would like to request you as well to please join us here on the stage with your huge round of applause, obviously. Everyone, please give it up for the gentleman. With that, would like to request you, sir, to please do the honor, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Min Min, here on the stage with us.
Honorable Ministers, distinguished guests, esteemed organizers, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Namaskar to you all. It is a great honor to be here, the Pulses Conclave in New Delhi, organized by the Indian Pulses Grain Associations. On behalf of Myanmar delegation, I extend my sincerest appreciations to the organizers bring together stakeholders in the global pulses industries. Such event provides valuable opportunities to exchange insight, strengthen partnership, and explore ways to enhance global trade and pulses. Myanmar and India have long enjoyed strong bilateral relations, not only as neighbor, but also as the key trade partners with a rich historical and cultural ties. Over the years, our friendships has fostered economics of cooperations that has benefited both nations. Today, one of the cornerstone of this cooperation is our robust trade in pulses, which plays a crucial role enhancing food security and providing livelihoods to millions of people across both countries. As we gather here today, it is important to organize the important pulses in the context of the global agriculture. India, as the world's largest consumer and importers of pulses, hold central role in the global pulses market. Myanmar, on the other hand, is one of the top producers of pulses, particularly black mape, green gram, and Beijing beans. Myanmar's contribution to global pulses trade significant, especially in the context of our close trade ties with India, which is our primary market. Myanmar, as the world's second largest producers of pulses, plays a crucial role in the global supply chain, with a production of 5.5 million metric tons annually. Despite being a smaller producer compared to India, Myanmar has firmly established itself a key player on the global pulses market. In comparison, India contributes substantial nearly 28 million metric tons in the world pulses productions, followed by the Canada, 5.5 million metric tons. The demands for the pulses is growing globally, driven by rising population, increasing awareness of plant-based nutrition, and the push towards sustainable agricultural practices. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in recent years, the global pulses markets has experienced remarkable growth. The production of trade and consumption of pulses have expanded significantly, as highlighted by the FAO in their report, The Global Economy of Pulses. The growing awareness of plant-based protein, the sustainabilities of pulses cultivations, and the health benefit pulses have all contributed to this growth. Looking ahead to the future, it is clear that global pulses market will continue to experience growth, creating the new opportunities for collaboration between Myanmar and India. To fully harness those opportunities to build on solid foundation we have established. So I like to outline a few points that enhancing agricultural productivity through investment in advanced farming techniques, technologies, transfers, and sustainable practices. Improving trade infrastructure, logistics by streamlining transportation routes, improving port connectivity, and reducing trade barriers. Strengthening the research and development cooperation in the pulses sectors. Bilateral agreements on tariff certifications and phytosanitary standards will further facilitate seamless trade and reduce unnecessary barriers, ensuring that both countries benefit from stable and predictable trade environment. To institutionalize the enhanced trade cooperation, I propose 3 key policy initiatives. One, enhancing the government-to-government MOU. To expanding on this MOU, include additional pulses and agricultural commodities will help establish more stable and predictable trade framework, fostering long-term investment and strengthening bilateral trade relations. Secondly, expanding government-to-government dialogues to align the policies and address trade challenges proactively. Strengthening institutional cooperation will benefits farmers, traders, consumers alike. Thirdly, encouraging greater private sector's engagement by promoting public-private dialogues and cooperation with essential to unlocking the full potential of the pulses industries. Business from both countries are urged to explore joint venture and investment opportunities. In conclusion, I'm confident that with the continued dedication of innovation and collaboration, Myanmar and India can further strengthening their trade in pulses and beans. By focusing on infrastructures, technologies, policy coordinations, the private sector's participation, we can build resilience and responses future for our farmers and industries. I'm looking forward to working together to achieve these shared objectives and further strengthening the ties between our two nations. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, today we have ambassadors from different foreign countries, and we can't be more than excited and honored to now, ladies and gentlemen, welcome the ambassador of Brazil here with us. आप सभी की जोरदार तालियों के साथ, let's welcome His Excellency Mr. Kenneth here with us. Would like to request you, sir, to please come forward and receive a warm welcome on behalf of us. Well, IPGA is extremely honored to have you here with us, sir. Everyone, please put your hands together. Ladies and gentlemen, we have with us Ambassador of Argentina as well here with us. Please put your hands together for His Excellency, Mr. Mariano Cosino. Can we have a huge round of applause, please, everyone? Please give it up. Well, we have with us High Commissioner of Australia, Mr. Philip. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Philip Green. Please put your hands together as we extend our warm welcome to the gentleman. Thank you so much for gracing us with your presence. And we have with us Acting High Commission of Canada, Ms. Jennifer Daubeny. Ladies and gentlemen, would like to request you, ma'am, to please come forward. Thank you so much for joining us here. Ladies and gentlemen, in India, we respect the ladies the most, so I think she deserves a huge round of applause. Come on, everyone. Can we have a louder round of applause for the lady? Thank you so much. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we are all set to proceed towards another wonderful verse. And for that, I would now like to do the honor to invite Ambassador of Brazil, His Excellency Mr. Kenneth da Nobrega, ladies and gentlemen, on the dais with your huge round of applause.
Good afternoon, Honorable Minister of Marketing Protocol of the Government of Maharashtra, Honorable Excellency Ajay Kumar Raval, distinguished co-speakers, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor to address you today at the opening ceremony of the POSES Conclave, an event which plays a crucial role in highlighting the significance of POSES for sustainable agriculture, global food security and economic prosperity. It is also a pleasure to be able to speak after a very comprehensive and enlightening speech by His Excellency, the Governor of the state of Goiás, Ronaldo Caiado. As we know, the state of Goiás is one of the agricultural powerhouses of Brazil. The Goiás delegation present here today represents the 53rd Brazilian delegation to visit this country since I became ambassador to India only 18 months ago. This impressive number speaks volumes about the growing mutual interest and the vast opportunities that exist between our two nations. Brazil and India have always enjoyed a strong friendship. However, in recent times, this relationship has evolved significantly, incorporating more concrete aspects, especially in the fields of trade, investment, and industrial cooperation. The dynamism of this evolving partnership is truly remarkable. Agriculture stands as one of the central pillars of our strategic partnership. Brazil and India have been working diligently to build a true partnership in this vital sector, one that goes beyond simple trade and delves into deeper collaboration. Brazil is recognized globally as a reliable partner of supplier of high-quality agricultural products. Our commitment to reliability was clearly demonstrated during the challenging times of the COVID-19 pandemic. Even at the height of that global health emergency, Brazil remained keenly aware of its role in international food security, never failing to deliver even a single container to the world. Brazil is aware of the critical importance of POSES for Indian food security, and we are committed to being a dependable and reliable partner in this area. We are eager to explore and leverage our complementarities to effectively support Indian demand, working together as true partners. I would like to underline that the Brazilian government and its private sector are enthusiastic about expanding and deepening contacts with India. We believe that closer collaboration will bring mutual benefits and contribute significantly to the prosperity of both our countries. I am confident that this conclave will be a resounding success, fostering valuable discussions and paving the way for greater collaboration in the POSES sector. I wish you all a productive and insightful event. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. With that, ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to do the honor to invite His Excellency Mr. Mariano Corsino, ladies and gentlemen. He is Ambassador of Argentina to India. With a huge round of applause, let's welcome the gentleman on the dais.
Thank you very much. I will be very brief because I will have to leave the hall, unfortunately, because it's too late. We were supposed to talk 1 hour before. But I would like to thank for the kind introduction, and I thank to the invitation to the Indian Pulses and Grain Association, a good friend, the president of the institution. As you know, in the recent years, Argentina and India we have been working together, and our trade link is of about $5 billion. Argentina and India share a trade relationship that involves the fact that Argentina is the provider #1 in terms of soybean oil and in #3 in terms of sunflower oil. In every Indian dish, there are drops of our vegetable oil. However, there is still enormous potential to expand bilateral relations between our two countries, specifically in strategic areas, and particularly in the agro-industry and agri-technology sectors, and especially in pulses. Argentina is unique for its vast plains, mountains, water from rivers, lakes, tropical forests, and the expertise of its farmers, making the ideal place for high-quality pulse production. Argentina is a natural food exporter with 80% of its food production destined for export. It guarantees the reliability that every consumer demands. Given the country's vast agri-climatic diversity, pulses can be produced year-round in large volumes. Argentina is exporting pulses to India, but volumes are still not expected. And Argentina has a great potential to be a reliable and stable supplier from the southern hemisphere of lentils, desi chickpeas, black mape, pigeon peas, and other pulses that India needs. Argentina farmers are very interested in producing for the Indian market, but they also need predictability. So the quota systems and fluctuating tariff discourage entrepreneurs from viewing India as a strategic partner. We must continue working on mutually beneficial solutions for the two countries. At the end, I would like to remark that it is very important for us to maintain close dialogue to develop enhanced trade between our nations, and that our agricultural regulations are always welcome in Argentina, provided they align with the World Trade Organization frameworks and are based on scientific principles. Argentina is fully committed to multilateral forums where it engages and coordinates with India on the risk and implication of international trade. For all these reasons, Argentina has one of the largest embassies in the region in India, also a general consulate in Mumbai, and a very well capacity in the head of the agricultural attaché. To conclude, I want to once again congratulate and thank this association for organizing the Pulse Conclave and making us feel at home. Thank you very much, and I am sorry that I have to leave. All my best, all my good blessings, and will be also a new success as you are accustomed.
Thank you so much, sir. Well, we would also like to thank you for your commitment towards India. Thank you so much. Everyone, please, let's have a huge round of applause for the gentleman. Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed towards another speech, we have here with us His Excellency Mr. Zhou O, Ambassador of Myanmar, here with us. Would like to request you, sir, to please come forward as we would like to share the gratitude by presenting the bouquet. Zhou. Ambassador of Myanmar. Everyone, please, let's have a huge round of applause as we share our warm welcome with the gentleman. Thank you so much, sir. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we all know that Australia has always supported India. So now I would like to request the High Commissioner of Australia, Mr. Philip Green, to please join us here on the dais and share his thoughts as well. Can we have a round of applause for the gentleman?
Namaskar and good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure to be here and represent the great partner for India in Pulses, Australia, at this important Pulses conclave. Can I say at the outset, I'm delighted to be a guest of you, Shri Bimal Kothari. Great to see you again, and always keen to engage with you directly to ensure that we maintain a high pattern of trade. For you, Shri Jaikumar Rawal, your government and mine are closely associated, and I saw your Chief Minister only a few days ago in Mumbai, and I'll be back soon. It's great to see again my old friend Vijay Iyengar, whom I had lost contact with since my departure from Singapore. But Vijay ji, great to have you back in India. Ladies and gentlemen, I have listened carefully to the speeches in particular by the Indian delegates here, not least Shri Joshi and also my dear friend Bimal Kothari. I've taken some clear messages from what our Indian friends are telling us. Firstly, that India has an ambition for self-sufficiency and pulses, but that at the moment, while production is rising, so is demand. And that means that imports remain a key part of the overall picture for pulses in that country, in this country. Now, what that means for Australia is that that makes Australia even more determined to be a partner for India going forward in the field of pulses. That's why we have come to this conference as the key country partner. That's why I'm joined at this conference by a large delegation of Australian farmers who are keen to engage further with their Indian counterparts and drive the trade. And that's why, Kothari ji, I was with you and sat down for an hour and a half just a couple of weeks ago with you and the senior leadership of the Pulses Institutes here of India to be able to talk through our joint interests and needs. So what does partnership look like between Australia and India? So first of all, that means that Australia will continue to be a reliable supplier of high-quality pulses when India needs them. I think there are many Indians here from the trade, and I think you all know that Australia turns up when India needs it. Secondly, partnership for us means being flexible in response to India's needs. It's well known that Australian farmers, if they get the right demand signals from India at the right time, are ready, willing and able to plant so that they can meet your needs. And the delegation that is here today has underlined that to me again. And thirdly, that when Australia ships pulses to this country, you can be assured that they are of the highest quality. We pride ourselves on being the best producers in the world, and we will continue to provide you with what you need for all of your industries. Now, trade is important, but trade is important in particular for India, as I have heard you speak today, because it's vital for India's food security. You are now the largest population centre on Earth, and we've heard what value pulses have in terms of the nutrition of this vast population. And so providing Australia's support for India's food security is a key part of what we do. But it's not just that. We see India's rise as a major food processor, not just for this country, for the world, including for my country. And my ambition is that our country's high-quality primary produce is what drives your secondary industry and makes India the big food producer in the world that it needs. So trade is important, but trade is also reciprocal. Many of you will know that under the first phase free trade agreement that Australia has recently concluded with India, there are new opportunities for Australian farmers. But there are also huge new opportunities for Indian farmers and other sectors. Let me tell you that trade in dairy, in spices, in vegetables, and in cereals, exports from India have gone up substantially. In fact, agricultural exports from India have gone up more than 20% just in the last year as a result of our ECTA free trade agreement. And finally, trade benefits India. And in particular, trade with Australia benefits India because we have a very different sort of economy that can supply the things that India needs. Now, you've had a lot of statistics today, but I want to give you one that I think that I would like you to remember. India's exports to the world have grown 35% in the last 5 years. That sounds good, right? But India's exports to Australia have grown 66% in the last 5 years. So India is benefiting from trade with Australia at twice the rate that it is benefiting from trade for the rest of the world. So my message to you today is that Australia stands ready to be that partner. Now, what has that partnership meant? That partnership has meant the preparedness of Australia to support with technology transfer and agri-tech that India needs. And that's no simple claim. I can tell you that over recent years, Australia has invested more than 100 million rupees just in support on pulses, and specifically for green gram and mung pulses. This research has identified ways in which we can make green gram more resistant to disease. And secondly, through our Australia-India Strategic Research Fund, we've worked on how to collaborate on how chickpeas respond to stress and help develop more climate adaptable varieties. So my government is prepared to continue and even increase the level of that sort of cooperation and support. In return, we are looking for more clarity, more access, more certainty for our farmers so that we can continue to be part of India's great pulses story. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much, His Excellency, Mr. Philip Green. We are humbled and honored for your support and your trust that you always rely on India. Thank you so much. With that, ladies and gentlemen, next I would like to do the honor to invite Acting High Commission of Canada, Ms. Jennifer Dobney, ladies and gentlemen, on the stage with your huge round of applause. Let's welcome the lady.
Good afternoon. Bonjour, namaste. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of the honorable ministers, including Shri Jaikumar Raval, the ambassadors and high commissioners that are here today, and of course, IPGA Chairman Vermel Kathari. I'll also just mention two Canadians who are in the audience with us today, Mr. Terry Yozwa, Chair of Pulse Canada, who is himself a pulse grower in northern Saskatchewan, and Mr. Greg Cherrywak, President of Pulse Canada. I'm really happy to be here this afternoon as part of the inaugural ceremony of the Pulses Conclave, organized by the India Pulses and Grain Association. I have now spent almost 5 years in India, partly here in Delhi, as well as in Bengaluru during a previous assignment. And I have come to deeply appreciate the diversity of India. This diversity clearly extends to food, which varies across the country with many regional specialties. But I have certainly noticed that the delicious cuisine all across India very much relies on pulses as a key ingredient. Canada is the world's largest exporter of pulse crops and the largest producer and exporter of peas and lentils, as well as a significant producer of other commodities and value-added food products. Clearly, the agricultural and food sector is a very important one to both Canada and India, with pulses making up a large part of the sector, from production, import, processing, and consumption. The agriculture and food sector is also a very important part of the broader Canada-India trade relationship. Our two countries share a bilateral trade in agriculture of almost $8.5 billion, and this continues to grow. And I will emphasize, this is two-way trade. There are definitely significant amounts of agricultural products from India going to Canada. Despite some very public tensions between the Indian and the Canadian governments over the past year and a half, the private sector in both countries has continued to be strongly committed to the commercial relationship. And I think the governments on both sides as well have very much demonstrated the importance of maintaining those ongoing commercial ties. I'm very thankful for the strong support of Canadian industry associations such as Pulse Canada. They help to ensure that India continues to be an important and growing economic partner for Canada. Our bilateral economic partnership is now worth $142 billion, and this is led by Canadian portfolio and private equity investment of $95 billion from Canadian pension funds and private equity investors. We have two-way trade in goods and services of more than $24 billion and two-way foreign direct investment of more than $15 billion. There are more than 100 Indian companies who have invested in Canada and more than 700 Canadian companies who invested here in India. Beyond these economic linkages, the Canada-India trade relationship is also enriched by strong people-to-people ties. Over 1.8 million Canadians of Indian origin make valuable contributions to all facets of Canadian society. And Indians from all parts of the country continue to visit, study, work, invest, and explore in Canada, all while adding new layers to the multifaceted and multi-generational relationship between the two countries. Trade in pulses is a large part of our shared economic relationship, and I respect your collective efforts in bringing us to where we are today. Canada's strong capabilities in the agri-food and agri-tech sectors can further support India's food security needs, including through new and innovative plant protein technologies, which Canadian representatives look forward to discussing over the upcoming days. With the backdrop of this solid commercial and people-to-people relationship, I encourage you to continue focusing on the business-to-business opportunities in the pulses sector between Canada and India. I also look forward to working together to usher in the next level of economic prosperity for both our countries. Dhanyavad, thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, so far the day has been really blissful. We all have learned something new. Everyone have shared their visions, and it's always, always an honor to be surrounded by so many foreign dignitaries and some eminent personalities who have shared their knowledge, who have shared their visions with all of us. So can we have a huge round of applause for such a wonderful session? Everyone, please put your hands together. I think they deserve a louder round of applause. And now, obviously, we would like to share the gratitude with all of them. And to do the honor, I would now like to request our Honorable Secretary from India Pulses and Grains Association, Mr. Satish Upadhyay. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome him here on the stage, please.
Thank you all. It is my pleasure and it's my pleasant duty to propose a vote of thanks to all of you. At IPGA, we are truly privileged and honors several elected representatives, ministers, bureaucrats, career diplomats, consular crop from around the world adorn the Pulses Conclave. We have shared their irritated views. We have taken a note of all that all have been said here on this dais platform. At IPJ, it would be our endeavor to do our best to further cement our relationship with the different nations we work with. I want to express my deep sense of gratitude to those who powerful personalities adoring to the dais in the day. It is often that we get to see such a great assembly under one roof here. We have a representation here from multiple continents. One again, on behalf of IPGA, I let them thanks each one of you. Thank you from bottom of my heart. I assured you we will stay engaged in times to come with you. Thank you. Thank you all for a nice day. Thank you. It's all.
No, sir, we are extremely sorry.
That's all right,
But
no
here
problem.
we have with us Deputy Minister from.
You don't even have to introduce to me. Actually, well, I will not be. I prepared these speeches. Some sort of seems to be inspiring, but it's okay. I'll take a very short time to talk about it. In fact, Excellency Minister for Maharashtra State and our chairman for the IPGA, and I thank you for inviting us with your open heart. I enjoy very much this meeting. Of course, this is my first time to Delhi, and I learned many things. Because of this meeting, I had a golden opportunity to attend, and I met the beauty of Tanzania as well, right? I met the legume. Of course, we brought some of the sample that represented the diversity of Myanmar. Actually, Myanmar is the powerhouse for grain legumes. We call it grain legumes, pulses, of course. Real powerhouse. But, therefore, this morning I have learned that pulses for prosperity, but to me is more than prosperity. Pulses for peace, pulses for prosperity, and pulses for partnership. With all my heart, I don't really want to exaggerate about Myanmar. I don't really want to boast about Myanmar. But of course, we are doing all we can. Our government is doing all it can to promote the pulses industry. So therefore, I'd like to make a proposal. Under the very beginning, I saw that Global Pulses Partnership, right? Global Pulses Confederation. Under this, I just want to propose you to scale up Global Pulses Partnership. Even then, I saw the diplomacy here too. That diplomacy, I call it pulses diplomacy. Therefore, in future, Myanmar has all the commitment as a Deputy Minister for Agriculture, Livestock Irrigation, and I have a lot of works when I go home to promote the quality of the black bear to compete with. Of course, fair competition is there. As long as we are not competitive, we cannot survive. That means, after that, and we need to expand more on pigeon pea, we need to expand more on chickpeas. Even then, we have a minor legumes. We have many various minor pulses which the other world does not have. So in this regard, I need to inventory making which ones are marketable, which one we can produce to, we can fulfill the consumer. As a matter of fact, I like to extend my warmest appreciation to Pulses Consumer of India, who gave us the pride to our poor pulses farmer. So we look forward to have your continuous support for Myanmar, extending the pulses business. So to me, pulses a modern crop. Actually, I'm a plum breeder by profession, so I can develop a beautiful variety if I were given a chance. Therefore, allow me to say and conclude that pulses mean business. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. In India, so before we conclude, I would like to request all of you to please come forward for a group picture.
May I
And
request
sir,
everybody to please remain seated?
So our sincere apologies. In India, we say, dosti mein no sorry, no thank you. That means you are our friend and we can rely on each other. So sorry. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir.
May I
Please,
request
sir, would like to request you to please join us here. Please.
May I request everybody to please stay seated? We have a wonderful session immediately after this without a break from the Managing Director and partner of BCG India, who's going to talk about the India growth story, the role of agriculture in India, and the role of pulses in that. It's bound to be an amazing session. So please hold your seats, and we will just start immediately after this photograph.
With that, ladies and gentlemen, we have some wonderful sessions that are going to be proceeded further. Well, the next topic is India's growth story with perspective to Indian agriculture. So please stay seated as we would like to proceed with the next session very soon.
I left mine right here. I didn't use it.
With that, ladies and gentlemen, we are all set to proceed towards the next session, India's growth story with perspective to Indian agriculture. And to take the session, I would like to request Ms. Aparna from BCG, Managing Director and Partner, to please join us here on the stage. Can we have a huge round of applause for the lady? Let's welcome Ms. Aparna Bijapurkar, who is the BCG Managing Director and Partner.
Great. Always difficult to have the session just before lunch. But I think we've had, a fantastic set of speakers this morning. And thank you to the IPGA for the opportunity to talk about the India growth story with the perspective of agriculture. I know most of the day will be spent, the days will be spent talking about the opportunity in the context of pulses. And I think three things that I took away this morning. One is, huge nutrition powerhouse. The second is climate resilience, in terms of the dryland agriculture that it provides as potential. And I think the third is the criticality of pulses for overall farmer livelihoods. But what I wanted to do was actually zoom out a little bit, from the pulses context and talk to you a little bit about how we're seeing the agriculture landscape evolve. I think just to set the context, I think we're all, familiar with the India growth story. India is expected to add $1 trillion every 1.5 years going forward. And for context, for many of our foreign guests here, the EU is expected to add $4 trillion by 2030, and India is expected to add about the same amount to global GDP. In the context of what will drive this growth narrative, I think the fact is that agriculture does contribute 18% to overall GDP, and this is unlikely from a primary sector point of view to rise significantly. But the reason that it continues to be hugely important is because over 50% of the workforce is employed in agriculture, and over half the population is dependent on it in some way for livelihood security. If you start to broaden the context and concept of agriculture beyond just production and start to think about the service economy that it will foster, whether it is food processing, whether it is logistics, storage, that's when we start to think about agriculture in the context of India's growth story. So what I wanted to do was maybe very briefly talk about 10 forces that are shaping the future of agriculture in India, and then talk about what some implications might be for policy as well as for business. I think I'll start with the demand side in terms of how this is impacting agriculture. Consumption is a very hotly debated topic in India, and I think we're always asking, who is consuming, what are they consuming, where are they consuming? And last year, the household consumption survey was released, and it revealed some very interesting trends. The first was that rural consumption growth is actually faster than urban consumption growth. Rural consumption actually grew 2.5 times over this period. What it also revealed was the mix of what people are consuming as they become more affluent is also changing. So very interestingly, if you look at the top, the share of cereals and substitutes actually came down both for urban as well as rural consumers. And we saw dairy as well as fresh fruits and vegetables go up. But the trend that I found most interesting actually is the increase in the share of packaged foods and beverages. And I think as an ecosystem that is really looking at pulses and pulses growth, and we heard about it from many of the dignitaries, how do we start to think about the pulses story in the context of ready-to-eat food, ready-to-cook food, and what could the opportunities there be? The second trend, and again we've had dignitaries from over 4 countries actually on the stage, but I think the second important trend shaping agriculture is geopolitics, and it's a tricky moment to comment on geopolitics at this point in time. I'd like to wait maybe a few days and see where we land. But I think whichever way the needle moves on some of this, I think the fact is that agriculture in India is increasingly and more so becoming inextricably linked with the global economy. And I think in 2 ways. One is reliance, for example, for an important input, which is fertilizer. But the other is also India has set itself a vision to be the food basket for the world. And I think global trends and geopolitics will shape agriculture, and I think what will be really important from a policy point of view is some certainty and consistency in order to be able to ensure support to the small farmer. The third trend that is influencing agriculture very interestingly in India is digital and digital public infrastructure. I think we have many people in the room who would be familiar with the India Stack, which is the promise of universal identity, universal bank accounts, as well as universal payments. But on the back of India Stack, actually, what India has started to do is create a set of foundational digital public infrastructure and digital public goods. And if you look at what that means for the agriculture sector, it's actually really exciting. We've embarked on the journey to create the AgriStack, which is 3 core registries: a land registry of all farms geolocated in this country, a farmer registry of every farmer with a unique identifier, and data about crop production linked to both farmer as well as land to be updated in line with agricultural seasons, both digitally as well as geospatially. And when you start to actually put that layer together, what it could unlock in terms of service delivery, for example, if you want to be able to do custom advisory, to a farmer located in the middle of Madhya Pradesh, soon that will start to become possible. In order to be able to do that, there's another very important infrastructure that we're creating, which is Vistar, which is an open network powering, with data across, around weather patterns, market, pricing, all of that, right? And these two together could actually unlock huge economies of scale, as well as bring down cost of service delivery for a lot of business. Linked to this are a set of other, important levers, such as ONDC, which is our open network for commerce, ULI, which is, around financial inclusion. And all of this put together provides a fairly powerful ecosystem to actually leapfrog and also overcome some of the traditional challenges that we've seen in the agriculture space, especially lack of scale. The government is creating the foundational layer of infrastructure, but the other very interesting shift that's happening is the innovation ecosystem in India. In the last 2 or 3 years alone, we've seen over $8 billion of funding in the ag tech space. It's a really exciting and really hot market. But what I found quite interesting, and this is changing now, is that if you look at where investment has been focused, it has been in full stack marketplaces and platforms. And what those have been starting to do is actually bring down, a set of inefficiencies and frictions, and potentially, basically, create more margins that could be, brought upstream towards production. But what we're not seeing as much, unlike, global volume. So if you see the top, ag biotech is hugely funded globally, but in India, there are very few players. And I think this is where the next wave of innovation in the Indian agriculture ecosystem will be, which is really upstream core productivity enhancing technologies, whether it is, biotech, whether it is new kinds of farming systems, whether it is, seed technology. And I think that will need a lot of patient capital because delivery channels and systems, still lack a little bit of scale. We've talked a lot about government and policy, but how is, business really responding, right? And I think there are many ways business is responding. We work at BCG with a lot of leading Indian as well as global businesses, and the number of, I think, outreaches that we've had to say, has the opportunity in terms of agriculture changed? What are the ROIs looking like? As a conglomerate, should I be considering this? Is quite significant. But there's another very interesting trend that I see by virtue of the fact that I have a vantage point sitting across business, government, as well as the nonprofit world, which is in order to be able to serve the Indian farmer, I think there is a growing realization that the model will have to be a little bit different. And what we're starting to see is a lot more public, private, and philanthropic partnership. From a private sector point of view, if you talk to any of the premium input players, I think there's a realization that for a farmer to actually premiumize, it's not just the input side that matters, but increasingly it is offtake and the pricing that you can realize from that more premium output that you will get from better quality inputs that needs to happen. So you're seeing input and output players across the value chain start to partner a lot more. In order to make that work, finance is a really critical unlock, and we're seeing a lot more embedded finance models. But what's also happening is that this ecosystem is coming together with government as well as development capital, whether it is global MDBs like the World Bank or, nonprofits, Laudes Foundation, Gates Foundation, others, to really look at, value chains and ecosystems at a sub-national level in certain states. For example, in Uttar Pradesh, you're seeing a huge shift towards, water resilient and low carbon paddy, for example. In Madhya Pradesh, we're talking about shifts to regenerative agriculture. And I think there's a growing realization across the ecosystem that for Indian agriculture to transition, whether it is crop diversification or more resilient value chains, you will need this kind of public, private, and philanthropic partnership to happen. The other trend that is quite exciting is this as a service model. So historically, you've seen low levels of mechanization and irrigation fairly low in India. With mechanization, one of the big hurdles is also the cost of upfront capital and the ability to actually recover that through utilization when you have a half acre or 1 acre farm. We don't have as large farms as you would see in markets like Brazil or even the US. But what digital is now unlocking is also this ability to do as a service. So you're seeing, capital investment, for example, deployed either by micro, companies that are coming up to do this, or by larger farmers, and the servitization and the ability to be able to convert that capex to opex. We've been involved with the government of Uttar Pradesh looking at actually doing irrigation as a service, where you have, smaller cooperatives run entirely by women who are setting up irrigation infrastructure all the way to farm level, and then they're actually getting the community to come in and pay for this. And I think the reason this is quite exciting is, shifts like this will lead to greater mechanization and more modernization of agriculture faster than would happen if we didn't have, the ability to actually break things down to, an OPEX model. No conversation, I think, is possible without talk of, climate change, especially in the context of agriculture. And I think there are two huge challenges that we are experiencing. One is heat stress. If you look at the data on this page, in 2022, we had 168 districts affected by temperature rise. I think that number goes up every day. It's expected to be, 45% of the country by 2030. The same is true of water. I think, especially being the Pulses conference, I think you would be quite well aware of, what the conversations around water and diversification in India have been, especially in the context of paddy. But what's, I think, important and relevant, from a climate change point of view is that India will soon start to think a lot more about, adaptation. And adaptation will require large-scale transitions, of entire cropping systems. And how the ecosystem comes together to facilitate that will be, really relevant. I have, two more forces that I wanted to talk about. I think one is the growing feminization of agriculture. In the last 5 years, data seems to suggest from the labor force surveys that the share of workers in agriculture, 15 percentage point increase in terms of the share of women workers in agriculture, right? But what's also important is that a lot of these women are employed as helpers in household enterprises. Some of them, of course, are own account workers and employing others. But the reason that this, starts to become relevant is also as you think about, for example, delivery systems. If you look at credit, a lot of credit in India today is, linked to land ownership, right? And when you look at land titling, a lot of these women actually are, not the title holders. So how the policy ecosystem comes together and how, for example, business comes together to support this is important. The other big trend we're seeing is differences in kind of labor availability across different parts of the country. And that will drive, distinct rates of mechanization, across different parts of the country. And how do you actually work in systems, that have very different labor and mechanization patterns as business is also going to be quite important. I think the last two trends are around diversification. We have seen a shift in terms of the overall basket of crops, and I'm just looking at rice and wheat share in total, acreage. We're also seeing a very rapid growth in actually allied sectors, so dairy as well as fisheries, in terms of their share of overall agri-GDP. But the one very interesting trend that I did want to talk to you about is adjacent opportunities for agriculture. I spend a lot of time across various parts of rural India, and I spend a lot of time with young people. And one of the common refrains that we often hear is, we don't want to do traditional farming anymore. And actually, we're starting to see a lot of that, especially in peri-urban areas and migration patterns. But what we're also seeing is a bit of a shift, back to say that there are a set of opportunities linked to agriculture which are different from farming. A very obvious one, obviously, is value addition and processing. Another one is logistics and cold storage. But also, very interestingly, and the Prime Minister talks about it a lot, which is Annadatta, which means, a producer of food, to Urjadatta, which is around, producer of, solar, right, or renewable. And so we're starting to also see, space for renewable energy production, through the same populations that are also traditionally farming. And the last really, trend that I wanted to talk about is we talk a lot about food and feed in the agriculture context, but with, a bigger global shift around sustainability. In India as well, we are starting to see green shoots of, sustainable fuel as well as fiber. Fuel, I mean, we do have, blending targets from a bioethanol point of view. Technologies at different levels of maturity, whether it's 1G or 2G. But, we're starting to also see this conversation around animal feed as well as green industrials, right? So these were 10, in summary, 10 forces that I see as shaping the future of agriculture in India. In terms of what this means, I'm actually going to leave some thoughts with you and also let you ponder over the next few days, and would love to kind of continue the conversation offline. But a few things, right? In terms of the opportunity and vision, this is how it's often laid out, right? Highly diversified, value-added agriculture, resilient to climate change. Scale is a difficult one in India, but there are many ways that we're starting to try to mimic scale, whether it is farmer collectives and cooperatives, or talk of large, agricultural clusters. Global, we've spent a lot of time, about India's global ambition in the food space, which is beyond commodity, but also branded food, nutraceuticals, high-end Ayurveda. And there is a tech, transition that's starting to happen, right? But I think, what are some of the things that are critical to actually make this happen, right? In no particular order, a few things that have been on our mind as we think about our work in this space. One is data. I think if you sit in the ministry that's looking at food arrivals, it still very often will happen that somebody will be picking up the phone and saying, at this largest mandi in the country, how many trucks are coming, and there's a bit of a heuristic way of tracking where arrivals are. We have colleagues that work in the trade. I know how many feet on street they have doing this, right? But just far more precise data in terms of market intelligence, both domestic as well as global, crop production, arrivals. There are green shoots, but I think a lot more will need to be done. And I think the question is, who will put this foundational data ecosystem together? How will this data be shared? What will be monetized? A lot of open questions there. I think the second is really around the research ecosystem. We have seen in this budget, the last budget, a lot of focus on, for example, putting out climate resilient seeds, or even just fundamental agriculture R&D. But I think an open question is, is this going to be enough and fast enough, to meet the growing needs and demands of the agriculture system? And it was quite heartening to hear some of the dignitaries talk not just about trade and commodity, but also trade and technology, as well as knowledge and innovation. And I think this is going to be a huge opportunity for global collaboration. I think the third is, how does all of this actually get to the last mile? And there is a big overhaul that's probably needed in our agriculture education and extension systems as well, both in terms of the topics as well as the models of delivery. And again, these are institutions that have been here since the Green Revolution and before, and I think we will need to fundamentally start to reimagine some of them. The fourth is capital. Thanks to some of our government programs, there is a lot of short-term capital that is now starting to flow in the system. But I think longer-term capital formation is something that we have set a higher target of growth for. And there are not as many conversations around equity infusion. We have a lot of companies that are, pharma companies. At what point will we start to talk about whether there is possibility of equity infusion into some of these for longer-term wealth creation? The fourth is risk. We talked about it in the context of climate change, and I think we do have, some crop loss protection mechanisms. They can obviously be more advanced in terms of index-linked, et cetera. But I think another really big consideration is on the pricing side, and I think, starting as policy to really think about price stabilization, hedging mechanisms, and how do we actually, build a more resilient, agriculture system to the vagaries of nature as well as global markets as we integrate will be an important one. And the last is, I think we all, ask for this and request for this, is just policy certainty and consistency. And I think you will probably, also be seeing some of those themes play out. But, these are some of the big unlocks. There are many more, but the ones that I would perhaps, talk about and prioritize. So thank you very much. That was, a whirlwind tour of a few forces shaping Indian agriculture, and I wish you a great conference and, enriching discussions around pulses.
Thank you so much, Mr. Parna. Before you leave the stage, I would like to request Manik sir to please join us here on the stage, as we would like to present a token of gratitude to the lady. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we are ready to proceed towards the next presentation of the day. It's the overview of global pulses scenario with reference to Indian context. And to talk about it, please put your hands together as I extend my warm welcome to CEO Asia Business, McDonald Peltz Global Commodities, Mr. Sumit Gupta.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I think it's the toughest session. As mentioned, it is very difficult to keep people away from the pulses outside. But just to begin with, as we say in our context, that is Anam Brahmam Rasam Vishnu, Bhokta Deva Janardanam, which means the psychology of a country is decided by the food they consume. And India, being a civilization which is 5,000 years old, the civilization is decided by pulses. Because why? Because vegetarian food has a very important importance in Indian civilization, and vegetarianism comes from pulses in India. And that is where we believe it has a central position, not only from the point of view of food consumption, but from the point of view of government policy. All of you know what is the national song of India? I think everyone knows, right? That is Vande Mataram, Sujalam Suflam, Malya Shitlam. Sasya Shamlam Matram. Why I am saying what is the importance of this word? The Sasya Shamlam Shitalam means the land which gives bountiful grains. And bountiful grains, why it is important? Because it's a stated objective of Government of India to be Atmanirbhar in pulses, so that it becomes self-reliant, and it comes from the point of view that we have enough land and productivity to bring this country to be self-sufficient in pulses, at least from the point of view of production. And pulses, as mentioned, it's a civilizational thing. It's not related only to how we consume pulses, but it has a religious significance. Right from the point of view of India's ancient texts, from Mahabharata, Vedas, to Harappan culture, you find pulses everywhere. And sustainability is a part of life, because pulses uses minimum amount of water to produce 1 kg of pulse vis-a-vis the amount of water consumed. And that makes pulses as a core of what we are. And now fast forward to today, as we saw what is the importance of pulses in the past and what is the importance of pulses now. Why? Because our economy is growing, our macros are improving, country is becoming urbanized, working age population is, people are getting into working age segment. There is an increased ease of doing business, reduction in poverty, and all this factor leads to one thing, that is increase in protein consumption. It has happened in China. As you know, in US, the bean imports in China has gone up from 28 million tons in 2008 to 210 million tons now. Why 2008 is important? Because per capita income of China in 2008 was $2,500, which is exactly the same per capita income India has at this moment. And why these numbers are very important? Because as India's income will go up, as we have seen in the last presentation, as we have to become Viksit Bharat, we have to go from an economy of $4 trillion to an economy of $25 trillion in next 20 years. And what does that $25 trillion economy means? Keeping a constant, which China has of 11% in agri-GDP, our agri-GDP will go up from 500 billion to $3 trillion. I don't know many people who have become billionaire investing in China, but here is an address where you can become a billionaire investing in Indian agri segment. And it is a place to be in. Why? Because a country is decided, the future of a country is decided by education level, by the work ethics, by the population dividend. I think India is taking all the right boxes at this moment. We have to migrate 500 million people from agriculture or rural India to urban India in next 20 years. Why? Because our urbanization right now is 30%. It will go to 60% in next 20 years. And what does it mean? It means the country is going to see, India is going to become rich before it gets old. And when it becomes going to become rich, a lot of people think that India is a poor country. No, we were the most richest country in the world for 1700 years of written history, as been produced by World Bank, Angus Medicine. It is just that we have lost our space in last 300 years. And once incomes will go up, what is most important thing, that the protein consumption in the country is going to go up. And protein consumption can go up only by two sources, either poultry or pulses. And with around 30% of the population which is vegetarian by choice, that means they'll be able to consume a lot more pulses in this country. And the amount of money that people are going to spend on food is going to increase substantially. As we know, people in India at the moment spend around 40% of GDP on food. That is $1.6 trillion. And as will become a $25 trillion economy, because of the power of compounding, what's going to happen is, and we are going to spend around 30% of that money on food. So our economy on food is going to go up from $2 trillion to $7.5 trillion. So it is one revolution which is going to happen in front of us. the protein consumption rate in the country is so low that it is only going to go up. And what does it mean? It means once we have exhausted our production potential largely because of the changes in weather and various factors, that means our production and supply gap in the country is only going to go up. Even in normal weather circumstances, again, I'm highlighting, even in normal weather circumstances, and you have to factor the abnormal weather conditions, La Nina, El Nino, and in warm weather, hailstorms, the abnormality of monsoons, along with that. And this is only going to tilt the supply and demand balance towards more international linkage. I'm not using the word import at this moment, I'm saying international linkage, because when we say Atmanirbhar, and we at India has a stated policy of Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam. So if world is my home, we cannot say only Indian farmer is my farmer. So we have to look at how we internationally link ourselves to help our Indian consumer have their dietary preference. Because when we talk about Atmanirbhar, why we only talk about Indian farmer? Why don't we talk about Indian consumer? Why don't we talk about the mothers in India who are anemic? Why we are not talking about the kids in India who are malnutrition? Why we are not talking about the possibilities of population potential we are not able to achieve in this country because people are not able to get healthy food? And all these things are going to make a big difference as we believe that countries should move towards more protein consumption. And once more protein consumption will come, India will become more healthy, India will become more prosperous. And so those two things are completely interlinked. You cannot dissociate growth of this country from protein consumption. If we will disassociate and we will only see pulses from the supply side, we will commit the problems that we have committed last year. We have to see what we need, how we need, the path we need to follow. Economic prosperity will always come with enhanced food consumption. And that is the way forward. India's production volatility, we know India produces around 25 million tons of pulses on a global production of around 94 to 95 million tons. And every time there is a dip because of La Nina, because of El Nino, because of 3+2 monsoon cycle, we become a huge net importer. And that huge net importer actually changes the global dynamics on the production side. And there is a concentration of production. In Kharif, 8 states produce 85% of production. 7 states in Rabi produce 90% of the production. What does it mean? That means production is clustered. And whenever production is clustered, what does it mean? It is more open to weather risk. Because if those districts get impacted, it leads to big production swing. And that also means it is an easy job for government of India to make that clusters, to witness those and do better production modeling around those districts. So we need more hand-in-hand approach. We don't need to see industry and government as two different people. They are one. Industry, no country can thrive without a good ecosystem. IT industry cannot thrive without Infosys. Similarly, our pulses industry cannot thrive without having good participants locally and internationally, along with the policies which help everyone to do business in a smooth fashion. Today we are on 13th, 12th of Feb, and we don't know what is going to be the policy in next 15 days, which is not congenial for trade, for business, for international farmer, for Indian consumer. And whenever there is an El Nino, we know there is an impact on the production. Indian production goes down, and it is not a rocket science. If normal analysts like us can analyze this fact, Government of India has much more historical data, much more validity of information. So instead of saying that there is no problem, first thing, the best part about this budget, first thing they acknowledge, as income is going up, the demand-supply gap in pulses is going to open up. And once demand-supply gap is going to open up, that means you are acknowledging that we cannot be self-reliant only from the production point of view. Because what happens? When you try to become self-reliant from production point of view, try and kill demand. And once you try to kill demand, you reduce the protein consumption in the country. And then you make country unhealthy. So overall, we have to see how we are going to make country economically and nutritionally prosperous. And route to that is not to do modeling basis normal weather condition, but to do modeling basis variable weather condition. We need to work on neural models. We don't need to work on one-factor static models. Apart from that, in terms of volatility, why pulses prices are volatile? Everybody says traders, this, that, but the simple answer is there is no buffer stock. If you have a buffer stock, we can easily make a model that on let's say a chickpeas has a production of 11 million tons, and if you have a 2 million ton of buffer stock, the prices will not move. If pigeon peas production is 5 million, our consumption in India is 4.3 million tons, and we have a buffer stock of 600,000 tons, which get rotated. We can iron out a year deviation without having a price anomaly. So the problem today is not production, problem today is not prices. Problem today is just looking for tomorrow. What I'm going to just say as a colloquial example, in 1972, when a US ambassador visited China, he asked, what is your view about the French Revolution, which took 200 years back? They said, we are still analyzing. The point that I'm trying to say, we are still trying to find what will be the impact on future. The point that I'm trying to say that if we want to become Viksit Bharat, 2047 is just 23 years ahead of us. But we have to plan for those 23 years from today. And that planning is not going to come by reacting for tomorrow. It's going to come for reacting and planning for the future. So, again, if China's growth was driven by Brazil and US, India's growth is going to be driven by Australia, Black Sea, Canada. Why? Because they have land, we have demand. They produce pulses and wheat, and we need it as we are going to grow, as our consumption is going to grow. So in terms of, and second, India is North Hemisphere, Australia is South Hemisphere. So all those factors, those exigencies is going to bring a lot of coordination, food especially, and a lot of coordination among those countries. And I believe India cannot grow economically on its own without reliance and dependence with the global partners. The global production of pulses is around 94 million tons, trade is around 21 million tons. Out of that, dominant trade is peas, chickpeas, lentils, pigeon peas, and rest other pulses make the balanced quantity. But largely the point that you have to focus is look at the percentage of trade that takes place in pulses without having any hedge mechanism. It is extremely high. What does it shows? Because out of 94 million tons, take out 25 million tons out of India. So you only have 70 million tons of global supplies. Take out Pakistan, Bangladesh, only 60 million tons of global supplies, and you trade 22 million tons out of it. So every third grain which is produced worldwide in pulses get transacted. And hence, whenever a buyer becomes strong, the global market becomes extremely volatile. And it's been said, even with all these problems, we are looking towards India. Why? Because because today, because a lot of people say India is interesting but not important. But in pulses, India is interesting and India is important. So what does it mean? It means that we have a buying power which is going to drive the market in the future. And that is where we have to acknowledge it. And we have to see that global trade is going up, and when it's going up, it is the center of the focus of the global trade will always be Asia. And when it will be Asia, it will be dominantly India. And in terms of, now I have divided into various products. Chickpeas is the main product because it comes from Australia. And we have done a thorough analysis on how Australia behaves. Australia average price realization is $740 this year for the farmer, and their export number depends on what India is going to import. 2016 was the biggest export year for the Australian farmers, which was around 2 million tons. This year we are averaging around 1.6, 1.7 million tons of product exports. What does it mean? It means Australian farmer produces for us. They see Indian consumer as their preferred partner. And that is where we need to have more conjoint policies where we can grow together, we can participate together. It is not a role which is exclusive or competition. It is a role which is symbiotic and growth-oriented for both of us. Similar story on the Canada. It is largely focused out of Australia and Canada. Pigeon peas, which is the problem child, queen of pulses, problem child for Government of India. On a production of 4 million tons, production goes either side 30% because of the El Nino and the areas where it is planted and harvested. There is no research technology which has come in last many years to bring shorter duration varieties into the pulses production, especially pigeon peas. And I believe this is an analysis we have done a couple of months back that whenever normal monsoon comes up, Indian prices goes below MSP. And as soon as they go below MSP, who is the biggest loser? Indian farmer is not able to sell at a higher price, but in India, we are going to consume the pulses which have come into India at a much higher price. That means the benefit of Indian price escalation has not come to Indian farmer, but it has gone to the foreign farmer. And in terms of import of pulses, let me put it this way, look at this number. Most of this people are taking this wrong. Why prices have gone down in India in 2024? Because we have imported 7.3 million tons of pulses between January and December. Don't look at the financial year. Please look at the calendar year. This is the highest amount of pulses we have ever imported in our history. 7.3 million tons of pulses in 1 year. And our production came back after good monsoon in June, July, August. And hence expectation of the good harvest came into picture, and that's where market crashed from October onwards. And that is where you need to build monthly SNDs. You need to build monthly numbers. And there is a Greek saying that if you don't send your soldiers to the school, then cowards will make your policy and idiots will fight for you. And that is happening without putting data into picture. We are taking decision by wish, not by numbers, not by what is impacting the country or what is the long-term or short-term impact of those things. This is an analysis that we have done that about the average import price of every commodity and what is the impact of that on Indian farmer. On right-hand side, this is the average price on which we have imported every commodity into India. And this is the MSP in the second graph. If you take the difference and multiply that difference to the production of that particular commodity in India, we have overpaid $3.2 billion equivalent of Indian farm produce to the foreign farmer. There are around 20 million pulses farmer. That means by having a skewed policy, what we have done, we have reduced the per capita income of Indian farmer by $150 per person per year. And which is anyhow around $600 when it comes to a farmer. That means we have taken away 25% of the income potential from Indian farmer. I'm not saying it as a loss, but I'm saying how better policy formulation can help Indian farmer, can help global farmer. So what is Indian, because every time people, the easiest profession for people is to curse government. But personally, I believe the job of government is the maximum number of benefit to the maximum number of people. Their intention is always right. And in India, they have two objectives, is to give good price to farmer, and number two, to make sure that inflation does not go up. So when they have to give good price to farmer, when the situation we are in at the moment, where prices are crashing, prices are going down, that means the role of government will shift towards giving higher realization to farmer. And by how? By bringing duties, by bringing tariffs, by bringing import, difficult. But as and when, if we get into a poor normal monsoon cycle, then the role of the government will shift more towards the inflation. And I think government structurally has shifted from inflation management cycle to price management cycle. Why? What is the trigger? We have seen CRR being cut by RBI a couple of days back. That means government is comfortable on food inflation. That's the first time. And what does CRR means? That means more money is going to come into the market, okay? And once government is comfortable on the inflation, that becomes the first sign that their policy will not be driven by what is the price of the commodity, but what is the realization of Indian farmer. So 20% fundamentals, 80% policy, politics, and reaction. What are 20% fundamentals? It is the numbers which we get once in a year, and these are usually to meet the budget numbers. That okay? How can in a country production goes every time, goes up every year? There are weather cycles. We have to understand that, okay? And by the time we react to that, it's too late. And Indian bureaucrats, they are great, but they don't have right data in their hand most of the time to take timely decisions. So, and what I have done, I have just to summarize the thought process that I have covered. From the farmer point of view, we need to protect and incentivize Indian farmer. We need to do investment in seed research, sustainability policy, and farmer connect, El Nino and production modeling. From consumer point of view, nutritional security, increasing per capita consumption of pulses, and supply security during El Nino years. And the core for that is going to be buffer policy norms and reduced volatility of the pulses prices. By how we are going to do it? By dynamic duty structure, farmer, consumer, traders, government, part of same ecosystem. We are not competing with each other. We are together. And government should invest in supply side analytics. Apart from that, I think we need to have a dispute resolution mechanism in India. We should have an arbitration board, arbitration bodies, because you must have read the theory of lemons. It's a economics paper which has got a Nobel Prize in economics, which talks about if the contract quality goes down, then eventually the price to the consumer goes up, because technically everybody prices in that cost into the contract, and that is inefficient for the country. So to reduce the transaction cost is one of the objectives that any country should have to have the ease of doing business. And direction for global farmer, it is not only about our farmer, but we should have a direction for our partners. If Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam is what we believe in, then we should have a long-term policy, which is more about dynamic duty structure, with the clarity that what we are going to do 6 months, 1 year, 2 years down the line. It is a great opportunity for Government of India to buffer stocks, to build stocks. Why? Because bad weather is coming. As we say in the Game of Thrones, winters are coming. So what we want is enriched farmers, healthy consumer, and prosperous ecosystem. And this is what the need of the hour. It is the need of the hour is, or the situation is not us against them. The situation is not about who is making money, who is losing money. Situation is not about who is winning. Situation is about country is losing. And what we should do together to bring our country at a position, because of our consumption power, we have that buying power in the market, and we have to translate that into actual business and having, as we say, Trump, trade, and tariffs. So we also have to look at the negotiation part when we talk about that side. And we believe India has a good bargaining power when it comes to pulses, and we should look towards how we use it to make Indian farmer, global farmer, and the participants enriched. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Would like to request you to please stay on the stage just for another moment, as I would like to request Mr. Satish Upadhyay, Honorable Secretary from IPGA, to please join us here on the stage and share the gratitude. Well, we would like to felicitate the gentleman, Mr. Sumit Gupta, ladies and gentlemen. Can we have a huge round of applause when we do that? Thank you so much. With that, ladies and gentlemen, next we have is panel discussion, which is scheduled for 2:15. So would like to request you all to please take a lunch break, and let's all assemble back at 2:15.
gusta gay? हैं? हमारे से मौसम छोड़ी उल्टे डिफरेंट आवाज दोनों माइकों में
Can you reconfirm the name? Not right now.
No,
I'm
no,
just
that time.
say it's on. Mr. Lalit, can you say your surname? gentlemen, welcome back to 7th edition of the Pulses Conclave. I hope we have some energy now. You all had the lunch, right? Had the lunch? Have some energy? Ready for the panel discussion? Not yet. We all are ready for the panel discussion, right? Can we have a huge round of applause just to check the energy level? Come on, everybody. A little louder, we are checking the energy here. Come on. All right, with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are all set to start the panel discussion. The topic is Global Pigeon Peas Outlook. And we have some extremely brilliant panelists, ladies and gentlemen, here with us. Allow me to start by introducing the moderator, first of all, here on the stage, Mr. Lalit Bangar, ladies and gentlemen. He is a global pulses specialist. He will be moderating the session. And now we are more than honored to invite all the panelists on the stage one by one, starting by inviting Mr. Dilip Mohanty, who is the Senior Vice President from Reliance Retail. Louder round of applause. Let's welcome the gentleman. Let's welcome Mr. Shyam Narsaria, who is the President of OTA, Myanmar. Mr. Ankush Jain, who is the Business Head, Pulses Olam. And we have a panelist all the way from Tanzania, Miss Irene Made, ladies and gentlemen. She is the Director General of COPRA. We have one more panelist, Mr. Satish Upadhyay. He will be joining the session very soon. Till then, I would like to request the moderator, Mr. Lalit Bangar, to please do the honor.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. First of all, I'm privileged to be here on invitation of IPGA and to share the discussions on very important product like Turhol with all my eminent panelists. And this being the first opening discussion on a product, Turhol. And I am accompanied by all, can you come closer, Irene? Thank you. Yeah. Right. So we have seen the Tur prices last year going terribly down, and it was to a lot of people, they caught by surprises. So let me just start the presentation for one of the important origin, Myanmar. So slide, please. Who is running the, yeah, Myanmar slide, please. Mr. Shyam would take us through the Myanmar scenario. Mr. Shyam, over to you.
Hello. Hello. Good afternoon. Welcome to IPGA once again, and thank you for joining this panel discussion. Current crop in Myanmar for this year is around 375,000 tons to 4 lakh tons, which is almost 20% higher than the last year. But if we compare from 2001, which was around 100,000 tons, this year we have around 400,000 tons, so it is big jump. The reason behind this big jump is India demand, the shortage in India last year, and several times the Indian government and the embassy of India in Myanmar, they requested Myanmar farmers, Myanmar associations to grow more pulses as India is short and to support with the supply of pigeon peas. That is why we can witness a production of around 400,000 tons in this year. And if the policy is clear and long term, like a few days back we got one notification that the pigeon peas export is extended till 31st of March 2026. We welcome that step, but we request the Indian government to please make a long-term policy so that we can control the prices in India, we can check the food inflation, and other countries like Myanmar and Africa, they can have a long-term vision and do the sowing and production accordingly.
May I put a question to you, Mr. Sham? Now, you said that the Myanmar farmers were encouraged to grow more last year due to the good demand and all. Now, how is the scenario you think going forward for this year when we see this very steep fall in the prices in India? So whether the Myanmar farmers are still encouraged, keeping in mind that the policy has already been made clear, the imports is allowed till next year, 31st of March of 26. So with this, do you think the Myanmar farmer would be encouraged to grow more?
Very good question. I think the entire trade wants to know. Indirectly, the question is, will the production be same or it will come down or it will go up? So I feel, I already answered this before, if the policy is stable, if the policy is for long term, then definitely MEMA will maintain the same level or maybe higher. Actually, the production depends on the fundamental.
Policy has already been this for this year. It is clear till 31st of March of 26. There is no
I'm
fear.
coming for future. So if the fundamentals are clear to everyone, the entire commodity market runs on demand and supply. This is the fundamental. If there is a demand, suppose there is overproduction, and if there is demand from India, definitely the MEMA production will go up. But if there is any sudden change in policy, or if suppose there is a less demand from India, as we are hearing my Indian counterpart will tell us the production and consumption and demand from India. So I feel if everything goes right, definitely we can see 450,000 to 500,000 tons in MEMA next year. Because MEMA farmers are they are trying to develop, even the government of MEMA they support the farmers with short-term loans, and now they are supporting with quality seeds and all kind of support which is needed for the export of pulses from MEMA. So MEMA government is very positive and they want to grow the production, like we have seen other commodities also from Myanmar like black mapte and green mung bean. This year black mapte production is record, it will cross 1 million tons. So even PGN peas is also growing, but since this is a 6-month crop, so it cannot be like jump in one year, say 100%, maybe slowly, as the market behave, as the price depends, but 100% it depends on the policy.
Thank you. Okay, now we move on to another important origin, which is East African countries. And we have seen last year a lot of issues with one of the exporting country, Mozambique. So keeping that into view and the intentions to grow more production, let us take us through Mr. Ankush. You would like to put the African scenario. You can, next slide please, anybody? Yep.
Hi everyone, very good afternoon everyone. So in case of Africa, it seems that in the past almost 1 decade, many of the African countries, largely East African countries like Kenya, Malawi, Mozambique, Sudan and Tanzania, they have really responded well in terms of production. For the past 3 years, rather in 2022 or 2023 when government have declared the imports of African countries into India is allowed till 2025. So I think Africa as a continent has really responded well, and the continent which used to produce about 500,000 tons has gone up to 1 million tons, and including few of the new geographies like Nigeria and Kenya. So if you look at the overall numbers which are displayed on the screen, so they're almost 53% growth in year on year. In 2023, which the exports were about 6.4 lakh ton, which is about 0.64 million tons, has gone up to 0.98 million ton last year. Specific to, let's say, multiple countries, if we talk about Nigeria or Kenya, which used to be about a very, very insignificant contributors to the Indian imports. But this year, in 2024, we have seen there's a good amount of imports from exports from Kenya and exports from Nigeria as well. Along with that, the Mozambique, which is one of the key exporters out of Africa, which used to export about 200 to 250K. Last year, they've exported more than 350K. Then if you talk about Malawi, then again, the story remains the same. The country which used to export about 50,000 tons has exported more than 84,000 tons last year. Then if we talk about Tanzania, and which again used to be considered as a 150K country, that have again supported the Indian government to export more than 300,000 tons. So with all these efforts which the African farmer has shown and the confidence which Indian government has shown to the African farmers by extending the policy till 2025 and 2026, I believe that if that policy will be clear up till 2030, at least for the next 5 years, the farmers in Africa can have more response to the production of pigeon peas, and they can produce it well. Along with it, I believe not only the production, but also the consumption side. As being a miller in India, we run few mills in India, and I believe being a miller in India, the consumption of African product, which used to be about 40 to 50,000 tons a month. Now, in the past 2 years, when we saw a La Nina situation in 2023 and poor production in India, the African government and African farmers have responded extremely well, because of which the imports were there, and Indian consumer have also responded well. Wherein the consumption, which was 40 to 50,000 tons, has gone up to 80 to 90,000 tons a month, which means there is a good acceptability of African product as well into India. So I think it's a good partnership between African continent and India as a country, wherein that can really gel well if there's a policy clarity for the next 3 to 5 years.
Yeah, extending the same discussion to Ms. Irene. Now, last year, there is a change in the system of procurement in Tanzania. From rather than open market, I think it was through auctions, and there is a different change. Would you like to perhaps highlight about those changes? And after that, those changes, how did you find the system of procurement in Tanzania has become more flexible, easy, or it was tough to get because there was a certain price band was there? And also maybe you would like to highlight on that, number one. My second question is that, again, the same which I asked Mr. Sham, that going forward, whether the Tanzanian farmers would be encouraged to grow production, because we have seen this huge growth in the almost 1 million ton is last year, the figure is touched for all these African countries. So what do you think about that? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I take this opportunity to thank the organizers for this very good convening and for having Tanzania on the stage. So yes, as I can echo what a colleague from Olam is saying, we've actually seen and seen the huge increment in terms of the production of pigeon peas. As he's mentioned, over the last 3 years, we've seen over 56% increment in what we are actually producing as a country, and majority of this is actually coming to the international stage. And this is brought about, yes, we understand the global sort of climate issues, and as well as policy from India that is allowing us to actually be able to access this market. But more so, it's also a serious investment from our government, where we've seen serious commitment in terms of positioning Tanzania as a food basket of the world. And when it comes to pulses, definitely Asia and specifically India is a big market. So now coming with that sort of strong investment as a government, it was also necessary to ensure that we're having a very streamlined and robust marketing structures that are allowing us to trade with the world. And also not only just to trade, but to ensure that what we bring to the world stage is actually meeting the standards that are actually needed. And on that matter, we had to make sure that we are formalizing our structures from the aggregation from the farmers, so that they aggregate by using the cooperatives. But not only that, then we are actually having warehouses that are actually regulated by Warehouse Receipt Board Authority in Tanzania, where we are able to ensure that quality assurance is actually, and grading, as well as cleaning facilities that are actually installed in those warehouses is happening, so that the produce that we bring to the world stage, with all the investment that the government has done, we need to make sure that we are meeting the international standards. But in addition to that, after having the produce already prepared within the warehouse system, we needed to make sure that we are allowing our traders across the globe to actually be able to trade with us. So we have a commodity exchange in Tanzania called Tanzania Mercantile Exchange, and now we have mandated all the pulses must actually pass through this system of being aggregated from the co-ops, going into the warehouse receipt system, where we are able to control the quality and ensure that whatever we are bringing on the world stage is actually meeting the standards. But additional to that, then we are actually trading it by using our Tanzania Mercantile Exchange, which is available to all the traders in the country and outside the country, so that we are widening the opportunity for people to actually be able to engage with Tanzania. And what we've actually seen over the last 2 years or so, that has been the journey. Last year, over 50% of the trading of pulses happened through this system. And this year, we are committed to ensuring that 100% of the pulses that we are actually exporting outside the country is actually coming from that system. So we've heard a lot of accolades from the buyers or the traders themselves. First of all, it's the efficiency of being able to do trade in Tanzania without having to physically go there, without having to deal with some traders that in the past were not necessarily very honest. So there's been a lot of stories that were not good, but now we are seeing affirmation from the traders who are dealing with us that this is actually making them to be able to reach us and to reach us in an assured way that is guaranteeing their business. Now coming to your second question, with some of the changes that are actually happening in India and the prices, you asked me if the farmers will actually continue to be motivated. I have to echo our colleagues from Myanmar. It is important for India to have a stable policy, because the way I look at this, the food security matters. It is beyond our geography, because we have to look at it as a global issue. Especially right now, we have issues of climate change, and we cannot guarantee production year on year. So we have to have a much wider perspective. If we have stable policy, then we will be able to encourage farmers across who we depend upon for food security in the world. So I'm encouraging for India to have a stable policy. But in addition to that, as the prices are coming down, which cannot be guaranteed, we have room to improve productivity. We have room to ensure that what we bring to the market is a lot more, and then being able to secure in terms of the income of the farmer. And these are the areas that we can actually collaborate with India, and it is advanced innovation and technology to actually be able to see how can we actually allow our farmers to get more from whatever piece of land that they have, so that we are able to encourage them to continue with the production, but as well as to be able to continue to feed the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Irene, for a very valuable inputs for a lot of our friends here. Now, going forward, we move to the elephant, or what do you say, Mr. Dilip Mohanty, from Indian perspective, from Reliance perspective, from Dilip Mohanty perspective. So let's move to India side. Welcome to India. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bangarji, for these kind words. Tuar is the second largest pulse crop in India. Very sweet in taste, but it gives a lot of headache to the government, always. From a retailer's point of view, it is very, very important. Wherever we have a store, whatever loose tuar dal we sell at that point of time, any point of time, we want to ensure that our price in our store is the lowest in that vicinity, so that it creates an impression about the store in the vicinity. This goes on to show the importance of tuar in Indian market. With this background, I'll start my bit of a presentation. Okay. Yeah. So this is typically a mandi. I think yesterday I have taken the photograph from this mandis, Maharashtra mandis. This is the place where the farmers, they come and give the material for auction out here. Pigeon peas, actually India produces about 75% of the production globally. India is the largest producer, largest consumer, as well as the importer of tuar at the moment. In addition to India, Africa, they do about 17%, and Myanmar about 6%. Before we get into tour, if you want to see exactly what's happening in pulses basket as a whole, pulses are heavily consumed in India. So there's an uptick as far as production of pulses in India is concerned. Last 6 years, if you see, the production has gone up from 22 million tons to 27.5 million tons. Except for the year 24, last year we had a bad weather, bad crop, so it has reduced. As far as consumption is concerned, that is also continuously going up because of increase in population, increase in disposable income, plus it is getting distributed in a lot of government schemes. And there's always a difference around 2.5 to 3 million tons, and now it is slightly gone up, and which is made through imports. If you look at the main two crops in India, chana as well as tuar, chana production over a period of time, last 6 to 7 years has gone up quite a lot, from 94 lakh tons here to 135. No doubt last year it was slightly less. At the same time, if you see tuar, that is slowly it's going down from 49 lakh tons to 28 lakh tons last year. Luckily, we have a very good crop this year. We are expecting a crop size of 39 to 40 lakh tons. Indian government has been doing quite a lot to make India self-reliant. सुबह से बहुत सारी बात हो भी चुका है. So if you look at the last 11 years, government has been increasing the MSPs. MSPs has been doubled. Production has gone up by almost like 50%. Productivity is also going up quite a lot, from 656 to 953, about 45%. So area under pulses is going up. Area production is going up, productivity is going up, and our import requirement slowly it was going down, except for last year, which has gone up. We had a bad crop, so government had no option but to open the floodgates of imports. A lot of white peas and chickpeas has come to India. And at the same time, India is the largest procurement agency at the moment. At any point of time, India is holding a lot of material, more than all of the traders put together. Then we come to today's topic. What is the crop estimate for the year? And what is the estimated price trend we are looking at for the next 2 to 6 months? The main three states are Karnataka, Maharashtra, and Gujarat. And last year, as per the government estimate, the crop was 34 lakh tons. But the way we saw the prices moving up, the way we saw the reduced arrivals, the private trade pegs it at not more than 28 lakh tons. So there's a difference of around 6 lakh tons between what government predicted and what was the prediction of the private trade. This year, monsoon has been fantastic. The production has been very good. The productivity has been very good. As per the first advance estimate of the government, it is 35 lakh tons. But the kind of reports we are getting from the mandis, when kind of arrival is coming, it is much more than what has been predicted by the government. So we safely can assume that the crop is not less than 39 to 40 lakh tons.
May I intervene here? Yeah, I would like to intervene here. You can see that there is a big gap between the trade and the government estimates. Like last year about 6 and this year about 5. So there is always a fight going on between the government and the trade. That they claim the data to be correct, the trade says the data to be correct. Now how our industry should really move forward, which data they should believe, and basically because there is a sizable difference, close to 15% gap between the trade and the government data. So would you like to say something? Because you yourself is procuring Iraj, this thing, so how do you do yourself and what do you advise to the industry?
That doesn't happen only in pulses. Across the commodities in India, you see that. If you look at wheat, last 2 years, government is predicting 113 to 115 million tons. But actually, I think the crop that comes 102 to 104, that is what I comes to. Sugar last year, I think initially projects on 30 lakh tons. Then the prediction is 32. After that, from ethanol, they diverted something, became 34. So people who had taken a position for sugar price are going to go up, prices crashed, everybody lost. So there is always a lot of difference between what exactly the government numbers are. This accuracy has to improve, like USD and other agencies, they are doing an accurate job. I think with this kind of network we have, the kind of internet has come, kind of IoT data, I think government has to make it more accurate. But at any point of time, at the moment, it's way different as compared to what the actual numbers are.
On some of the forums, I had also suggested, I have been advocating to increase the frequency of the advanced estimates. I don't know whether it is possible or not, because currently we have 4 estimates. So if they increase the estimates with a lot of new technology, and drone technology, and a lot of other fine data which they can predict to the close of the actual data, I think that also will be helpful. But yes, certainly that's always a challenge for all. Thanks.
Yeah. So if you see between the last 2 years, last year the private trade predicted estimated about 28 lakh tons. This year it looks to be 40 lakh tons. In percentage term, it is 42% more than what we have seen last year. So which is quite heartening to know. Then we come to what is the progress of harvest progress in India at the moment. All the 3 states have taken, Karnataka, Maharashtra and Gujarat. Karnataka gets the arrival first. It started from 25th November. Maharashtra about 10 January and Gujarat, it has just started last week. As far as crop size is concerned, overall, the India crop is 25 to 30% more than the previous years, which is very good news for us. And as far as harvesting status is concerned, Karnataka, 100% crop has been harvested, more than 50% of the material has come to the mandis. As far as Maharashtra is concerned, about 50%, 50 to 55% of the material has been harvested, and more than 50% that has already come to the mandis. And as Gujarat is concerned, the arrivals just started last week, so I've ignored the data. As far as productivity is concerned, it is reported that it was 7 to 8 bags per acre. Last year, we had seen the number which is 4 to 5 bags per acre. So it's about 30% the product. There's not only this area increase, there's a productivity increase as well. I think on the 5th of February, I was in Maharashtra mandis in Latura and Akola. So as that say, I saw the price of mandi price was 69 rupees. And then I checked the arrivals, and the Karnataka was 5,000 tons and Maharashtra was 15,000 tons. So I compared that to what happened last year. Why so much this thing? Last year, on the same day, the price was 95 rupees and arrivals were 1/3. So last year, there was a less crop. In spite of the fact the prices were 26 rupees more as compared to what we are seeing now, the arrivals are much less. This time, one side arrivals are coming in good quantity. At the same time, we are getting a lot of information that the farmers are not happy. The prices are 5 to 6 rupees below the MSP. Farmers are not getting the complete material to the mandis. So exactly, I'll sum it up saying that the crop this time is huge. Farmers are holding huge stock, which is come in a staggered way for next 3 to 4 months. Along with that, I think we'll have import arrivals starting from March. March, you'll have lemon, then Sudan, then August, we'll get Africa. So continuously, we have a domestic huge crop. A lot of import will come. Import quantities are going to go up. So we'll have a huge crop this year, looks like. So then we come to the price trend, how the price trend is looking at the moment. If price is always bottom lowest during harvested time, at this time is also no different. Last year, if you see, January 24, the lowest price point we have seen is 92 rupees. That point of time, the MSP was 70 rupees. The lowest price last year operated 22 rupees more than the MSP. And we had a bull run, market went to 118 to 120. After that, we had a good monsoon, market started sliding. Now continuously last 4 months, the markets are going down 101, 91, 78. Now it is around 70 to 71. This time MSP is 75.50, so prices operating 4 to 5 rupees less than the MSP at the moment. And as far as I'm concerned, to my prediction, we have already reached the lowest point. The bottom markets have already been bottom out as far as tuor is concerned. Then we come to how we see the market, what is the demand and supply, and how we see the market for the next few months. We are looking at a production of this year around 40 lakh tons. Import around 10 to 11 lakh tons. So total availability is 52 lakh tons. And our normal consumption tuor dal in India is 42 lakh tons. And the kind of price we are now seeing, price of tuor dal Fatka at Akola Mandi is 105 to 106 rupees. At these prices, lot of demand we are getting from all around. So instead of 42, this could go to 43, 44, that's what I can say. So all said and done, we'll be carrying over 5 to 7 to 8 lakh tons of ending stock. So I've made a wrong estimate. I've been talking to many people running around. I'm making a lot of procurement ourselves. So December, we see a price of 1992. First week, we got 70, 71. That could be the price point. When it is going less than that, arrivals are reducing, and government will be under a lot of pressure to buy the material. And a lot of information is coming anytime both Maharashtra and Karnataka government start buying. By April, we see the market will go to 74, 75, and the upper price this type is capped, not more than 89 to 90, the upper side you will see. So lower side looks like to 70, 71, 72, the upper side is to 79, 80. Again, it depends what government is going to do now. So, looks like the information that is coming, government might buy something like 10 lakh tons. What price they buy, what bonus they give, what quantity in which state, that will last extent will determine the immediate prices. But in a longer term, you want to see then how is the monsoon post-June. And also government policies on white peas. But white peas to a large extent affecting all the crops. Humko pata nahi chalta, we say only chana is getting affected, but I must say all the crops are getting affected. This has a direct bearing, so whether it has been extended or there's a duty is going to come, that will to a large extent will determine what will be long-term prices of tuor and what would be the price direction. I'll just say how the consumer behavior happens and how the market goes up, how there's replacement happens. In case of retail sale mix, when the price of tuor dal last year is going up, if you west and south you see this bit of replacement happens with the mung. And north and east bit of replacement is a home consumption, there's not much of replacement, but actually replacement happens in the HoReCa segment, that's called hotel, restaurant, caterers. This complete replacement happens with one another when the price of one commodity goes up against the other. So the government policy on white peas to a large extent will determine the price of tuor in the future to come. And what kind of sales mix changes when the price goes up? I've just taken a price of November 23 and November 24. I think as compared to November 23, tuor, chana, urad, all the prices, these are store selling prices. Prices have gone up by 6 to 7 rupees and everywhere there's a drop. And that was getting substituted with chana dal over 6%. This kind of substitution happens among the dals themselves. Then we come to see what is the demand and supply in every.
Montiji, I would like to intervene here. There is a lot of hue and cry in the market that when the wholesale prices are going down, but retailers are still sitting pretty. And the prices have not gone down to that much extent as the wholesale price has gone down. So maybe at this stage when you discuss about consumers' behavior and your dal side, perhaps you would like to add it here. Being one of the largest retailer, he is smiling. I know you must have made good money last year, but anyway, what is your idea here? Thank you.
Yeah, this is a fantastic topic for the TV debates always. So I'll segregate into two parts. One is the organized sector, which is about 17 to 18%, otherwise unorganized sector around 82%. Organized sector means kirana store, mom-and-pop stores. If you look at any kirana store down the corner, their requirement monthly around 200 rupees or 200 kgs or 300 kgs. Suppose in organized sector, I am buying from Akola, truckload material comes to my home, this thing directly. But when a small kirana fellow takes that material, from there it goes to APMC Mandi, then from there it goes to another aggregator, from another aggregator he wants only 2 bags. If my transportation or anybody for that matter of transport is 3 rupees a ton kg, for him it comes to more than 7 to 8 rupees. Plus in a month, in a kirana fellow sells about 200 to 300 kgs of tuor dal a month. So unless and otherwise he takes 7, 8, 10 rupees, how can he survive? I think you need to understand that. As far as organized sector is concerned, we have got a loose tuor dal, which is a packed tuor dal. As far as loose is concerned, we are absolutely cracking price. We give absolutely no hike in prices. But when it comes to the packing, when the loose is packed, the price 10 rupees goes up because you have to have packing expenses. There's a lot of processing, packing, all that happens. Plus there's a 5% GST gets added. Plus another misnomer because on all the packs we give MRP. People don't see actually what price we are selling. They see at the MRP, they start making a lot of noise. So I thought this could be one of the ways you can. Sorry. Yeah. So then we come to how the demand supply India is looking at the moment. If you look at the opening stock for last 4 years, it's slowly reducing day by day from 6 lakhs, 3 lakhs, 1 lakh. Hopefully we'll have a much better opening stock last year, carryover stock of 9 lakh tons. As far as Indian production is concerned, it was also going down continuously 36, 33, 37, and this time we got a fantastic crop. Finally, it should come 39 to 40, what we have been predicting. As far as import concerned, it is ranging with 7 to 8 lakh tons. This time looks like the crop in both the places is slightly better. Mr. Nursery is saying, plus Africa also information coming. All put together, we might get something like 10 to 11 lakh tons against our consumption requirement of 42 lakh tons. So we'll have a carryover stock of close to 8 to 9 lakh tons, hopefully, yes. Then what has changed between last year and this year? Last year, the price has gone through the roof. just I thought I'd put the numbers together. Last year, the production was 28, import 7 to 8 lakh tons, total supply was 36 lakhs against our requirement of 42 lakhs. There is short supply of 6 lakh tons. And this year, the total supply is 52 lakh tons against 42. The consumption might go to 44 also at low prices. So between last year and this year, there's a difference of availability of 16 lakh tons is the difference. That is what is impacting the market at the moment. Anytime, any commodity you talk about, when it is go through the roof, the prices goes up so much, it has to bound to crash next year. I have thought I'll take some corollary. I've taken quite a lot of examples. If you look at Jeera, last year the 22-23 price was 450. This year, today it's 210 rupees, less than 50%. Sunflower oil, because of Ukraine war, it's gone to 200 rupees. Next year, it was 98 rupees, not even 100 rupees. And 215-16, we have seen tur dal prices gone 125 to 130. Next year, it was 45 rupees. We are exactly into similar kind of situation. We are starting 125 last year. This time we are predicting it can't go to 45-50 because a higher MSP, higher cost of cultivation. It will range somewhere 70 to 71. But all depends government policy, policies on many things, government's procurement, all put together. So then I thought I'll just put the graph and see where you want to buy. If you see last year, that the blue line on the top, we started with 113 rupees, then it came down to 90 rupees, then we had a bull run, prices went up. And we got a small window to buy at 92, 93 rupees. Because after that, we had a V-shaped movement last year. This year, the prices for 101 has gone down to 71. It's already been bottom out, but it's not going to go away the way it has gone last year. We are looking at a price up to 73, 76, and post-April, there is always a drop because the demand goes down and the pipelines are all filled. So there's a drop happens, and then after that, monsoon will decide quite a lot. By my request to all the millers and stockists to go slow slightly in terms of buying up to the higher. Plus, whatever you want to buy, don't buy it at stretch. Please stagger it for 2 to 3 to 4 months. That I am also going to do. So I'd conclude by saying that the domestic production of tur is quite promising, close to 40 lakhs. Expecting a staggered arrival for next 3 to 4 months. A good quantity of imported Burma put together, we might get our 11 lakh tons. The upper side is capped this year, 79 to 80, that is we're filling at the moment. All depends lot of factors, government policies and procurement and monsoon and all that. And carryover stock will have 8 to 9 lakh tons. As of now, it looks like. And before we end, I think there's a lot of discussion is going on today. Minister also saying what's happening. Bharat Dal is distributing. I thought I'll give you a glimpse exactly what's happening in Bharat Dal, and because Bharat is getting distributed through our stores, mostly the modern format stores, and we are the biggest distributor of Bharat in India at the moment. So I have taken all the lists: chana dal, masoor dal, moong dal, everything they are giving. When it comes to chala dal, we are selling at 70 rupees, and our cost price is 62 to 63. And which is about now it is 10 rupees cheaper than the market, and sometime back it was 20 rupees cheaper than the, it is really picking up well. East, west, north, south, all around it is doing so well. So whatever all Bharat we are selling, that was 47%. Then if you talk a rice, I think that's rice, slightly thick rice. I think we are selling at 34 rupees and the replacement cost 38 rupees. So similarly in case of atta, I think we're selling at 30 rupees, replacement cost 37. So these three items are selling very well, chana, then rice and atta. Something like masoor dal we're selling at 80 rupees, that is placed slightly more than the market price. So that's very, very slow. So I just had to give some idea about Bharat.
That's it. Thank you. Thank you so much for the detailed, great presentation, Montiji, as ever. And now, you see, there is always a fight between the industry and the government that, okay, the industry blames government for the policy delays, for the not so prompt actions, not so clarity they give for the importers or suppliers or traders or overseas suppliers also. So looking, then the government, Indian government has got aim to become self-sufficient in a couple of years. So what do you think, from your experience, should be some good ideas to move towards self-sufficiency? Though there is a MSP mechanism, but do the really government buy all the products at MSP? Though the Minister in the morning, Mr. Prahlad ji has mentioned in the morning that they have got 6-year mission with 1,000 crore funds to procure tuar, urad, masoor through NAFED, and they will try to procure all 100% crop of the farmers. So that will give a good boost if it happens to the farmers community. But what do you think, what suggest you can provide to move towards this self-sufficiency?
First and foremost, we have to look at the data. Unless and otherwise you know what is the disease, how can you give a prescription? So data accuracy is very, very important. That has to be done. I think government has to have a proper data based on which we have to do. Second is, I think in our industry, I think we are working with a lot of short-term policy. Every 2 months, new policies coming up, a new this thing is coming up. That is creating a lot of uncertainty. We have miller, the importer, not only India side and the export side also. So we have to have a long-term policy. You are giving 1 year. 1 year, if you are giving for tour, then same Burma as well Africa you can get. If government give 5 years at a time, I think some new origins like Brazil, Argentina, Australia, they can also grow and come. So long-term policy is very, very important. And third, I say government has to give a clear indication what is they going to do. Now one side you are saying government is going to bank tour. At the same time, lot of notifications, tenders are coming up. Many places they are giving tour and sale. One side they are buying, at the they should have a window on which they are buying, and there should be a window at which they are selling. So that has to be very clear. Otherwise, it is very confusing what to do, what government is doing as an individual or a corporate, what we are going to do. And I think excellent year for the government to make a buffer. I think got ample stock, markets are going down, markets are operating at least 5 to 6 rupees cheaper than the MSP. So MSP buy a lot of this price stabilization, whatever they are going to do. And I think government has been doing a lot of breeder seed, quite a lot of work is going on in many institutes, and BKs, all that we had. So government is in the right direction on this, so bit of a changes has to be done. That is what.
So I move on to Satish Upadhyay now. We would like to from your vast experience in the trade industry as well as with the whole world community, maybe would like to share something?
Thank you, Bangarji. I have listening to most of the panel. Monty ji has explained it very properly. But I have saying that, he was saying that the government figure and the traders figure or market figure is different. So this is not in India. Even in Australia also we are seeing that the figure they are giving of lentils or chickpeas are much more different than what we Indians are, predicting with the government figure and trade figure. Secondly, Monty ji is saying that, as per Monty ji, the market will not go more than 80. But my concern is that even if the crop is say 4 million ton or 40 lakh ton, or import carryover as on date on the port is not negligible. And if the price of the dal will be in between 100 and 120, the consumption will increase. The consumption will increase proportionately. So I don't think the prices cannot go more than 80. I think prices can go to 90 also. And the consumption will increase at this price level of say 100, 120, 130 rupees a kg of tur dal if we are getting. Secondly,
what if, Satish, what if the government extend the import of yellow peas without duty?
See, that has done a lot to all the pulses, not only to the tur, but now everybody has suffered, and now that dent has been now experienced. So I don't think that government is going to, this is my wish or I can say this is my logical thinking that government will not extend this time for the yellow peas to be, import.
There is already the news or some quotation is being spread over that
I don't
10 to 20%
they're
going to put duty, which is,
we cannot say till the last moment, till the decisions come in or till the notification comes in. Nobody is sure in this, in the state, or nobody is sure today what government is going to do. Even if logically it seems that in the October it was very logical that there was no need to extend the yellow peas because we were having enough quantity at the port, and the prices were much below than the international prices. At FOB level, whatever the prices at FOB level we were getting in India. So we cannot say what government is going to think, but as on date we have a very good stockpile of yellow peas. It's more than 1 million ton, and I think logically government should not extend the yellow peas now. Second, because our own crop is coming, yellow peas crop is coming, and farmer are, this time they have showed, so crop size is around 800,000 metric ton approximately. So logically it seems that the government should not extend the yellow peas. Lentil, we have heard that since we have good crop, 16.5 million ton government's data is showing, and we have a carryover of about 5 to 6 lakhs ton. So rationally consumption, demand and supply matches here. And the prices of, say, tur dal is in the range of 100 and 120, then that will impact the consumption of consumption of masoor dal also. So entire basket is related to one or other pulses. But what my feeling is that, my concern is that the entire pulses basket, the buffer stock is very minimal. You can see the buffer stock neither with the government, nor with the trader, nor with the importer. Only the buffer stock position or stock position good is with the yellow peas only, or in some portion of, say, 20% of the lentil crop. But tur, we don't have even 10% of the buffer stock. Masoor, urad, we don't have even 5% of buffer stock. And chana, that is almost dry in the entire basket. Everybody knows that government data is coming. It's much, the picture is very glorified. But since the heat waves are there in the last 2 weeks, 3 weeks, so it seems that the yield will affect drastically in chana, I think, my personal view. And that will impact to tur also. So I feel that tur prices, as Montiji said, will be around 80 rupees. My concern is that when in कहावत in Hindi, जब सारा संसार मंदे में रहता है तभी तेजी आती है. So everybody seems that the tur prices will be range bound. I think there is a chance that the prices can move around 90 rupees, 80 to 90 rupees. So why the logic behind that is that everybody is vacant. All millers, they have really their pipeline is
the Montiji also has presented that this is the bottom price as of now, 70, 71. And then he's shown his graph also.
Yeah, but his graph was reaching to 80 rupees only. Not more than that the graph was going. So my concern is everything is all right.
He's happy selling 80. I think you can buy from him at 90.
No. I am convinced with Montiji, just putting a thing that the entire pipeline is vacant. Second thing, Montiji has given a very logical reason, so there is no need to argue with him. The second view or point of view, from my point of view, is that market can go above 80. Second thing, why the reason behind that is that the pipeline is vacant, and the consumption of dal at the rate of 100 or 120 rupees will be more than what it was at the rate of 150, 160, 170. So suppose if the consumption increased by 20%, then the entire stock pile up, entire government buffer stock will accumulate into the consumption, I think.
Yeah, okay. So the consensus is that the prices are rolling in the bottom range. Further downside is minimal, chances of downside is minimal. So everybody can take a call accordingly. But still, my suggestion would be hear everybody, but do what your instinct says. So at the end, perhaps, I would like to just, with my own experience of 3 decades with the pulse industry, that please keep live with the data and try to avoid the unethical and speculative trade, because that has given a lot of pains to the whole industry, and then we start blaming the government for those things, So please follow STI and not CTI. Means serve the industry rather than controlling the industry. So STI is better than CTI. Thank you. With that comment, I thank my all panelists, and once again, I thank IPGA, and their report is fantastic. If you read like Hanuman Chalisa, every day morning I watch the IPGA news about the market prices and all, which is very, very important and which is very relevant. So let us congratulate IPGA for making the whole this arrangement and wonderful conclave at this place. And Thanks to all my panelists. Thank you very much. Yeah.
One point I would like to mention, Bangarji. Thank you very much, Bangarji. And one more request I want to make here is that those who have not registered for IPJ messaging service can register with them. Those who don't have the messaging service, because I learned today, I have met some of the South Indian millers. They said they are not aware about the messaging service. So we have almost 9,000 actual real-time users for the messaging service, and hope that will be crossed 10,000 by these coming 1 or 2 months. So those who have not adopted, those who have not got the IPJ messaging service can contact me or any of IPJ office, and it will be a free of charge to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. And my special thanks to Bimalji and Mr. Satishji for visiting Myanmar and inviting a big delegation from Myanmar. And I equally thank our Myanmar delegation for coming to India in such a large number. And a very warm regard to His Excellency, Deputy Minister of Agriculture, Livestock and Irrigation, Mr. Tinhu, and other Minister U Min Min, and also Myanmar Ambassador for joining. Thank you for your support. Thanks for coming and showing how much interest you have to work with India for a long term. Thank you.
I would like to mention one more point, Bangarji, if your permission.
Yes, please. Go ahead.
In our this IPJ TPC conclave, we had been to number of places, but the support we have got from the Mr. Sham Bhai RV, that immense, they have made such a nice arrangement in Yangon, and I'm very thankful to you, Shamji, for such a nice arrangement. And the large delegation has come from the Myanmar. Even there was no flights, so their ministers and their association, I have heard that their association has contributed in the tickets and everything, so that is a very, very nice step by the Myanmar Association. Very nice and very kind of you, Mr. Shamji. Thank you for such an arrangement.
With that, we conclude this first session on the product, and hopefully you must have got some inputs and will be leaving this hall afterwards with little more knowledge. Thank you so much. Thank you, my panelists. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everybody. That was definitely an insightful session. I think they deserve a thunderous round of applause. We can do the louder one this time. So before we proceed further, I would like to request the moderator to let's felicitate all the panelists one by one. Would like to request you, Lalit sir, to start with Mr. Dilip Mohanty. Thank you so much, sir. Next, we would like to felicitate Mr. Shyam Narsaria. Thank you so much, sir. Mr. Ankush Jain. Is there any tax on clapping? Come on. Now I would like to request Ms. Irene to please come forward. Mr. Satish Upadhyay. Thank you so much. And we would also like to thank the moderator of the session for moderating it so well. So I would like to request Mr. Pradeep Jindal, sir, to please join us here on the stage. And let's do the honor by felicitating the moderator himself. Can we have a huge round of applause one more time? Thank you so much, sir. With that, I would like to request all of you to please come together in a frame. Let's take a group picture. Well, this session was insightful. We discussed all the challenges and we might have most of the solutions. But before you all head out, can I have a request, a humble request to please stay for one more announcement, ladies and gentlemen. Well, once we are done with the day session, we have a wonderful gala dinner organized for all of you at Purana Kila. So you all are humbly requested to please join us there at Purana Kila. The buses will depart from the outside of the building. Would like to request all of you to please assemble immediately after the end of the conference so that we all can proceed towards the Purana Kila. We understand that you might be tired, but uska solution hi Purana Kila mein hai. So would like to request you to not go back to your hotel inspired. Please join us here at Purana Kila for the gala night. And we also have one award ceremony. So get ready for that as well. See you all there. Meanwhile, we are all set for the next session, ladies and gentlemen. Well, the topic is AG Tech, Pulses-Specific Innovations. And the gentleman who will be taking the session, well, we have Mr. Manik Gupta here with us, who would like to tell us something about the gentleman that Mr. Abhilash said he is going to talk about.
Thank you very much. So I'm taking the role of anchor for the next few minutes. I'd like to introduce our next speaker. His name is Mr. Abhilash Sethi, and he comes from an ag-tech company called Omnivore. Now, a lot of us are in traditional supply chain businesses or some business connected with agriculture. And Mr. Abhilash Sethi comes from New Age Agriculture. He represents a company that's been at the forefront of ag-tech in India. This fund was started in 2010, and Abhilash has been with Omnivore since 2018. He's based out of the Bangalore office of Omnivore. He is the investment director at the company. Apart from his investment responsibilities, Abhilash also sees deal pipeline for Omnivore. Previously, he worked with Mahindra Precision Farming Team, where he mapped the global landscape of precision agriculture technologies and developed partnership with multiple ag startups. Prior to his role, Abhilash worked in Mahindra's heavy commercial vehicle business, managing sales and channel network in Delhi and Mumbai. Abhilash began his career as an operational engineer at Indian Oil. From an academic perspective, he earned his BTech in mechanical engineering from NIT Warangal and MBA from IIM Bangalore. So please welcome Abhilash for this really interesting session. I hope you all can all make time and be seated and enjoy this new age information, which is at the intersection of agriculture and technology. Thank you.
All right. Well, day full of very intriguing sessions, getting into very micro of understanding how pulses movement and the pricing is happening in India and across the world. I think I'll go a little bit back to the macro again, which was a couple of sessions before this one. But first of all, let me extend my deepest gratitude to Manik sir and the entire IPGA team to allow me or give me this opportunity to speak today about what is the innovation and the advancements that is happening in the agri-tech sector in India, and how we as a venture capital fund are trying to catalyze a bit of it by our work and through our portfolio companies. And it's also an honor to kind of stand here among such distinguished officials, dignitaries, and industry leaders from across the world. So from the bottom of my heart, extend my deepest gratitude for that. Regarding Omnivore, I think, Manik sir, you've already mentioned quite a bit, but we are an agri-focused venture capital fund started back in 2010. We invest into agri-tech startups and very recently have expanded our horizons to
agriculture, rural, and climate. These are the three sectors that we invest in. We have a total of about $300 million of assets that we manage across 45 portfolio companies of ours, which are present across the agri sector, right, from farming to aquaculture, sericulture, in technologies, market linkages, inputs, everything. Come into the companies very early, writing about $1 million to $4 million of checks, and which is supporting all the very interesting entrepreneurs trying to solve or address the conventional practices of agriculture to make agriculture sustainable, resilient, and sustainable going forward, profitable, sustainable, and resilient going forward. Some of the recognizable names from our portfolio, if I may say, are Dehat, Arya, Stellapse, Nico Robotics, Pixel. These are some of the companies that we have invested and have done some great work, both in India and across the world. And in this whole journey, we are privileged to have the backing of some of the most fascinating investors across the world, two of whom, Mr. Manik Gupta and Mr. Sumit Mittal, Manik Gupta from Viterra and Mr. Sumit Mittal from Louis Dreyfus, both are present here, and their trust in Omnivore kind of allows us to continue supporting the next generation of entrepreneurs who are building the future of agriculture, not just in India, but for the world. A little bit about how we look at agriculture generally. We always feel that there are three larger problem statements that are getting solved one after the other, and depending on crops and different geography, guided by the larger Malthusian population theory. In India, if we take a look at it, we have a problem of plenty. We grow so much of everything, but we are not able to take the produce to the right markets, because of which the farmers don't get the right price. Very basic economics, supply and demand mismatch is happening. And that is where, if you see what Aparna had told in the earlier presentation as well, that majority of the funding in India has gotten into market linkage companies. Dehat, NinjaCart, Waycool, and a bunch of others raised multiple millions of dollars to see how we can make this supply chain more efficient. What is the outcome of this? Everyone is trying to see if the farmers are able to get or realize the right price for whatever they are producing. Once we solve for this, we believe that farmers will have enough money or disposable income to invest into technology, which will lead us to the second level of problem solving, which is reducing the cost of cultivation for farmers. There we are seeing investments into precision technologies like robotics, sensors, and a bunch of other things are happening. In this bit as well, there is a part which is played by reducing the cost of financing for the farmers as well, where multiple of our portfolio companies are also kind of channeling institutional finance for the farmers, thereby reducing their cost of cultivation. A combination of both these technologies or solutions will lead to increase in profitability of the farmers, and that is where we believe the third level of problem to be solved, which is increasing the productivity of the farms. I mean, right now, multiple companies come to us saying that we need to increase the productivity of rice and so on and so forth. As a VC, we kind of take a step back. That is not the necessity for that particular crop. But that's very different in case of pulses. I mean, in India, we are still a net importer. Our productivities are among the lowest in the world. So in pulses, if someone comes and says, okay, we are working on certain new seed varieties, or we are working on CRISPR, Cas, to increase the productivity of pulses in India, that's something that is interesting. Similarly, the geographical angle, if I look at Pakistan, for example, huge amount of land, good demand of crops, but their productivity is very low. So Pakistan as a nation is focusing on increasing the productivity, which is targeting the third level of problem. If I look at US, for example, they never had a market linkage issue at all, but they had the issue of very high cost of production, and that is where they are trying to see how new modern technologies can come in to reduce the cost of cultivation. And very recently, the focus of investments in the US have moved to increasing the productivity of the farms, and because of which we are seeing biotechnology has been getting a lot of focus, which again Aparna has mentioned in her presentation. So all in all, I think agri is a very important sector for India, contributing, I mean, 18% at Farmgate, 15 to 18%, but if you look at agri and allied services, in terms of agri-manufacturing, in terms of agri-logistics, finance that gets into agriculture, our calculation goes to almost 35% kind of contribution to the GDP of Indian agriculture, GDP of India by agriculture. And that is the space where we as a fund invest in. And historically, if we see, agriculture has been majorly funded through government through debt, through bank debts, and through larger private equity deals. What was missing in this sector was early stage catalytic or risk capital. And that is what Omnivore has been trying to do for the last 10 years, to write that initial check into companies and see if something revolutionary can come out of that. I'll just pause here and have our guys share a short video of what we do and kind of want to give a profile of what kind of founders we invest in, what kind of technologies they work on.
If you want to become an entrepreneur because it is glamorous, then agri-tech is not the right space for you.
Don't, unless you are in it for a long haul, because it takes a long time to build an agri-tech startup.
The problems are so big that there will always be space for more players to join in.
Food security is a massive problem for the future. Food technology and agri-tech are going to be major drivers to solve this problem, not just for India, but for the world.
Platforms are the fastest way to scale any solution. A road may not reach a farmer, but the network will.
Coaxing better yields out of our farms is no longer enough to feed the burgeoning billions.
There is so much more to do in agriculture than just plants and dairy.
Agri is so difficult and so inefficient that everything you touch turns into gold.
In an attempt to increase yields, we have robbed our crops of their defense and adaptability responses. This is why we have to rely heavily on synthetic chemicals, insecticides, and pesticides.
Farmers are the worst affected because of climate change. Currently, farmers have no incentive to shift to regenerative agriculture.
Climate is hard as a market. Agriculture itself is hard. When you put them together, it gets even harder. But really, that is why it is so important. The opportunity is now and it's hot.
There is a growing demand for sustainable alternative ingredients because we have limited supplies of arable land, potable water, and wild flora and fauna.
The most important problem that agriculture in India faces today is that there is no linkage between what farmers are growing and what the consumers want.
I think these are going to be big themes in the future. And so if young folks are training themselves on these aspects today, they could be at the forefront of making these changes.
तो एग्रीटेक की एक खूबी है कि यहाँ ऐसा नहीं कि कल को कोई दीवाना सोचे कि मैं बहुत सारी फंडिंग रेज करके बर्न करके पूरे के पूरे मार्केट शेयर पे कब्जा कर पाऊंगा.
For you to succeed in agri-tech, you have to look at it as a marathon. It's not a sprint.
At Omnivore, we believe that India is an agricultural superpower in the making.
Thank you. Well, that's a glimpse of what we do. I mean, we have, as I said, 45 portfolio companies. With them, we reach to almost multiple millions of farmers. We have been saving carbon dioxide, water getting into agriculture, bunch of things that our portfolio companies are doing. And yeah, I mean, climate change is also adding that extra dynamism as well. We cannot just go for unsustainable growth, and protecting climate as well becomes very important. And that is what we do through our investments and through our portfolio companies. Coming to Pulses specifically, I think the story of Pulses kind of is a subset of the larger question of where is the protein supply of the world going to come from. And I think bunch of the topic has already been covered earlier. But what is essentially happening is that we are living in a capitalistic ecosystem of society. Economies are growing, countries are going from underdeveloped to developing to developed. Our disposable income is growing. And when that is happening, the contribution of agri to the GDP is constantly decreasing, which ultimately is telling the story that we are living a more sedentary life. And while living a sedentary life, if we keep on eating more and more carbohydrates, it will lead to other health issues like diabetes and all, and India is like the hotbed of it right now. And that is why we see all the developed countries, like in the US, if you see the center of the plate is a large piece of protein and then surrounded with veggies and some carbohydrate. But if you see India, there's a big chunk or like a huge amount of rice in between or chapati in between, surrounded by a little bit of vegetables and stuff. So I think that change is what we are seeing in India, happening in urban cities for sure, but is slowly getting transitioned to other parts of the country as well. And we believe that the demand of protein is going to come up really fast in India, and pulses being the major supplier of protein in India, in the vegetarian diet as well as in the non-vegetarian diet, they have a very important role to play. And that is where I think the government anyways is doing a bunch of stuff through ecosystems like IPGA. We are discussing about it, getting aware, becoming aware about it. And we at Omnivore are doing whatever we could do from our perspective and through our portfolio companies. So I'll spend the last 5-7 minutes very quickly talking about how different portfolio company of ours are involved in the value chain of pulses. And I would love to see, I mean, many people who are present here are from the pulses industry. I'm sure would be talking to a bunch of farmers. So please feel free to, take away maybe a point or two and see if some of the farmers want to adopt those technologies or wanting to speak with those founders. I'm happy to make those introductions as well. So to get into that, let me just broadly divide agriculture into pre-cropping, crop growth cycle, and post-harvest. In pre-cropping, we basically talk about seeds and inputs. In seeds, we are not seeing many startups working. I mean, there is a big gray area on GMO anyways in India, but we are very recently we have seen like a couple of companies who are working on CRISPR-Cas, which is basically just modifying the genetics but not adding any additional genes into it. We are yet to see if those companies get to a level of traction where it becomes interesting for venture capital to invest and grow them further. But keeping that aside, I think the one sector that is getting a lot of traction right now is seed coating, which is coating either with polymers, insecticides, or anything to help the early seed take care of abiotic and biotic stresses at the time of emergence. And there, one of our portfolio companies, Bioprime, which has this product called Xseed, and they are doing a bunch of pulses coating for some of their B2B partners to enhance germination and hence increase the productivity of the farms. Similarly, on the input side, of course, there are a bunch of organized chemical input companies that are there. But in terms of innovation, I think Bioprime, again, is working on agri-biologicals, which is using plants and microbes to produce fertilizer replacement, insecticides replacement, and even PGR replacement. And we have seen, in fact, a majority of adoption of agri-biologicals across the world has happened in pulses, soybean, and a few other grams, specifically in Brazil and the US. And that is what Bioprime is trying to do in India. They have gotten some very early and good traction. We have gotten investors from across the world to come and invest in them. And we are going to see how they are able to create a market in India and across the world. If I have to mention some of their products, like Chiron has been able to decrease the flower drop and has been able to increase the seeds per pod from 3 to 4 to about 5 to 6, which is a significant increase in the yield for the crops. 40C, they have another PGR equivalent product, which is helping in plant growth and stress resistance. They also have Bio-NPK consortia, which is helping mobilize essential nutrients to the plants. These are anyways leguminous crops, but they need this additional support from microbes as well in Indian conditions, and that is what they have been able to achieve. Now coming to the crop growth cycle, I'll be talking about 3-4 companies here. Nico Robotics is one of our company which is doing see and spray solutions for farmers. It's basically they have a camera attached to a sprayer which sees where the crops are and spray the beneficials on the plants, or they are seeing where the weeds are and spraying the weedicides on it, thereby reducing the chemicals usage in the farms significantly. Till date, they have actually sprayed over 9,000 acres of soybean farm, 8,000 acres of chickpea, around 6,000 acres of pigeon pea, and at a blended level have been able to reduce 24% of chemical uses in the farms, which is a direct cost benefit for the farmers. In fact, they have started exporting to the global markets like the US, and they are working to enter into Australia right now. Second company is Ecozen. I mean, pulses in India is a rain-fed crop. With this climate change that is happening, the uncertainty around rainfall has been increasing year after year. And of course, I mean, the government has worked on providing irrigation water to the remotest parts of the country, but still in a bunch of places it is not available. What Ecozen is doing there is providing solar-powered water pump to basically make the farmers resilient against any kind of vagaries of rainfall or climate change or availability of irrigation water. It is the largest company in our portfolio, honestly, doing more than $100 million of sales and selling in India and Africa and a few other geographies as well. This third company has been personally very interesting to me, and this would be relevant for a bunch of commodity players here as well. If you look at the broadacre farming nations, Australia, US, Europe, Brazil, they have been benefited a lot through satellite technology. They have been able to detect what kind of crops is being grown where, when is the harvest going to happen, and the growth cycle of the crops. Unfortunately, those technologies, when has been shifted to India in like early 2010s, has never worked in a small landholding country like India and Southeast Asia. That's because the resolution of the satellite is not that much. Even the quality of data has been more RGB and multispectral focused. One of our portfolio companies, Pixel, they are creating a constellation of very high resolution hyperspectral imagery from space. They have already launched 3 satellites, going to launch 3 more in the month of June. And once the constellation is set, they will be able to provide data of every farmland on Earth every day at a 5 meter by 5 meter resolution with hyperspectral resolution. That, I think, will change how the small landholder countries' market linkage efficiency is going to behave, because right now, what farmers are producing and what the consumers are demanding, there's a lot of opaqueness there. And I think this technology can solve that a bit. The last one is creating an alternate revenue channel for the farmers. There's a company called Varaha. The founders were also there in the video. What Varaha is working on is they are working with larger entities who can collate a bunch of farmers, and then they are providing carbon smart technologies to those farmers, which includes enhanced rock weathering, treating their agricultural waste to turn into biochar, and in that process, they are creating carbon credits for the farmers, which can be an additional source of revenue for them. In fact, the company very recently got an award. They sold about 100,000 carbon credits to Google, and a part of that revenue that is generated is now going to the farmers. So it's a good additional revenue stream that they are creating for the farmers. And if there are people who are working with, let's say, a geographical catchment of pulses farmers and want to explore this as an additional revenue stream, I think Varaha is the company to go to. On the post-harvest side, as I said, bunch of companies doing AI-based grading and sorting like Intello and Agnext in our portfolio companies. We have Dehat, Arya, iCart, companies which are working very closely to the farmers, trying to kind of aggregate the supply, bring it to a place where large commodity players like the ones who are in the room can then take off that produce and then take it to the logical markets. Similarly, we have Agrizy as a portfolio company. Again, the founder was there in the video. They are trying to organize the very fragmented small, medium-scale agri-processing companies in India. And with that whole aggregation, they are providing them the bargain power with their suppliers and also a bargain power through where the demand is coming from. So they are taking the Indian produce to the international market majorly, but a bit of it they're also working with pulses for the domestic market. One company that we had invested about 1.5 years back is called Altem, which there is a big issue with agri-waste that is there in India, specifically with paddy waste. But of course, India generates, well, the official numbers are 500 million metric ton. Our internal calculation says anywhere between 800 to 1,000 million metric ton. That kind of agri-waste we need to start looking at as a primary resource. How can we use that instead of just dumping on the ground or burning it? Can we make materials out of it? And that is what Altem is doing. They're making very high-end materials for cosmetics, paints industries using agricultural waste. And with pulses as well, where about 30-35 million metric tons of waste is generated every year, I think a part of that can be diverted to companies like this to make good products out of it, which is enhancing circular economy as a concept, making agriculture sustainable, and adding a layer of revenue to the farmers as well. The last company, which might be a little bit more pertinent to the crowd in this room, is a company called 2.0 Capital. It is our last investment. We did it in September of last year. This is a company which provides transition finance to small and medium scale enterprises to help them transition into climate smart technologies, specifically solar rooftop energy efficient boilers or any kind of systems and wastewater treatment. There's a lot of focus from the government as well to make this transition happen. I mean, in the recent budget also we have seen about government is focusing a lot on making the MSMEs in India green so that we reach a level where we can compete with the global standards as well. And that is where we believe 2.0 Capital can add a lot of value. And I know based on my conversations over the last 24 hours, there are a bunch of people here run manufacturing units, have large setups. So any kind of requirement of capital where, let's say the traditional banks are not able to underwrite, if you want to have a very OpEx solution to it, I think 2.0 Capital is the company to go to. So broadly that, I think I touched upon a few of our portfolio companies and how they're working in this sector. I don't know without a presentation how articulate I was, so my apologies for that if I wasn't. But yeah, I hope that gave a little bit of picture about what we as a venture capital fund in this sector have been trying to do. And yeah, transform agriculture sustainably. And as India gears up to meet its growing protein demand, and pulses definitely are going to be a key pillar for it. And by combining technology, investment, and innovation, we can make Indian agriculture more profitable and sustainable, not just now, but in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sethi. And that was definitely an interesting session where everybody learned something new and they all appreciated with their full heart. And now we have Mr. Mane Gupta who would like to do the honor. As he was the most involved in your presentation. So I would like to request you, sir, to please do the honor. Can we have a round of applause for both of them? Come on, everybody. Thank you so much. With that now, ladies and gentlemen, is the time for most awaited NCDX session. Ladies and gentlemen, and to take the session, we have here with us Senior Vice President of NCDX, Mr. Vineet Sharma. Can we have a huge round of applause as we welcome the gentleman on the dais?
Good afternoon, everyone. And I thank IPGA for inviting us and giving us the opportunity to speak on the Conclave 2025. I believe most of the delegates who are present over here might be aware about what NCDX does and what NCDX was up to. So I will not talk much about that, but since we were, or let's say we are the part of the commodities futures and commodities trade is concerned, I will just talk upon that, what exactly NCDX is there up to at this point of time. So as what is just previous to this session, the last session actually, it was a session for Pigeon Peas supply and demand for the coming year, in fact. So which also has highlighted that ultimately, this slide actually shows that as a country, India, we are net importers for pulses is concerned. And if at all, we are the net importers, from where we import, in fact, who are the countries which actually are exporting to India, in fact. And in fact, I can say that those countries might be growing the pulses for Indian consumption, in fact. So India actually is the largest consumer, largest producer, largest importer of the pulses. And and the countries like Canada, China, Russian origin, and some African countries are like the following countries, in fact, in terms of production is concerned. So by this slide, actually, if let's say we are the net importer, or let's say we again depend on imports for our domestic consumption is concerned, it raises a bar saying that if imports are there, the price fluctuations, or let's say the price movements will always be there in this particular commodity pulses is concerned. So we can see over here, if we compare from last, for this particular fiscal year to the last fiscal year, the same time, the imports actually has increased by more than 75%, which gives you a feeler that it is not like we can only be focusing on the Indian or the domestic production. By this, actually, it again gives you a signal that yes, if the imports are there, if the domestic need is not proper in terms of the production is concerned, there should be a need for price risk mitigation, or let's say price discovery, proper price discovery is concerned. So this slide is, in fact, gives that perspective that if the import dependency is there, it ultimately leads to the price fluctuations, or let's say some mechanism should always be there for price risk mitigation. So in terms of value chain of pulses is concerned, right from the all the stakeholders, in fact, the farmers, the aggregators, the processors, and in fact the importers of pulses to this country, everybody is exposed to the price fluctuations, and everybody demands that yes, if there can be a certain robust tool for price risk mitigation is concerned, it can be better for them to manage and to control their inventories, and let's say the future or forward buying, or their pulses buying is concerned or import is concerned. Okay. So agri derivatives, in fact, NCDEX has been the leading exchange in terms of agri derivatives is concerned in this country, and we have seen many many commodities, right from sugar to chickpea to let's say urad, tur, and many such commodities, in fact, which has been suspended time and again by the intervention of, let's say, the regulator or, let's say, the government. But again, if I come to the relevance of that particular exchange, it basically says that yes, it is an essential platform basically, which gives you a potential to hedge your price risk for the commodity which you are into. So the benefits of derivatives, it's like first of all, it gives you a good platform to for the price dissemination is concerned, price discovery is concerned, and if that price discovery is robust, it also gives you an opportunity to risk your price hedge. You can hedge your price risk, which ultimately is involved when you are buying or trading or importing a particular commodity. Okay. And in terms of the asset class, futures, in fact, is the dominant one, wherein, let's say, a particular person can trade today, and that trade can be settled in due course of time. But apart from futures, the options are also there. Although options in agri commodities are very, very recently launched, although in two commodities, guar seed and guar gum, nothing relevant for the pulses industry. And the forwards are concerned. In Indian market, hardly forwards are not that much relevant, but yes, options and futures are there, and I believe they will grow from here in next couple of years. So what kind of challenges actually all the fraternity who actually, let's say, are trading or, let's say, importing or producing agri commodities are concerned? The first one is the price discovery and the risk mitigation is concerned, because let's say if the price is not discovered properly, some stakeholders of the value chain participants are not comfortable to sell their material at the price which, let's say, they might be offered. And it leads to not healthy price risk mitigation is concerned, because let's say if somebody wants to hedge their price risk, they cannot hedge at a relevant platform if the instruments are not available. Liquidity and market inefficiency is concerned, because if futures are there, or let's say if the derivatives are there, the trade volumes are better as compared to what it is today. In fact, it also lacks an efficiency basically, because that futures price doesn't only show that what exactly is the spot price ruling in that particular market, because it is a price which is yet to be settled. So it will always be having a cost, which basically is a cost which is showing you that how much cost is incurred. It will be incurred for that particular commodity to be carried for that particular time. So if that is transparent, somebody can price in that particular asset well in time, in fact. So that will be also missing, and that is a challenge actually. Disruption in the supply chain and supply chain planning. I would say, let's say, if futures market is not there, again it will come to the price discovery only, because if, let's say, the price discovery is not there for, let's say, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months down the line, somebody who is naive to this market, or let's say not that much in capacity, will be poor to plan his staggered purchase, let's say, down the line for 3 months, 4 months, because he doesn't have the clarity that what exactly the price will be. So that is again a challenge. Reduced competition in the global market, because we can see that in the global perspective, it has been there. The commodities actually have been traded in global exchanges, and they are growing, in fact, which is not the case here in India. And the last one is the income instability, because if the price discovery is not proper, farmers and, let's say, the traders actually will not be in the capacity to gauge that exactly whether the price is okay for them to sell or not. So in fact, these challenges actually it leads to that what efforts exchange is doing, because we have not been allowed to relaunch, or let's say relaunch the commodities which has been suspended lately, some 2-3 years before. We have tried to compensate that, in fact, and we have launched yellow peas as a contract. Yellow peas can be a proxy hedge for some of the pulses. So for that, actually, we have launched it recently, 2 months before. And some of the specifications of that particular contract has been given over here. And if, let's say, somebody wants to inquire more about it, they can obviously visit the NCDX website and can come back to us also. So we will ask till the time we have not been allowed again to relaunch the commodities which were a part of exchange some years back. They can obviously go and see the yellow peas futures if they are liking to trade, or let's say hedge in the pulses basket. So I will stop over here, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for such a wonderful presentation. Now I would like to request B. Krishnamurthy, sir. He is the Managing Director from 4P International Private Limited. Would like to request you, sir, to please join us here on the stage. Would also like to request you to please come here in the center, as we would like to felicitate you. Please, sir, would like to request you to please join in the center. And can we have a round of applause for both the gentlemen? Thank you so much. Thank you. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we're all set to proceed towards another panel discussion, or I should rather say a global panel discussion, because the topic is Global Kabuli Chickpeas Outlook. And to moderate the session, ladies and gentlemen, we have here with us Mr. Rajat Sarda. Can we have a huge round of applause for the gentleman, first of all, everyone? Well, Mr. Rajat Sarda is the director of Rajat Agro Commodities Private Limited. Well, ladies and gentlemen, he is an eminent figure in the chickpeas market, transitioned seamlessly into the family business following his mechanical engineering and management studies. He is a perfectionist known for his meticulous planning, and we are more than honored and humbled to have him here as a panelist, as a moderator here on the panel. Moving towards inviting all the panelists one by one, starting with Mr. Mukesh Bansal, sir, who is the Managing Director of AKMK Agro from India. इंडिया वाले तो ज़्यादा तालियां बजा सकते हैं. Come on everyone, put your hands together. Next, I would like to request Mr. Neeraj Dhawan from Middle East, Pakistan, Turkey and Mexico. Next, I would like to request Mr. Michael Gimiteko from International Logistics. He is an International Logistics Specialist from Meras LLC, USA and Canada. And last but not the least, Mr. Elazar Cotagacia, Director Commercial from Alazan, Mexico. So here we have all the global panelists on the stage. Would like to request the moderator, Mr. Rajat, to please do the honor.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Post-lunch sessions are always a little drowsy and boring because everyone has had a wonderful, sumptuous spread of lunch provided by the IPG. So I would like to thank IPG again to give us an opportunity to keep this, to represent the industry on the Kabuli Chickpeas panel. But my request is please keep this session, pre-lunch, not post-lunch, because it becomes difficult for people to stay awake. Or else keep, lesser spread so that they don't get to eat much. So we'll start by a short presentation here. I have not prepared many slides. There are only 3 or 4 slides. Just want to give you an overview of what's happening in India. The major producers of chickpeas are India and Mexico, along with USA and to some extent Canada and Argentina. So let's start with the slide presentation. Let us start with India first. So as you can see, no, let's start with the Mexico first, sorry. So in Mexico, as we can see, the last year's figures are pretty much known to everyone. The production was 215,000 tons, out of which, if you deduct the seeding, the wastage, and the domestic consumption, the exportable available was 175,000 tons. On the contrary, the production this year, which is expected to be 235,000 tons, because the area under cultivation has gone a bit more this year, because there are lesser rains and the dams in Mexico are empty, which is what I learned. And since there is less water, the farmers are more inclined to growing a crop which needs lesser water. So they are shifting from corn and moving towards beans and chickpeas here. The carry-in last year was negligible. This year also, it's almost negligible, around 5,000 tons. The export sales were very good last year because Indian prices increased in the month of June and went over the Mexican prices, which is rarely a case, but it was experienced last year. So all the demand from all the countries for Kabuli chickpeas diverted to Mexico, and Mexico ended up selling almost all of their crop. Similarly, as we see in India, the crop this year is a little higher. Currently, it is looking like it will be a little higher, although we'll address the weather concerns that everybody talked about and everybody in the trade is talking about a little later. So last year's figures are pretty much known, like The bigger size calibers, has been 375,000 tons. The production of the Spaniola type 7, 8, 9 millimeters is about 100,000 tons. The carry-in from 2023 was almost negligible, like 5,000 tons. India had a very good export sale last year, bouncing back above 100,000 tons. It went up to 125,000 tons till December end. We don't have the data of January and February with us now, but till December, India has exported 125,000 tons of chickpeas. The domestic sales has been robust and growing for last 2-3 years, but what will happen next year is a big question mark. Last season, the domestic sales were expected to be around 390 to 400,000 tons. There were imports from LDC countries like Sudan and Myanmar, and some of the exports also landed from Canada and Turkey, which was unexpected and unfortunate because people, in anticipation of the removal of import duty, imported from these countries, but then ended up burning their hands or ended up rediverting the cargo to other destinations. Now, let us look at the USA figures. I'm sorry, I missed something here. Yeah. The 2025 figures. We're expecting the production to go up in both the varieties, the Blanca Sinaloa type, or the popularly known as the dollar chana in India, or the Spaniola type, or popularly known as PKV2 or COC2 in India. Both the varieties are seeing a jump, and the major jump is experienced in the smaller variety, which is the Spaniola type. The carry-ins this year are unexpected. Nobody expected that the crop last year was so huge and the farmers were holding on so much cargo. In fact, the entire industry in the month of October was convinced that India will most likely finish all of its chickpeas by Diwali. But after Diwali, what came into the market was another story nobody expected. So after Diwali, around 25 to 30,000 tons of chickpeas alone brought into the market by farmers here, which changed the entire scenario in the Kabuli chickpeas, and the prices started plummeting from 165 levels and came down to 110 levels today. So a lot of people actually burned their hands because people anticipated that since before Diwali the prices are around 160 levels, they even anticipated it to go to 180 levels, which was again a mistake made by a lot of people in India, in the trade. The imports, we are expecting this year the imports to be minimal because right now the prices are expected to be a little on the lower side as compared to last year. So I don't know how much export India would be able to pull over from LDC countries this year. Let us move to USA. For USA, we see that the production was approximately 309,000 tons. The carry-in is from 2023 crop was around 60,000 tons. The sales this year, I think it was domestic sales is 181,000 tons. I think I've put it wrongly here. You right? Yeah, it's changed, I think. The domestic sales is 181,000 tons and the export sales are 85,000 tons. And till now, the carryover in USA from the 2024 harvest is around 100,000 tons or 105,000 tons. Okay, so I would like now all our esteemed panelists to one by one comment on the data that we have shown here. Let us start with Mexico first. Eleazar, please, I would like your take on the figures that I have presented here. I have collected these figures from various sources out of Mexico. So do you happen to agree or you happen to disagree with the figures here?
Thank you, Rajat. Also, first, I want to thank the IPGA to invite me here to present the Mexican panorama about Kabulis. Definitely the conditions in Mexico was very dry. That's why the water reserves in Mexico and the dams were so low, so the growers have to plant another crop as like beans and chickpeas. The area is more, probably 30 to 40% more, but definitely there is some challenges at the conditions. We got really dry conditions, really high temperatures. We got frost in the last 2 weeks. So I agree that the area is more, but we don't know what is going to be the yield. So it might be, in your numbers, I think you're in the high side. Probably in my numbers are around 220, 225 total between Sonora and Sinaloa and other different states. But the harvest didn't start yet, so we didn't see the yield so far. But so far, what we are seeing on the fields is we pretend that the yields are going to be lower than last year.
Okay, thank you, Eleazar. I heard you mentioned some frost that you experienced in last couple of weeks. Could you elaborate on that? Which areas did you experience frost, and what sort of acreage was affected, and how bad is the situation?
Yeah, we got 2 days of frost. It was in January 30 and February 1st. It was 2 days. Some areas were hit by frost. Most it was corn, beans, and chickpeas. We don't know what was it wasn't a killing frost, but definitely we lost some flowers at the blooming. So we don't know what we're going to be the impact at the yield at harvest.
Okay, how much area did you say?
The area is hard to tell because it was widespread, but probably, I don't know, probably 20% of the crop was affected.
Okay, so you mean to say approximately 20,000 hectares was affected?
Correct.
And the frost was not as bad as Mexico experienced in 2011, where the entire crop was wiped out?
No, it wasn't as bad. In 2011, it was a killing frost, and most of the fields were really a complete disaster. This year, we got 2 days of frost, and we see partial damages. So the most impact will be, we don't know how it's going to be the size of the fields that were affected, and also the yield.
Okay, but apart from that, the entire crop looks to be in a very good shape, right?
I don't think it's below a normal stages and or situation, because also the farmer didn't got enough water, the two irrigations to produce the chickpeas. So some of the farmers decided to give the water to the corn instead of giving to the chickpeas. So we don't know what is going to be the results from the yields.
Another interesting thing that I hear from Mexico is that now the government wants you to, pay a specific price for Kabuli chickpeas to the farmers, like the government has been asking the traders to do in beans, all sorts of beans. But now the government is proactively getting into something which is prevalent in India, like a minimum support price program for the farmers. How does that going to affect the industry?
It was a meeting last week where the governor of Sinaloa invited all the exporters of chickpeas just to trying to set a price for the farmers, and what they were talking about is to pay $1,000 for raw product to the farmers.
And how does that $1,000 raw product to the farmers turn out in terms of FOB values for you?
It's difficult to say because we don't know what is going to be the percentage of 42, 44. But a rough idea, probably if we pay $1,000, cost and freight, Middle East probably is going to be around $1,500.
Okay. Thank you, Eleazar. Thank you very much for all the info from Mexico. Let's move on to India. So, Mukeshji, your take on the numbers shown here. What do you feel the production is going to be in the coming crop?
The figures, first of all, I thank to IPGA for give you the honor to speak on the Indian Kabuli chickpeas. The figure, the 385 for the Mexican chickpeas, and it is really about the same plus minus 10%. The figures are nearly about, for my expectation, it is 550,000 ton of Kabuli chickpeas in India, with the carryover of 40,000 ton.
Carryover of?
40,000 ton.
Okay, you're saying the carryover is around 40,000 tons from the old crop?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, and what about the export sales figures? Do you expect the sales to be in the same range, or do you expect that the sales will increase for India, and it's going to be a good year for chickpeas exporters from India?
Looking to the price, the current prices are at a very low level, and we are starting at the season. So we expect more export this year from the past year. Our expectation is more than 150,000 ton for large caliber, because the past year Algerian tender were more active in the market, and so looking to the current prices, I think there will be more export from the past year.
Okay, we will again address that question when I move on to Neeraj ji. Domestic sales, do you see any improvement in sales, or it's going to be stagnant like last year, or will we see a gradual increase in the demand this year in domestic sales?
See, in domestic sales.
No, Neeraj ji, this is for Mukesh ji only. I'll move on to you later.
Look, the domestic consumption in India is nearly about 400,000 ton, but yellow peas will affect the consumption for the India. Also, the last year, 10 to 20% consumption was diverted to yellow peas, and this year also we will see that the yellow peas will affect the kabuli consumption in India.
Yeah, that's probably everyone's complaint this year, be it pigeon peas, be it desi chickpeas, be it Kabuli chickpeas. Every product is expecting or experiencing a substitution from yellow peas in India. Okay, thank you, Mukesh ji. One more question. There has been a lot of concerns raised about the weather which is currently going on. People say in industry that the weather is a little too hot for all the crops, be it Kabuli chickpeas or desi chickpeas or whichever crops are being harvested in Rabi. So do you think that this increased heat, which has come a little early, and looking at the sowing which was delayed about 20 days in India because of extended monsoons, do you think that it will have a significant impact on the yield or quality of the coming Kabuli chickpeas crop?
No, I don't see that. If you see that in the morning, the temperature is nearly about 12 to 14 degree and in the night also it is 12 to 14 degrees. If the temperature goes about 35 degree temperature, then it can affect the chickpeas. But I don't think the weather is very favorable, and in my view that the yield will be better than the last year.
Okay. Do you think that the freights are going down now this year, and is this going to support the Indian exports?
Definitely it will support. There will be more export from the India. The last year the freight was for the turkey was $120 per ton, and this year it is 60-65. And for the other country also the freight are very less. So I think the more export will be done from the India.
Okay, thank you, Mukesh ji. Neeraj ji, moving on to you, can you just give us the brief numbers of how much imports were done by Turkey last year?
Indian Kabuli chickpeas, Turkey imported close to around 26,000 ton to 27,000 ton. That is less as compared to earlier years. As well as in the Middle East, approximately Dubai, they imported close to around 17,000 ton. And the rest of the Middle East, they imported close to around 13,000 ton.
Okay. So, do you see any change in these figures this year? Do you think that India will be exporting more to these destinations?
Definitely this time India will be exporting more to these destinations. Reason being that, as you said, that chickpeas the carryover is less in Mexico, so there won't be much competition for another 2-3 months. In the month of already India's traded at a level of 1350 to 1400 and 1450 levels for destinations like Mersin and other countries, Mediterranean countries. The prices are very competitive at present, and it will be backed by early crop from India. The major factor that is affecting Mexican shipments are they are taking a lot of time in the delivery. So like last year, it might happen the same thing, that the deliveries will be late by 2 to 3 months. So India will be having a bigger window to sell the product and encash the opportunity that after Ramadan, people will not be having much of cargo to sell in the local market.
But don't you think, Neeraj ji, that Indian chickpeas crop is missing one of the most important events of Kabuli chickpeas season this year, the Ramadan demand, which India has been seeing, Indian new crop has been seeing the Ramadan demand for last 3-4 years, when the Ramadan was falling just after the arrival of the Indian new crop. So we are going to miss a significant portion of our annual sales, approximately 25 to 30,000 tons of sales are going to be missed, which happened only in the month of March and April.
Definitely this time the Ramadan is from 1st of March, so we cannot do much in that, but the purchases of Ramadan was already done because, and that purchases was mainly from Mexico, because when in the month of June, July, the prices were high, Indian prices were high as compared to Mexican. So most of the buyers in the Middle East, they bought cargo from Mexico. And after that, till November, the prices were high of Indian Kabuli chickpeas. This was the main reason that most of the buyers, they covered cargo from Mexico, and you will see that there is nil carryover in Mexico. So, and we Indians, as said by Mr. Mukesh, we are still having carryover of 30 to 40,000 tons.
Okay, fair enough. A lot of people are talking about the depreciation that we've experienced in the Indian currency and saying that India will experience a very good export season this year owing to the heavily depreciated Indian rupee against the US dollar. Your comments on that?
See, RBI doesn't sit idle. They also act from time to time in controlling the dollar exchange. Definitely, the advantage is there, but it all depends how Indian market of Kabuli chickpeas they react. If prices in the local market they go up, we will not be able to get the benefit of the dollar depreciation.
Okay. Thank you, Neeraj ji. Moving on to Michael. Michael, you want the figures, or is it okay for you without the figures?
That should be fine.
Okay. So my question is, how much stocks that you're saying is left over in the US? Out of that, how much is the large caliber and how much is the small caliber?
Yeah, so we had about 310,000 metric tons of production this year. About 225,000 of that was large caliber. Another 85 was the small. We're probably expecting around 60,000 on the large caliber to carry over, and then probably about 30-ish. So somewhere in the 90,000 to 100,000 metric ton is kind of where we're thinking on a carry.
Okay. Is it? I can see in the U.S. numbers that the domestic consumption surpasses the export sales by approximately 100%. So do you think that there is a steady growth in the U.S. domestic market for chickpeas, or it has stagnated now and remained constant for last few years?
Well, there's usually a kind of a floor for the U.S. market between pet food and hummus. The significant proportion of the chickpeas do end up in one of those two. But there is also like the ready-to-eat type of canning that as like a meat protein substitute. Some of the younger generation, I think, is looking towards that more so.
We've seen a particular shift in the U.S. farmers' intention to sow lesser large caliber type chickpeas like Sierras, and more focus is now being on to sowing 7 and 8 millimeters and a little of 9s. Why is that so?
Yeah, I think it also has something to do with like the pet food and the hummus industry, where that's a natural outlet when the prices get, or if they get too low. So, you know, it's just like Sierras as well, or, you know, it's a pretty, geographically, it's going to be Washington, it's going to be Idaho, and so the other regions, it's, they found it better to, you know, grow 7, 8, 9 mix.
Okay, last question. What do you think would be the sowing intentions for 2025 by American farmers?
I'm kind of expecting it to be somewhere in the 2023 levels. So somewhere probably in like the 360 acres or 200,000 metric ton. You know, with the carryover from this year, some of the farmers are, you know, not as motivated to sell, so probably expecting acreage to go down a little bit.
Okay, okay. Thank you very much. So that brings us to the end of this panel discussion. Audience, if you have any questions from any of the panelists. For this year, you asking the price? For February, March, or March, April delivery, locally or?
Hello.
I think this year everyone is afraid of the seeing the current prices. No one is offering at the lower levels. For the FOB prices, the offers going from the India is nearly about $1,300 FOB prices. CNF you can add the freight.
Depending upon size.
Yeah. Can we have the mic here, please?
Yeah, hi. I'm Kritika from Mega Grain. So I'd like to ask this question that we saw last year that the yield was for Indian panel only. For the India, I would like to ask Mukesh sir only that we expected that the yield was a lot, but the large caliber was the larger count that we saw was very less. So do we expect the same for this year as well, for the coming year?
No, this year we expect that the large caliber will be more than the past year. The past year there is at the time of seeding, when the flowering comes on the plants, there was a frost there, so the size that affect the sizes. But this year so little bit harvest started in India and the crop looking good. So I don't think that this year we will see the same problem there.
So far, yeah, sir.
Mukesh ji, a small question for you. At the price level of 130-35 rupees, everyone in the market in India was looking at 160, 165. Suddenly it fell down to near to 100, 105. What was the main reason? What calculation went wrong in our mind? So the market, instead of going 15-20% up, it has depreciated by 20%. Thank you.
First of all, I would like to give that the price was high. The high price was 160 rupees per kg. After Diwali, in India we cannot predict how much crop is there. So this time our association, the Kabli Chana Trade Association, has appointed a government recognized surveyor for the crop survey that will come to us at the end of March. In India, for the year 2022-23, the farmers are getting better prices. They stock at the lower prices and they sell in the higher prices. Same as the last year, they hold a huge quantity with them, and they were expecting that the price will go to 200 rupees per kg. But seeing no demand from the overseas at the higher prices, And the farmers, after the seeding, they bring the goods to the mandis, and the arrivals were very good. So after that, the price was falling down.
So basically what happened was nobody expected the arrivals to increase suddenly after Diwali. Diwali is considered as the end of most of the pulses which are harvested during the Rabi season. But suddenly there was, within the couple of months, like within November, December and January, the arrivals in the market brought in by farmers were more than 25 to 30,000 tons, which actually changed the entire sentiment. Coupled with no demand because of no demand for Ramadan, because everyone who was expecting to sell chickpeas for Ramadan, they already bought it earlier from Mexico. So absolutely no demand and a lot of flow into the market crashed the entire price complex. Yes, yes. Yes, you can say that the Indian farmers who are growing chickpeas have huge capacity to hold the cargo for a year long now.
I have a question.
Yeah.
I'm having a question for Mukesh ji. You have mentioned about the temperature, which was around 12 degree, but currently if we talk about Maharashtra, Gujarat, Rajasthan, I think as per IMD, every city has been more than 30. Even there is an alert that temperature can go up to 37, 38. So don't you feel it will impact the yield? Because in next 7 to 10 days, temperature rising all of a sudden from 20 degree to 38 will be impacting?
Mainly all the flowers are converting to the pods. So if the weather remains the same for the 10 days, so it will not affect too much to the yield. The size will be the proper. We have done lots of survey in the Madhya Pradesh, and we are talking to the farmers. But I don't think if the temperature goes about 35 degrees, then it will affect the.
That is what I'm saying, because there is an alert in Gujarat where the temperature for next 3 days would be around 37, 38, which is a very high. If it is around 28 to 32, it's favorable for the ongoing crop. But 37, 38 degree would be a...
Definitely 37, 38 will affect the crop in Gujarat. But the Gujarat is a small part for the Kabuli chickpeas.
But well, again, here again, you need to understand that Kabuli chickpeas is a very specialized crop. And the farmers who are planting it should have the know-how or how to deal with such adverse climatic scenarios. Most of the farmers in MP and Maharashtra are well aware of what to do in this scenario. They are watering their fields in the evening and keeping the fields damp enough so that the moisture levels in the soils are maintained. So even if the temperature goes up by 3 or 4 degrees higher than the normal temperature range, the crop will still survive. But anything beyond 7 or 8 degrees, it is going to bring damage to the crop, the flowering will be disturbed, and we will experience lesser yields, as well as some caliber issues can also be seen.
Thank you.
Mukesh, why is the hot favorite this season?
Mukesh is the biggest player in India, after you.
Thank you. But there is no, I mean, we never do quantity calculations. Okay.
I'm just kidding. Mukesh ji, when they start harvesting in India, like in Maharashtra, they harvest, the first harvest comes in Maharashtra, then it goes to Gujarat. No, I mean, say MP, comes to MP, then Maharashtra, then Gujarat?
No, it's MP first. It's MP first, closely followed by Maharashtra, and then I think it will be Gujarat.
So when they're going to start in MP?
MP is already started.
Wow. Okay.
But very small quantities. The bulk of harvest will happen only in February and in March.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think with that, for the rest of the questions, we'll take it one-on-one. Since we are short of time, we would like to proceed towards the next session. They'll surely answer your question, and that's going to be very personal. With that, thank you so much, everybody. Can we have a round of applause for all the panelists? Come on, everybody. And with that, would like to request the moderator to please felicitate all the panelists one by one. Starting by inviting Mr. Mukesh Bansal, first of all, here in the center, please. Can we have a round of applause? Mr. Neeraj Dhawan. Mr. Michael. Mr. Elazar Garcia. Can we have a round of applause for all the panelists, everyone, please? Thank you so much. And now to felicitate the moderator, I would like to request the Director of IPGA, Mr. Sunil R. Savla, sir, to please join us here on the stage. Please put your hands together for the gentleman, everyone. With that, I would like to request all of you to please come together for a group picture. Let's just come together for a group picture. So ladies and gentlemen, so far we all have discussed the demand and supply. How can we increase the demand? How can we properly fulfill the demand and supply? But now, let's talk about emerging technologies in the estimation of crop area and yield. And to do that, ladies and gentlemen, we have here with us Chief Business Officer of Agri Bazaar, Mr. Atul Chura. Can we have a round of applause as we welcome the gentleman? Presentation is over there on that laptop.
So they said they have a slide mover here on this podium. Is this?
No idea.
Just a check. Can you help me navigate with the slides, please? That's not here. Is there a slide? Okay, I got this. Sure. Done. Thank you. A very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Atul and I represent Star Agri Group. And first of all, I would like to thank IPGA not only for having me here to make this presentation, but also a big thanks for including this particular subject with this using of technology for crop area and yield estimation. It is not just a testimonial to how the technology is going to change the future, but it is also a very big encouragement for companies like us who are working in this technology domain and trying to make some impact in the agriculture sector. I've been given strictly 10 minutes, so I will definitely stick to the timelines. To start with, I'll quickly give you an introduction about the Star Agri Group. We are working in Indian agri value chain since 2006. Our parent company is into warehousing. We have the largest network of warehousing in a private player in India. We operate about 5 million tons of capacity and offering value-added services like commodity testing and warehouse-based, receipt-based financing in India. We have an arm which is into financing the value chain by name of AgriWise, and then a complete technology platform which is Agri Bazaar, which I represent. And it is a marketplace for input as well as output linkages for farmers, traders, government, and processors. Second, it is also a technology platform which is integrating various technologies like IoTs, drones, and remote sensing, and creating a lot of value-added data and services for all the stakeholders in India and in international markets. Now, subject here is on the use of digital technology. So we have a dedicated platform which is called Agri Bhumi. For our international guest, Bhumi in India means land. So basically, this is more of a product that we have, which is digitalizing the land and its various parameters using technologies. And this is our effort to digitalize the entire agri value chain in India, which starts from earmarking or geotagging the farmlands of India, and then remotely monitoring various parameters, which is the crop grown, which is weather, which is soil. Using this information, processing this information with technologies like AI and ML, and to give it back to various actors of the value chain, which primarily includes farmers in terms of advisory to the farmers. It includes traders to give them estimate of the crop size, what is the sowing and harvest progression, what kind of yield is there, to the government and the policy makers, and henceforth all the stakeholders in Indian international market. Now, today we'll be talking about application of remote sensing in crop estimation. So I will just take about 5 minutes on this slide, and just to tell you in a very layman term that how technology is used for crop estimation. So if you look on this, there are three input models which goes into the three data sets which are utilized for crop estimation. The first is a remote sensing data, or we talk about an aerial image of the lands. It could be done through a satellite data, or it can be done through drones. Currently, since we are working on a very wide land area, we are using satellite data. Now, this data is not only an image data, but a multispectral data, multi-band data, and it is coming at a frequency of 7 to 10 days, and at a resolution of sub 1 meter and going up to 30 meters. And when I say resolution, in layman terms, it means 1 pixel of that image is about 10 by 10 meter on the ground, which means it is a 10-meter resolution data. The second data are the parametric data, which include data like weather, which is rain, wind speed, humidity, temperature, and also the soil data, which is soil temperature, which is soil moisture, and even the NPKs and macronutrient analysis of the soil. And third is on the historic yield, the trends of how the yield has been, to basically train our models and to get some kind of a historical data for analysis. The third data set is the most important one, which is the ground truthing, because this is where the actual farms are surveyed using mobile applications. The farms that we survey are geotagged, images are taken, the crop health is, the crop stage is determined, and that goes into the validation of various models. All these information sources now comes to our AI ML labs. This lab has people who are GIS experts who are plotting this satellite data onto maps with some geotag boundaries. It has agronomists who understand each and every crop, they understand the growth process, and they relate this spectrum data to the plant health or to the crop health data. And then we have machine learning and AI programmers who use these informations and work on a self-learning and developing models which are getting better and better as and when we are importing this. Now with this, the first thing is to classify the crops. Once the crops are classified, then we estimate that how much area is under each and every crop. And once a crop is classified, area is identified, then we monitor the health of the crop, and finally it goes into the yield production. So this is a completely scientific data which works on actual data facts, which works on multiple data facts, and it is completely a program driven, and there are no manual estimations or interventions in all this program. With these models, what is now possible is, we can look at any particular area and we can do a classification of the crops. We can understand the health, yield, and then even we can understand the sowing and harvesting progression. We can actually know that how much area the sowing has been done, what has been the early sowing, what has been the late sowing, when the crop will be harvested, what level the crop has had. So all the information which we are looking at from the market can be scientifically made available. Now, next question comes at to what level this information is available. So this is based on that kind of geo boundaries that we have. Thanks to all the digital initiatives of Government of India, now almost all the villages in India, the boundaries of the villages are geotagged, which means on a map I can identify each and every village. So the lowest area at which you can get all this information from our model is a village. So this information is first estimated at a village level, aggregated to a tehsil or a block level, then to a state level, and then all India estimates are made. So this gives us a lot of power on a near real-time monitoring of all the crops, including pulses, grains, as well as on the oil seeds. So I'll now go to how do we classify crops? Again, not very scientific information, but just to give you a perspective of how it is done. So once we are identifying the crops, it is not just done based on any one image. So a pattern is, we study a pattern through the entire crop cycle, and based on the pattern of the crops and based on the phenology and our agronomic setting in, this data is then interpreted that this particular field has what crop. For example, I am just showing you the four crop signatures of gram, one lentil, wheat, and mustard. And you can see the curves. So these curves basically are how the one of the parameters, which is NDVI, it varies during the entire crop cycle. So once we study this data for about 4 or 6 weeks, after 6 weeks of studying during the actual crop cycle, we are able to identify that what crop is grown in that particular area and then how much area that crop is there. With advanced versions and with working for multiple years, we have got an accuracy of more than 96% in identification of crops, like all the grains of oil seeds. And in pulses, we have got fair bit of accuracy for gram, now as well as for moong, which is green gram, but there is still a long way to go when it comes to masoor because it is slightly complicated in terms of phenology, but we are working on more accurate models even on identification of these kind of pulses. And then if you look at what is the outcome, I'm just showing you a very sample picture. This sample picture is coming from our own AgriBhoomi engine for one of the district called Guna in Madhya Pradesh. The image which you see on the leftmost side is the entire district crop map where each and every color indicates a different crop. Now this data we are able to give you very accurately, not only how much area is under cultivation for each and every crop, but we are also able to give you a pictorial representation on the map, which can be understood to study the various clusters where it is, where the crops are there and how it has changed over the months or the year. What you see on the top right side is a zoomed down version of the same map at a village level, which is Agara village in Crop Guna. So this comes even at the village level, and the same data can also be interpreted at a farm level. And what I'm showing you on the right down is a farm level map of the crop. At every level, especially the farm level, currently the accuracies are slightly compromised, but they are still very effective and very efficient. The similar maps are also available for crop health as well as for the crop yield. So with this technology, now we are extremely hopeful that all the information or estimations which are coming with the market intelligence of the people of going and talking to the trade, talking to the input companies, can be very accurately validated with models like these. We are working at a pan-India level for all the crops. We have digitally created maps for about 21 crops at a pan-India level for both health and yield. And this kind of information is also widely available and can be shared. And using this platform, I'll also request IPGA. First of all, thank you once again for inclusion of this topic. But I'll be also requesting that if IPGA can also take some initiatives of doing these kind of estimation studies using technology, share it with the industry, and can also prove the worthiness of this kind of data. So with that, I'll close my presentation. Thank you so much for your patience hearing, and thank you for having me here.
Thank you so much, sir. Would like to request Mr. Jeetu Beda, sir, to please join us here on the stage, and let's felicitate the gentleman for such a brilliant presentation. Satish, sir, would like to request you to please join us here on the stage. Can we have a round of applause for both the gentlemen? Thank you so much for joining us here. कभी कभार सन्नाटा भी अच्छा लगता है, right? Come on, everybody. With that, we have one more presentation on the same topic, emerging technologies in the estimation of crop area and yield. And we have Assistant Vice President, Strategy and M&A from SatSure, Ms. Shreya Vij. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a huge round of applause as we welcome her on the stage, please?
Good evening, everyone. I'm Shreya, and I'll be representing SatSure. First of all, I would like to thank IPGA for inviting me here and giving the opportunity on presenting on the topic, emerging technologies in crop area, in estimating crop area and yield. So we all know that food security is a huge problem, and it is one of the Sustainable Development Goals. And accurate assessment of the crop metrics is very important for ensuring food security, as well as ensuring that all the agricultural practices are carried out in a sustainable manner. However, in fact, the FAO estimates that we need to increase our crop food production by 70% by 2050. And however, 20 to 40% of the crops go undetected annually. And this is due to the limitations posed by the traditional methods or the current methods of estimating the crop area and yield. And they often fall short of providing accurate data, and they often fall short of providing the data on time. So here I will be describing about SatSure and how we are using technologies such as remote sensing, machine learning, and AI, as well as and other geospatial analytics to provide solutions to different agricultural ecosystem players spread across commodity traders, agricultural input companies, and FMCG companies, and how we are helping them to provide competitive advantage. So just a bit about SatSure. We were founded in 2017. We have raised about $18.5 million, and we are a group of 160 people. Our major investors include Baring Private Equity, ICICI Bank, Kotak, HDFC Bank. Most of them are also our customers. We have created impact in the form of the following: 85 million hectares of land area analyzed. We analyze 1.95 lakhs villages monthly, and we have also impacted 2.5 million farmers in terms of helping them to get credit, as agri-banking is also one of our target segments. So since this was covered in the previous session, I won't be taking long. But how remote sensing work is that there would be a source. It could be a natural source such as the sunlight, or there could be active sensors. And how it happens is that these sensors capture the electromagnetic radiation from different objects on the earth. For example, if you're talking about crops, so each crop would have a different signature, as it was explained by the gentleman from AgriBazaar. And once these signatures are captured by the sensor, they are sent down for pre-processing and post-processing to the ground stations. And the ground stations convert these sensor signatures into imagery. And this imagery is further fed into the AI/ML models to estimate different analytics-ready data products, such as these. So at SatSure, we have developed the data products library, and we have data products across the life cycle of a particular crop. And these data products originate from different spectral signatures depending upon what kind of data we need. For example, if we need crop monitoring data, crop health data, it can come from an optical imagery, but if we want really high accuracy data, it can come from SAR. Also, we include weather data products for better analysis. So in terms of crop classification, so far we have been successful in classifying 10 crops and providing layers such as agricultural land, non-agri land, plantations, horticulture, aquaculture, water bodies, sugarcane, and the built-up area. So before I move into the solution components, I would like to mention that although we have the data products library, some of these data products can be very creatively combined to solve specific problems for a specific agricultural stakeholder, which I'll be covering next. So solutions components. So first we have the village ranking module. So it is nothing but an analysis of the entire area of a village, and it tells you about what are the villages which are highly prospective from a market expansion point of view. It could be used by agri-input companies, by commodity traders, etc. But it tells you the macro market analysis. Combine this with geospatial boundaries. We have been successful in creating farm boundaries for Pan-India, and we also go to the farm level. And yeah, so this provides micro market intelligence for targeted segmentation. And also the in-season monitoring module, as I explained earlier, that throughout the season from sowing to harvesting, we are able to provide different parameters. For example, sowing progression, crop acreage, crop health, crop yield deviation, production, rainfall, etc. And all these three, for example, the macro market analytics, micro market modules, and the in-season monitoring module, all three combined can benefit the agricultural stakeholders in their planning, in their distribution, as well as in their execution. So some of the examples are, for example, for one of the ag input companies, they were facing a problem of limited data and lack of real-time insights. And this was making it very difficult for them to match the inventory and sales strategies with the local needs. And as part of the solution, we were able to build a digital sales transformation engine for the company. And for example, we provided the administrative boundaries or the farm boundaries for micro market analytics, crop acreage maps, which help them to forecast demand and optimize their inventory. Point of interest, this is interesting. So this is a visualization of all the retailer, staff, and sales data for strategic resource allocation, which also helps the ag input companies to increase their productivity of the field workforce. Then larger farmer database. So this is a geospatially accurate profiles of large farmers for proper targeting. And lastly, the sales data lake platform, which is a unified platform that integrates all kinds of data, be it market, be it sales, and be it crop health. And all of this help the ag input company in 4 major outcomes. One is they help them to make their planning efficient. It helps them to have optimized product placement, empower decision making, because there's a unified platform, so all the departments across different geographies have access to that unified platform, which is updated in near real time. And obviously this particular platform is scalable with respect to the number of regions that they would want to scale or the number of crops. Another example is that we worked with government of UP and we helped them to build the crop stack as part of their agri stack. And the problem that they were facing was that due to lack of timely and accurate data, they were not able to make policy decisions with respect to agricultural planning and resource allocation in Uttar Pradesh. As a solution, we have developed the crop stack in the form of platform, where we are providing them certain parameters such as sowing progression, harvest progression, crop acreage, and yield estimation in near real time. And as an outcome, we help the government of UP to make data-driven agricultural planning decisions, better policy decisions post-harvest, and as well as we were able to enhance efficiency of their crop diversification effort. So another interesting example is that we worked with the procurement company to optimize their procurement operations, and they were facing the problem of lack of timely and accurate data on commodity availability and pricing, due to which they were not able to hedge, create pricing hedging strategies and optimal procurement. And these challenges also were responsible for sourcing and transparency in supply chains. And as a solution, we had provided them a platform which was providing near real-time insights on commodity availability, crop health, yield deviation, and other sustainability metrics, which helped them to improve their price hedging strategies and as well as their procurement placement. Lastly, the agri-insurance use case. So this is divided between two parts. One is that we are providing crop health monitoring parameters. For this, the insurance companies, it helps the insurance companies to estimate the premium accurately and also manage their portfolios. And the next step is the claim validation due to damage assessment. So we are able to help the insurance companies to assess the damages due to flood by providing the flood inundation data product. And so lastly, I would like to highlight that this, the two internal capabilities that we have developed to cater to some of the issues with respect to getting these data products generated. So every technology also has their limitations. For example, due to satellite imagery, there is a limitation of a cloud cover. So for that, we have developed a patented deep learning algorithm which converts the SAR pixels to optical imagery, thus removing the problem of cloud cover. And hence, we are able to provide a continuous supply of these data products, even though there is a cloud cover. And this is, for example, for one of the agri-input companies, such data products are also used in their research part. Let me go there. Yeah. So firstly, for the ag-input companies, for the research purposes, crop health products are also used. Crop health products in combination with weather products and the farm boundary product is also used to estimate the site suitability for their field trials. And then with Cygnus as the product, we are able to enable them to continuously monitor their trial fields at a scale because we are able to hash out the cloud cover issue for them. And lastly, there's a visualization layer that we are providing. But coming to the point is that SatSure Cygnus has been very useful internally for us as well and for the customer to provide continuous supply of such data products. And the second thing is the super resolution. So again, with language learning models, we are able to provide improve the spatial resolution of an optical imagery by 4x. This internally helps us to unlock some of the TAM which we were not able to unlock because of purchase of the high resolution satellite imagery, especially in agriculture sector, which is bound by a lot of uncertainty and price disruptions. The willingness to pay of the agriculture sector could be lower. So hence, it pushed us to innovate and super resolve the coarser resolution imagery, which gives us the result of let's say a 2 meter or 1 meter imagery, good enough to build the data products for the ecosystem of agriculture. That's about it. Thank you. And thank you for having me here.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And now I would like to do the honor to invite Mr. Manik Gupta, ladies and gentlemen, on the stage to do the honor. Would like to request you, ma'am, to please join us here in the center of the stage. Thank you so much. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we come to, I can say, the finale of the day. It's the final panel discussion. But before we begin the final panel discussion of the day, uske baad kya hone wala hai? What's next after that? I really want the answer, come on. Any preparations, any excitement? What's gonna happen next? कहाँ सर? All right, सर ने बिल्कुल सही जवाब दिया है. So one chocolate for you, definitely. All right, so पुराना किला में हमारी आज की award ceremony and gala dinner has been organized for all of you. And all of you are requested to please join us there. And to reach the venue, to reach Purana Kila, we have bus service from here only. So you all are requested to please board the bus immediately after we conclude the final panel discussion. So yeah, buses will start after, after the, it's just a 5-minute drive from here. So in just 5 minutes, we will reach a venue where we all will be energized, where we will all have some fun. We have some really brilliant, some really engaging cultural performances. We have the most awaited awards ceremony of the day. हम हमारे जितने भी भारत रत्न हैं, हम हमारे पल्स रत्न आज रात को आप सभी को मिलवाने वाले हैं उनसे. Meanwhile, this is the time when we begin the last panel discussion of the day. Please put your hands together as we are all set to begin Global Black MAPE and Green Mung Outlook discussion. The moderator of the session is Mr. B.K. Krishnamurthy, Managing Director from 4P International. Would like to request you, sir, to please join us here on the stage. आप सभी की जोरदार तालियों के साथ, let's give it up for the gentleman, everyone. This is the final panel discussion. I think this discussion deserves a round of applause. We can, put in the rest of the energy that we still have instilled in us. Moving towards inviting all the panelists one by one, starting by inviting Mr. Rajesh Agarwal, Executive Member from Premier Pulse Limited, India Black MAPE. Mr. Julio Marici, who is from Brazil, Black MAPE. Please put your hands together for the gentleman. Mr. Vatsal Lilani, Director of Evertop Commodities, Black MAPE, Myanmar. Mr. Yuko Solin, Director of Tri Diamond Trading Company Limited, Green Mung, Myanmar. And Mr. Rajendra Jain from Green Mung, India. I really like the fact that we all uploaded just for our region. Why so biased? We all are at a global platform. They all deserve a huge round of applause together. Come on, everybody, give it up as we welcome all the panelists on the stage. With that, I would like to request you, Krishnamurthy, sir, to please do the honor.
Come, sir. Rajendra Jain. जी जी ललितपुर यूपी. ग्रीन मूंग लास्ट में रहेगा 5 मिनट्स रहेगा. हाँ ग्रीन मूंग या उड़द के लिए ग्रीन अच्छा ग्रीन मूंग उड़द भी है मेरा. ओके 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 ग्रीन मूंग है उड़द का आपका माइनस करना. ओके ओके ग्रीन मूंग का बताया था मेरे को. Good evening, Namaskar. First of all, I thank you for the opportunity to moderate this eminent panel of businessmen sitting on the dais. I welcome Mr. Rajesh Agarwala of Premier Pulses, Mr. Vatsal Lilani of Evertop Singapore, Mr. Julio from Brazil of Copergus, and Mr. Yu Kwa of Tri Diamond Company Limited of Myanmar, and Mr. Jain. Mr. Jain will give his ideas and opinions about Green Moong, and we will also take his idea about Worad. Basically, first we will discuss about Worad, and last we will just give a brief idea about Green Moong, because Green Moong import is not allowed for the last nearly 1 to 1.5 years. So in a way, that is not so important. What is important is Worad, because of its import ramifications. Before I start the panel discussion, I want to tell the audience in a very simple form of what exactly in store for Worad. How much do we need? How much do we have? Is it necessary for us to import at all? Can't we become self-sufficient? See, this country needs around 27 lakh tons of black mat pay, approximately, give or take some 50,000 tons. 27 lakh tons of Worad every year. It has been growing in a slow but steady way of about 50 to 60,000 tons per annum. The latest indication is around 27 lakh tons per annum. That comes to somewhere about 2.3 to 2.35 lakh tons per month. This is our requirement. What is it we have in hand now? We had a Kharif season which was rattled by untimely and huge rains affecting the crop very badly. It was harvested in the month of September and October. As it is, 2024 crop, Kharif sowing was down by 20%, vis-a-vis 32 lakh hectares in the previous year. 2024 Kharif experienced sowing on only 26 lakh hectares. That means the sowing was done on 20% lesser land. And the first advance estimate of the Government of India for Kharif was quite down at 12 lakh tons. Earlier it was 16 lakh tons. Before that it was 17 lakh tons. So Kharif crop size has been steadily declining, mainly because of factors beyond control, and they were excessive and untimely rains. Trade estimates it is little less than 12 lakh tons. So Kharif crop is down by 4 lakh tons, number one, as per government estimate. Number two, trade estimates a little lower than that. Number three, the quality of the crop which was harvested was not as good. So we have three negatives starting with Kharif. And I am assuming the government figure to be correct. I am going by the government figure at 12 lakh tons Kharif crop size. It was harvested in the month of September. So September, October, November, December, January, February. I think maybe we are left with very few stocks of Kharif. Maybe about 2.5 lakh tons to 3 lakh tons, that's it. And then 2025 calendar year, what I was saying is we need 25 lakh tons, that is 2.35 lakh tons per month. As I'm talking to you, we are carrying forward from Kharif a stock of approximately about 3 lakh tons, 2.5 to 3 lakh tons, not more than 3 lakh tons in any case. Now come to the other source. The other source is Myanmar. Myanmar, in the calendar year 2024, it exported a record 9.5 lakh tons in the year 2024, averaging around, to India alone, 70,000 tons. That itself is a record. That shows our internal crop was quite down. And luckily, Myanmar's huge crop of 2024 came to our rescue. Then the third factor which came to our rescue in the year 2024 was an unexpected increase in the supplies from Brazil. So now, earlier we were having only two countries producing black matte, India and Myanmar. Now we have a third country vying for a small participation into India consumption story, and that is Brazil. Now Brazil's story, as it unfolds, will become very, very interesting, because Brazil quality has been well accepted in India, much better, found to be much better than Desi Orad, found much better than Myanmar Orad. Now the initial indications are that this year, 2025, Brazil will harvest somewhere about 150,000 tons. That Julio will confirm. 2024, Brazil exported somewhere about 70,000 tons. Now coming back to the India consumption story, we have the requirement is, the annual requirement is around 27 lakh tons. We are carrying forward a stock of somewhere about 3 lakh tons as I'm talking to you now. And Myanmar is about to harvest a big crop, estimated at about 1 million tons. 9 lakh to 10 lakh tons, I would put it. Although people are saying 10 lakh tons, 11 lakh tons, 12 lakh tons. My inquiries reveal they are in the range of 9 to 10 lakh tons. So we have 3.5 lakh tons carry forward in India as we are talking, and then we are harvesting, let us say 9.5 lakh tons from Myanmar. 3.5 plus 12, 9.5, that makes it somewhere about 13 lakh tons. And that leaves a shortfall of around 14 lakh tons. While Myanmar is going to harvest their main crop, Andhra is also going to harvest its main Orad crop, which we call it Andhra Black Polish. Andhra Black Polish is potentially having the capacity to give Brazil a run for its money. In the sense, Andhra Black Polish quality is very good, very good. Almost equivalent to Brazil. Now they are going to harvest somewhere about 4 lakh tons. We have a Telangana crop which is harvesting is already taking place. Together Telangana, Andhra and Tamil Nadu harvest which is going on now, total Rabi crop I estimated somewhere about 6.5 lakh tons. So now add up the figures. 3.3 lakh tons carried forward, 9.5 lakh tons from Myanmar, that makes 13 lakh tons, 6.5 lakh tons from Rabi crop. That makes around 19.5 lakh tons. Then you have to add Brazil crop, which is coming up in the month of June, July 2025. Then you have Kharif crop 2025, which normally gives around somewhere about 12 to 13 lakh tons or even more than that, provided the climate is good. So if we add up, 2025 we may end up with a stocks of more than 32 lakh tons. But the catch is here. Is this 32 lakh tons available now? No. It is going to be available as time unfolds. Like, as I said, Myanmar is harvesting in the month of end February, early March. Andhra is harvesting end February, early March. But as we speak, the pipeline is empty in the sense the stocks with millers is very, very low. So in this backdrop, I invite our panelists to expand more on what I said, and I'm very sure you will find this debate quite interesting. First, I would request Myanmar point of view as to what is the expected production as per the panelist, and what does he expect in terms of productivity, seed quality, and any other factors which impact the export of black matpe from Myanmar. That includes currency issue also. I would request Vatsal Lilani to take over and then give his views on Myanmar world perspective. Thank you. Vatsal?
Yeah, Murthy ji, thank you so much. So talking about the production, like Murthy ji said, between 9 to 10 lakh tons, I think that is probably about what we are expecting. The crop should start by around the end of this month, end of Feb. The weather has been okay so far. So the weather holds out between now and the end of the month, you're looking at a reasonable crop of about 1 million tons. As far as the quality of seeds are concerned, they have improved over a period of time, but it remains a work in progress. They are trying seeds from various sources, including India. They've also got their own seed bank, which they are developing, and I was with the Deputy Minister of Agriculture on the flight. He's a specialist as far as genetics is concerned, and they are also developing a fair amount of new breeds. So I think in the next 3 to 4 years, this is a situation that will pretty much settle itself, and we will have a new family, a new generation of seeds that the farmers will plant, because Myanmar today recognizes the Brazilian threat. Brazil has a lot of land, the quality has been well accepted, the pricing is pretty much with the market. But there are 3-4 advantages that Myanmar has that Brazil will never be able to take away. The first one is that Brazil, if you take the pricing today at say $950, the pricing of the FAQ black matpe starts with a 7, it's in the 700 range. So you have a $200 disparity between the Brazilian quality and the FAQ. And Brazil does not have any quality with a 7 in front. So if you take the Myanmar crop to be 1 million tons, and if the SQ is say 40%, on the 60%, which is 600,000 tons, there is no competition from Brazil whatsoever. The second advantage that Myanmar has is...
Vatsal, I'm sorry to disturb your flow. Brazil has been a new entrant. Last year, they exported only 70,000 tons. Before that, they exported just about 5 to 10,000 tons. This year, they are going to export about 150,000 tons. The way they are increasing their crop, it's going to be a very interesting competition amongst Myanmar and Brazil. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I don't dispute that. I'm just talking about the price points that Brazil has and that Myanmar has. I don't think Myanmar has a competition on the FAQ front.
Excuse me, is it possible for us to close the door permanently? Because a lot of noise is coming from outside. We are not able to do this panel discussion with such noise. If possible, please close the door. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Yeah, so much of noise. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
The second advantage that Myanmar has is that our crop comes out in the month of Feb, whereas the large Indian crop comes out in the month of September. So by the time we come out with our crop, the Indian crop is already dealt with. So we are not into competition with the large Indian crop. Okay, we got to compete with the Tamil Nadu crop and the Andhra crop, but that is a much smaller crop. So, but the Brazilians have got to deal with the Indian crop because their exports, when they land, they pretty much land at the same time. So we have that one advantage that Brazil doesn't have. And the third one, of course, is the 3-day sailing time from Rangoon to Chennai. Now, taking these advantages, what is it that Myanmar is going to do to maintain its supremacy in the field of black matpe? And I've been in Myanmar for the last 30 years. You know, we speak from OTA regularly to the government. The first thing is that the initiative on the seeds is going to be intensified. Secondly, a lot of the low-hanging fruit that has been left on the trees which has not been plucked, I think in the next 6 to 8 months, all that will be dealt with. You know, we've got a consistent issue on the weights. I think that will be dealt with. The quality of cleaning of the black matpe, I think, will become much better. So that the difference that we have today of almost $150 a ton between the Brazilian SQ and the Myanmar SQ,
I think will substantially come down. And the third thing that I think, which is going to happen in the next 3 to 5 years' time, and this possibly may happen from Brazil, you take items like guar gum. It started as an animal feed, but today it is an industrial commodity. It is even used for fracking as far as oil exploration is concerned. Or you take a simple product like sugarcane. You have a fair amount of sugarcane being diverted to ethanol, which is mixed with petroleum to fuel cars. If you take urad, urad also has certain qualities, like it has this ability to expand itself. You know, if you have a good sort of material of urad, good quality, it might be able to make 120 idlis, whereas a poor quality urad might make only about 95 because it doesn't fluff as much as the good quality one. So this one property that we know of, which is the ability to fluff, if scientists were to work on what, you know, chemical components are there in urad, it might in the next 3 to 5 years time go from becoming a customer sort of centric commodity to a industrial commodity. This is what I think will happen, and maybe the Brazilians, you know, with the kind of technology that they have, the kind of universities that they have, they might take a lead on it. Also because they have a lot of land and you can go to 5 farmers and do contract farming of 30,000-40,000 tons. So any industrial corporation might see the advantage of going to a country like Brazil to be able to get that security in terms of raw material. And if that happens, then automatically the threat that we have from Brazil as far as MAPE is concerned will diminish. Thank you.
Necessity is the mother of invention, Vatsal. Now, Myanmar, I'm very glad to see Myanmar is now talking about quality of seed and talking about the unique quality of urad, you know, having the ability to give more yield to the ultimate consumer, etc., etc. Now, I'm very glad to see that Myanmar people are talking about it. Earlier, last 30 years, they have not been. This is the beauty of the competition. Brazil has brought good quality seeds into India. Now everybody is waking up. Julio must be very happy to listen to this. Now, one more thing is not only Myanmar, Vatsal, even within India also, I'm very sad to say this. I'm very sad to say this with so much of machinery, so much of manpower at the disposal of the policymakers. You know, you go to, for example, Tamil Nadu, you will get one seed which is either medium or small. You go to Andhra, which is bigger. You go to UP, which is very small. You go to MP, which is very medium. Why these things are happening? I don't understand. I don't understand why. See, a small country, a poor country like Myanmar is able to load beautiful cargoes, you know, properly graded. You know, I am very sad to see these things don't happen in the country, in spite of FSSAI, in spite of so many regulations and all that. I think it is time Indian farmers wake up. Indian farmers wake up means, you know, the Indian authorities asking the farmers to wake up to the competition and grow only that seed which is liked by the millers and traders. And urad, you know, as you all know, is a unique product. You know, I am not tired, I am not sick of saying this. You have other pulses which are complementary to each other. For example, tor is sweet in taste and chana is sweet in taste, matar is sweet in, they're all complementary to each other. Urad is a unique and it's a beautiful product which has no competition, which has no alternative, you know, it's bitter in taste. So that makes it unique. What I'm saying is, you know, when a small 70,000 tons of Brazil quantity coming into India is waking up everybody who have been supplying somewhere about 26 lakh tons to this country, whether it is Myanmar or India, everybody is now waking up. You know why everybody is talking about Brazil, Mario, you are the happiest person. I request Mario to take over, and I request him to enlighten this audience on 2 things, which are normally, you know, being asked by the importers here. Number 1, how many crops you are growing or you are planning to grow during the calendar year 2025? Number 2, there are so many logistics issues from Brazil. How you are planning to, you know, deal with this? Please take over. Please take over and give your ideas. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, IPGA. Thank you, Mr. Bimal Kotari, for invitation. This is an honor for me. I come here in IPGA since 2015, so already 10 years, and this is my 5 times here. And I have too many friends also in here, so I'm very happy. I'm very happy also to see how India developed very fast. And also, 10 years ago, and really, if you see last year and this year, India is changing every day. So congratulations for India for these amazing changes. No? About Brazil, this is a new sensation. Huh? Brazil is a new sensation in the market for black market. And we have a good quality. We cannot compete with Myanmar with quantity. Your logistics is very, your location is very good. It's 4 days only from Chennai, but we are looking to compete with quality. No? And this is good for Myanmar also because we don't want to face competition in price. We don't want to push market down. No? So when you work with quality, you try to push market up. No? So this is good for everybody. Brazil the first year that Brazil export black market to India is 2023, no? Just 5,000 tons. 2024, January to December, the shipments from Brazil, 70,000 metric tons. This year, we're expecting around 100,000 tons. Okay. But now, start the sowing time. We are facing a big challenges because the farmers are in Callians every day and talk, Cooperáguas, can I start the seeding? Can I start seeding black market? We no, wait. We wait for extension, no. But the price of corn is increasing every day because this tax war. Trump put taxes in Mexico. Trump put taxes in China, and Mexico buy corn from US and now go to buy corn from Brazil. And now the farmers are looking to seed corn instead black market. So we are facing this problem now because we don't have a security, we don't have the extension from Indian government. And without extension, we cannot talk for farmers. Okay, seed, we cannot take a risk. So we request here in IPGA for to India to give this extension because if this extension comes...
Julio, sorry to disturb your flow. We will talk about extension. Extension has to come because without extension, we don't have enough cargoes. We presume it will come, although it is a prerogative of the government of India. Why they have not issued OGL notification so far for Worad is something I am not able to understand, whereas they have already issued extension notification for Thor almost about a month back. So we presume and then we do this, panel discussion, assuming that will come. Assuming that will come.
Okay.
Assuming that will come. Please answer my question. How many crops you are going to raise in Brazil during the calendar year 2025? Is it 2 or 3? What is the sowing time and what is the harvesting time? This is a question many people ask me. They think I know everything. Actually, the fact is I don't know many things. They keep on asking me. So I request you to please tell the audience how many crops your country is planning to raise. Thank you.
We can say official 2. And but we have 3. The main crop is June, July, the harvest. The second harvest, September, October, November. And we have the third harvest, but this cannot consider because always have rain, the risk of rain, damage. So this year also damage, so January, February.
So surely 2 crops, third crop is doubtful.
2 crops, guarantee.
Sure, yeah.
But the second crop this year, we are not sure because we understand in India, the intention.
Now you said June, July, that is sowing time or harvesting time?
Harvest time.
Harvesting
time. The sowing time is now. It's starting now.
Okay.
So first harvest, June, July. Second harvest, October, November.
October, November.
In
And
January,
you
we
are
can
planning to export around 100,000 tons. Although here people are expecting, the way you are growing, they are expecting a crop of about 150,000 tons. That time will tell.
between
Yeah,
100,000, 150,000.
And another thing which I wanted to throw some light is, 2024 here importers have faced a lot of issues on logistics. People whose cargoes were shipped, assuming about 3 to 4 months back, and they reached so late. Actually, when they were buying, they were told, the cargoes will reach in 60 days time, whereas they didn't reach even up to 110, 115 days time. So how you are going to, deal with this? Because without putting this logistics issue in place, without attacking this issue with equal force, I think Indian importers will find it tough to come to Brazil.
Yes,
They need certainty in deliveries, not in loading. Loading is okay. For example, I know it is an evolving process. For example, take the case of Myanmar. Myanmar, only for the last 2 years only, we have a lot of direct vessels. Till 2 years back, there were not so many direct vessels. So it's an evolving process, I understand. But still, your country is not as backward as Myanmar. So you should be in a position to deal with this logistics issue earliest if you want to keep the interest in your product intact. Yeah. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, last year we faced a lot of problems with logistics, but not only Brazil. Many countries also facing too much problems. The transshipments also, our cargo stay in Singapore, in Colombo, Sri Lanka, 10 days, 15 days, 20 days. So this problem, this year we are looking to work with shipping lines, only first line, and we are looking to work with another ports also. We work only with Paranaguá port in Brazil, and now we are looking for another options also. Our harvest starts in June, July, but now we are already started the plan for
harvesting in June, July.
The plan, logistic plan. We are already starting the logistic plan.
And Julia, I also want you to throw some light on your nation's currency. I mean, like for example, Indian currency or Myanmar, between Indian currency and Myanmar currency gets devalued very fast and very hugely. How about your currency? People don't have much idea. For example, if I buy from you, and after I buy from you, suddenly your currency gets devalued, and then their prices become cheaper. Is that a danger with you also, or that danger doesn't exist with you?
Yes, or exchange rates is
it's not that great, huh?
No,
volatility is very high.
Yes, but we fix when we fix with farmer, and we fix the dollar also. We fix the exchange rates.
So that means your local currency appreciation or depreciation will have nothing to do with your export figures. That is what you're saying, because everything is done in dollars.
Yeah, sometimes
you fix it beforehand.
Sometimes the reals, the Brazilian currency depreciate, but we already fix it with in banking.
Okay. Yeah, I asked you. Yes. Yeah, please.
The function of currency in Myanmar is extremely important, and it's a pretty complicated system because the way the government has structured it, they want exports and imports to be balanced so that there's no depreciation because the imports have far exceeded the exports. So the way the structure is that if you are an exporter, if you have export dollars, an importer can only import using those export dollars. So what it basically means is that if you have $100,000, you cannot go to the bank with $100,000 cash and say, listen, this is the money, you please pay my import document. You cannot do that. You got to go to an exporter who has earned $100,000 out of exports and buy the $100,000 out of him to be able to pay an import document. Now the rate depends on 3-4 factors. Number one, of course, is the politics in the country, and I'm not going to talk about that because that is issue which is far above my pay grade, so to speak. But one component that everybody must understand is that the requirement for dollars is based on the number of import licenses that are issued. If an import license is not issued, then there is no requirement for export dollars because importers don't have the license to be able to import. Now, if in a certain month the number of import licenses has been reduced for whatever reason, then the demand for the export dollars reduces and the currency between the local currency, that is the chart and the dollar, also sort of, because the demand goes down, the rate also goes down. And that has an effect in terms of pushing up the export dollar rate for MAPE. Sometimes a lot of licenses are issued, and if the item is such that they can pay a much higher price for the dollar. For instance, EV cars. You know, about 3 months back, there were a lot of licenses were issued for EV cars, and people were able to pay a much higher rate as compared to the normal items like fertilizers or seeds or whatever. Then the dollar rate went up, and effectively the rate of the MAPE in dollar terms came down. So this is the kind of relationship that there is as far as the export and import dollars is concerned. Thank you.
Yeah, Vatsal, what I was trying to say is, in the case of Myanmar, you know, the devaluation sometimes is huge, sometimes running into some 30–40% in a very short span of time, which normally doesn't happen with countries like India. India also depreciates its currency, but 5–6% itself is considered huge here. But yeah, but in your case, why I'm talking about currency is Indian importers, you know, suddenly they find, for example, I have come to you, I bought some quantity, let us say $1,000 C&F. Suddenly, within a week's time, you know, the offers will start coming in, you know, lesser and lesser and lesser and lesser and less rates. When we start to inquire what is happening, then only we will come to know that, you know, there the local currency is depreciating, is being devalued, and then the devaluation takes place hugely. Suddenly, your government, the Myanmar government will say, this much is fixed, this much is variable. We don't know all those formulae. You know, it makes a simple business quite complicated. I am only trying to know from Julio, is that the same case with Argentina, with Brazil also? Luckily, he said it is not the case. Your real is better than charts. Really. And one more thing is, you know, black market business is going to be quite interesting going ahead because I personally feel that going forward some 2–3 years, you know, Brazil will supply higher, a little bigger quantities. And then we always have our best friend Myanmar always ready to help us. And then some more countries are trying to produce black market also. Like, for example, Argentina is trying their hand in growing this black market. And then Thailand this year, very surprisingly, their quality has been found to be quite good. This is what I have not milled it myself, but this is what I'm hearing. So if these countries also start producing, I think now the real question will be there whether it is necessary for us to import or not. If you know that notification, that extension notification will get more. It will be in more demand than the real than the product. Yeah. I now request Mr. Yu Kwa, Executive Director of Tri Diamond Company Limited, Myanmar, to say a few words about export of black market and what, in his idea, what will be the price behavior and what are the challenges Myanmar is right now facing. Thank you. Take over. Black market. Yes, black market.
Well, actually, I specialize in Manbin, so okay. I will talk about the Manbin first.
Mangbin.
Yes.
Yeah. Mangbin. Then you please wait. I'm sorry. Please wait. I request Mr. Rajesh Agarwala to speak about Desi word before we go to Mangbins.
Namaste, professors, dear friends, tycoon officials, and the
switch on. Power on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me start. Namaste, my dear friends, tycoons, professors, intellectual people of the Pulses Business Society. I thank IPGA for giving me the opportunity to speak from this dais about urad. But unfortunately and fortunately for me, everyone has spoken about the urad so well. So I am left with nothing to say. Whatever Mr. Murthy, Mr. Vatsal said, they have said we must rely on them. They have said the perfect opinion about the urad. We are running little bit short, but well, our friends from Myanmar, Brazil will feed us, and we don't have to worry about the urad this year at all.
No, sir, you are a very experienced miller. If you have anything more to add, please add.
No, I don't have to add. You are experienced, intelligent, and CA, and everything is all in one, Mr. Krishnamurthy. But today, I saw the gloomy faces in the conference all around, and some logistics, some indifferent talks going on in that. So let me speak upon them. That is the hot topic today of our pulses industry. In today's business scenario, I would like to tell you all, everything is fair in love, war, and pulses industry. Thank you. Today, the gloomy faces are because most of the people in our country or in the industry, right from the exporter, importer, trader, miller, indenter, all are losing money or have lost money in a big, big way. If I say thousands and crores of rupees, not even a single person, how many zeros will come after 1,000 crore? I doubt. Can anyone say in a fraction of a second? Anyway, let me continue. This
No, several thousands of crores, this much I know, I don't know. How many zeros I don't know.
Yeah, I want to know that. You are CX, you can't tell. No, it's very difficult for others to say. I'm making it a bit humorous, so the gloomy faces may start a little bit happy. Thank you. And the reason of our industry to face these losses, well, some of the reasons are very fair. The prices were high, were gone down. In a limited way, it was okay. We should face that loss. It happens every time, every year. But this time, there is a class of people which has entered in our market. Unethical business people, catalyst type of business people, another word which may be harsh for them, but for not the fair people, bad fish, bad weather. They entered in our business and they spoiled our trade because they defaulted. Whenever they got money till the month of November, they took the money from the market and they went away. And now when the time has come to repay that loss, they are not available anywhere. This is the reason. This is the reason our industry is facing at present a big loss. This loss, which should have been on their account, is being shared by the exporter, importer, trader, broker, and everything. And this loss for no reason of theirs.
फायदा मेरा है, नुकसान आपका है.
Yeah, that's all. So सुनार की एक लोहार की हो गई यहाँ तो. This time, for the first time, we see the whole industry, right from the exporter, importer, trader, miller, everyone is in a big soup. This type of thing I have never seen in my life, in business life of 40 years. Everyone is in a loss. I doubt anyone can say who is in a profit, except those people who ran away with the money. They are only... Well, you can't change the business. It's very difficult. But if we can change ourselves little bit, that would be good. We should keep away from... I give my suggestions, which may be unethical or ethical. Accept it only if you like it, or you are most welcome to disown it. First of all, my first suggestion is, please do not do business with any new company which is coming in the market. People who are in the business for last couple of years, over 5 years, 7 years, 10 years, they have reputation. They will not dishonor the document. They will honor the document, may ask some little bit discount also, but they will not run away. These people will run away only those who are very new. They will not honor the document, they will run away, and we keep on finding them. So please do not do business with the new company, new brokers. This also applies to the importers also. Please do not import do business with the new exporting companies.
What you are saying is you should do business with only trustworthy people.
Trustworthy people and who are in business for years and years. So many people. You see, the government says, I give the tender with 10 years experience, 5 years experience. If anyone comes today, oh, the intenders will say, yeah, he's a very good friend of mine. They only want, they have their vested interest. But we have to take care. No one is, in business, no one is our friend. All have their self-motivated interest. So, another suggestion I give, before confirming any deal, just wait, think. There are two things to think. One is your mind, another thing is your heart. Just ask your heart. Mind is always suspicious. It will say this and that. If your heart says, yeah, go ahead, do it. If your mind says, don't trust your mind, trust your heart always. The heart means it may be your heart, it may be your friend's heart, it may be some colleague's heart. If they say, good, you go ahead. But in our business, we are so sentimentally attached. The phone came, oh, do it, otherwise it's going off. We say yes or no, no. This, if you take 5 minutes just to reconsider yourself, think yourself, I can assure you, more than 50% time, you will either have more profit or less loss. This I can assure you.
What you are saying is, and I will sum up in 3 sentences. Number 1 is you are saying we should do business with the trustworthy people, number 1. And number 2, you should call for KYC. And number 3, what?
Give a thought to your...
You are asking them, you are asking the buyer to do the due diligence of the supplier.
Correct.
These 3 things you have to do before you buy 5 FCL.
Yeah.
Before you buy 10 FCL.
No.
Is it what?
5, 10, it doesn't matter. It's a routine business. 5 FCL may be big
Yes,
for someone.
agar-
For you, it may not be nothing. It's a peanut.
Rajesh Agarwala ji, your suggestions are very, very valid. And unfortunately, you know, this business is so fragmented, and this business is, you know, has come to this pass. People fall for $1, people fall for $2. Your suggestions are timely. People should do business with only trustworthy people, although they charge a little more. Number 2, if you are doing with a new party, ask them KYC, ask them their previous experience, and the buyer needs to do the due diligence. After all, paisa aapka hai, paisa apna hai, apne ko bachana hai.
Correct.
And all this arbitration, etc., they will keep on going. You know, only God knows when they will come to a conclusion. So we have to take care. And a very valid session, sir. No, sir, I am not a role model, sir. There are better role models.
Just give me 2 minutes, I will complete.
Yeah, please, please.
Then we can have some...
Sorry, sir, I bothered.
No problem, sir. So, another thing is that the people who run away with the money never invest anything in the business. People who invest money in the business are always in a problem. Exporter, invest money. Importer, mature the document, pay for the document, and they only have to take the sweet tune of this business. And those playing forward or long forwards without any money investing, they play at the cost of our money, at the cost of suppliers' money. We should be very careful. One thing I fail to understand, is there anyone who can reply, what is the reason Myanmar lending cost is higher, and here we buy even more than higher than that? I doubt. It shows that the person who is buying may or may not be a fair. They are fair businessmen also, I don't say that, but that they earn money without investing anything. We have to be very careful. We must give a second thought to it. At least we are in the business to make money, to survive ourselves. If these things happen, I believe many people will run away from the business, knowingly, unknowingly. Unknowingly means they will not come in the business because they are not worried about their reputation, and few people in the business may incur such a big loss that it may be difficult for them to survive. With my folded hands, I request, please do not default any documents. Please do not default any documents. If you were in his supplier's position, what would have happened to you? Think about his sentiments. think about his confidence in you and please honor the document. I request all the business tycoons, do ethical business with, and God is with you, will help you, will cover all your losses.
Thank you.
With these few words, I would like to sum up. Thank you very much for the August. If anything has went wrong, please excuse me.
Thank you.
Further, I would like to thank Further, I would like to thank Mr. Vimal Kothari, Satish ji.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank
and
you.
IPG team also as well for giving me the opportunity on the stage to stay. And above all, I heartily thank to Mr. Krishnamurthy for allowing me to speak such a thing which was not in the moderator's view. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. You have not spoken much about Desi Vrad, but I think whatever you said is very timely, and they are all very good pieces of advice. Thank you. Sir, I would, before I come to Mr. Yukwa, I would request Rajesh Jain. He is the president of Bundelkhand Millers Association. I would request him to say a few words about Desi Vrad availability perspective before we go to Mr. Yukwa about his views on Green Moong. Over to you, Mr. Rajesh Jain. You may speak in Hindi if you are comfortable. If you are not comfortable in English, you are okay with. They may not understand. Doesn't matter.
जी मैं बहुत इतने अच्छे आयोजन के प्रायोजक कोठारी जी और सतीश जी का बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन करता हूँ कि इतनी अच्छी जगह पर इन्होंने इतना सुंदर आयोजन हम लोगों के लिए करके दिया है, और हम लोगों के लिए यहाँ उड़द के लिए या मटर के लिए बुलाने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद भी करता हूँ। हम अपने श्री कृष्णमूर्ति जी का भी कि कितना अच्छा इंक करके इन्होंने हम लोगों से सवाल जवाब किए, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूँ। और आज का जो भी इस इतने बड़े उस सम्मेलन में सब लोग आए हैं, मिलर्स, इम्पोर्टर्स, सभी का बार बार अभिनंदन है हमारा कि बुंदेलखंड दाल मिल एसोसिएशन हमारा है, उसमें हमारे यहाँ मटर का बहुत पैदावार होता है। उससे ही पिछले 2 साल पहले ही यहाँ का इंडिया का 50% से ज़्यादा हम लोग सप्लाई करते थे।
जैन साहब उड़द के बारे में बात करिए।
जी उड़द के बारे में सर मेरा जी सर उड़द के बारे में मेरा ये कहना है कि उड़द का जो भी मार्केट अभी वर्तमान में है, तो मार्केट बहुत बुरी स्थिति में चल रहा है, इंडस्ट्रीज बहुत तकलीफ में है। हम लोगों ने पिछले 2-3 साल से बहुत कुछ खोया है, इतनी मंदी की दौर में चल रहे हैं कि इंडस्ट्रीज को डेवलपमेंट करने के लिए हम लोग आप लोगों को ये कहना चाहते हैं कि क्योंकि भारत सरकार की नीतियां बहुत जिम्मेवार है इस चीज़ के लिए। भारत सरकार की नीतियों का कोई कन्फर्मेशन नहीं होने से हम लोगों के लिए इंडस्ट्री चलाने में, फैक्ट्री चलाने में बहुत तकलीफ़ होती रही है, और इससे हम लोगों को जो भी बाज़ार में मंदी तेज़ी आई है, तो उड़द में सभी व्यापारी किसानों ने भी बोना उड़द का 20 से 30% कम कर दिया है। ऐसे ही मूंग में जो हमारा बुंदेलखंड इतना आगे रहता था बुवाई के और प्रोडक्शन में, वो भी 25-30% इम्पोर्ट से ही पूरा आपूर्ति हो पा रही है।
ओके गुड सर। आपके हिसाब से उड़द का जो है आपका MSP 74 रुपीज़ है, और आपका मूंग का जो है ना, आप मूंग में भी डील करते हैं
जी
तो मूंग का जो है 86 रुपीज़ से 12 रुपये का अंतर है। तो नॉर्मली वहाँ का फार्मर क्या मूंग क्यों नहीं मतलब ज़्यादा पैदावार करता है? वाई डज ही गो टूवर्ड्स टू उड़द में तो 74 रुपीज़ ही है ना, क्यों ज़्यादा मूंग डालना चाहिए ना, क्यों उड़द डालता है? एंड वन मोर बाय द वे बिफोर आई फॉरगेट, आई वांट टू टेक दिस opportunity of saying something from this dais. I would request the policymakers to take a view. Last 4 years, Kharif forage crop has been every time Kharif forage crop gets lost and gets water damage because of excessive rains. Is it necessary for this country to grow forage in Kharif season? I mean, is it necessary for states like MP, UP, Gujarat, Rajasthan, Karnataka, Maharashtra to grow forage in Kharif season at all? Because last 4 years, crop has been pretty bad. Crop comes, but it doesn't come in good quality. So there is a case for doing a ground study, and probably ask the farmers not to grow urad at all there, because now, South is producing so much, and then Myanmar is producing so much, Brazil is producing so much. Why should we go for urad in Kharif and then grow all that damaged crop? This is my suggestion. I am using this platform to convey this to policymakers to give a serious thought. जैन साहब, आप ग्रीन मूंग के बारे में कुछ बताना चाहते हैं तो बताइए. ग्रीन मूंग में इंपोर्ट्स बैन हो गए हैं, एक साल के ऊपर हो गया. यहाँ पर सेल्फ सफिशिएंसी है इंडिया में. अगर आप कुछ और भी कुछ कहना चाहते हैं तो कहिए.
ग्रीन मूंग में मेरा कहना ये है कि हमारे जो अधिकतर पैदावार राजस्थान में होती है ग्रीन मूंग की, इसके अलावा हमारा जो एरिया है यूपी एमपी का, यहाँ भी काफ़ी मूंग होती है. और इसके लिए गवर्नमेंट की जो पॉलिसी है नेफेड वाली, अधिकतर नेफेड वाले ही खरीद कर पाते हैं. किसानों का भाव 78, 74, 68 उड़द का है, तो गवर्नमेंट अधिकतर माल खरीदती है, क्योंकि उस टाइम पे यूपी के उड़द जो आता है नवंबर में, उस टाइम में बारिश से अधिकतर माल खराब हो जाता है 25%. तो अधिकतर वो नेफेड के गोदामों में ही जाता है, क्योंकि वर्तमान के मिलिंग करने वाले या ट्रेडर्स करने वाले के लिए बहुत बड़ा क्वालिटी का इशू आता है. इसलिए हमारे बाद की जो फसल आती है वो चनौसी या जो इस बार यूपी के आगे आई है पूर्वांचल में, वहाँ का उड़द बढ़िया क्वालिटी का रहा और वही हम लोगों ने चलाया है अधिकतर.
Thank you, sir. I now request Mr. Yukwa to tell his views about green moong from Myanmar point of view. Although this country has banned import of green moong beans from for the last more than 13-14 months. Over to you, Mr. Yukwa.
Thank you. Thank you, IPGA, for allow me to be a panelist at this event. About the Membing, and before the Membing, we have to say about Myanmar people. Myanmar peoples are very adaptable about the puzzles and beings. So about 2017, India stopped importing the Membing to India, and at that time we suffer a lot because our main source and main export is to India. But within 1 year, we try to adapt to the global market, and about 25% reduction in the production for the first year. But later on, with the support of the China through the border, as well as the other country like ASEAN and EU accepting our product, we are able to produce a lot more these days. And about 2017, we export worldwide 350,000 metric ton of the Membing. But last year, 2024, we export 550,000 metric ton to the world, only by sea. Not including the border trade, because last year the border trade is not functioning very well. But however, they are going but undocumented.
So that means even after India has banned the import, it has not affected your production. In fact, your production has gone up from 350,000 tons in 2017 to 550,000 tons in the year 2024. That's amazing to know. Anything else you want to say, Mr.
Significant things about the Membing market is that early time, before 2017, our product is very poor. Our Membing is very poor. Quality has so much impurity, and the beans are very small. But these days, we are focusing more on the quality. And as I heard, Brazil also focus on the quality, so that we are also doing for the Membing in a quality way, so that even EU, Japan, and Taiwan, quality-oriented countries are accepting our product.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you for this wonderful session. The panelists have been very experienced, and then they have given their views in a very easy and understanding way. Thank you, and I wind up this debate now. You want to
Mr. Krishna, the last question, please. Do you think have some chance to India give some permission for green mung beans to import green mung beans this year?
We are looking forward to it.
No, I don't think so.
Not possible.
I don't think this country is self-sufficient in green mung. So the thing is, here the highest minimum support price amongst pulses is for green mung beans. So I doubt, unless and until some climatic issue, or unless and until there is some other quite lucrative, remunerative crop for the farmers available, I think opening up for green mung, I doubt.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
With that,
I would request audience, if they have any questions, we may try to answer. We will take 2 or 3 questions.
can we pass on the mic, please?
My question to Mr. Julio. Hi, Julio. So, as you said that you are waiting for the notification. So, if there is a notification, what would be your crop in June and July? And if there is no notification, what will be the number of the crop? What will be the size of the crop in both the scenarios?
There is only 2 countries that have consumption of black market, India and Pakistan. Brazil don't have a phytosanitary agreement with Pakistan. So we have only India to export. Brazil don't have consumption of black market. This is a new product for us. So we don't, if extension not come, our company no want to take a risk. And others, for sure, you take a risk. But the last day to seed the black market is 5 or 10 of March. So if extension delay comes after this, maybe the harvest will be less, you'll be half part, 50,000. We say 100,000, let's say 50,000. But I remember also, India stayed 3 years closed for black market. So we have this example. And now we need to play safe,
Now, with the due respect to all, including policymakers, Bimalji, don't you think our policymakers should having encouraged Brazil to grow black matte, should they not come out with the notification earliest? Why this delay? Because his pain is understandable. We have encouraged them to grow more, and now we are keeping them in suspense. I think this is not fair.
I totally agree with you, Krishnamurthy ji, what you are saying. And we are expecting also that the government would issue a notification. Tomorrow morning, Consumer Affairs Secretary, she would be here. Mr. Julio, you are welcome to ask her this question.
Please give me my hands. You'll be an honor for me to receive my hands.
She's one of the policy makers, so you can always ask her. When are you going to issue the notification?
No, I'm
so
just making.
So you can hear from the horse's mouth.
I'm just making off the cuff observation because this country has encouraged them to grow.
That is what you see, IPGA's policy, what we recommend to the government, that we have to have a long-term policy with our origin suppliers, because it can't be knee-jerk. One year we stop on and next year we allow this. So this is very unpredictable and very uncertain for the origin country. So we always has advocated the policy of free trade with certain caveats, because they also would like to protect the interests of the domestic farmers. So definitely there could be some sort of caveats along with the policy, but we as an at IPGA always advocate a free trade policy. Okay. Because as I always mentioned that India would require 40 million tons of pulses by 2030. And our production, of course, the government is taking steps, but it is very subjective to, it is very subjective.
Thank you, sir. We're running short of time. Thank you, sir. I will take 2 more questions. I said 3. One is raised by Mr. Bimal Khada. I will take 2 more questions. I promise 3.
Good evening, everyone. My question is to Mr. Yu Kwan. He mentioned that pre-2017, the quality of mung bean in Myanmar was not very good, and the level of impurity was also very high. So what were some measures that were taken by the community to improve the quality and reduce the impurities?
Basically, the product that India accept at that time is very poor, and our farmers are also not very well educated. So that we need to go down to the earth level to educate them to produce the product, not to get the quantity, but to get the quality level. And the handling itself is also very quite different. These days we have the advanced machineries, and most of the product we can collect by machine only. So, and also our both processing type and processing functionality for the green mapping is more advanced than black mapping. So because of that, we are able to enter the international market, and our products are like early time, we only harvest for the food type of green mapping. But these days we are harvesting for the sprouting, high germination green mappings, and the impurity itself is very less. And because of that, we are able to compete in the global region.
Thank you. I will take one more question, one more final question.
Yes, Mr. Krishnamurthy ji.
Yeah.
It's really is very specular situation. The country which is producing 1 million ton, they are not is caring. The country which is producing 100,000 ton is caring about the notification. So my question is,
please ask your question.
I want to ask this June-July shipment, which is harvested in June and July, and September-October, both are irrigated or non-irrigated?
The lands are irrigated or non-irrigated?
Thank you, Mr. Jindal, for the question. The June-July harvest is dry. There's the dry area, no irrigated, and the September-October is irrigated. So the second harvest that have both sides. The size is better and the quality is better. So the cargo now, Brazil is shipping the last cargos. So now the cargos that will reach in India will be good quality.
No, why? See, the rationale behind Mr. Pradeep Jindal's question is, if it is irrigated land, normally, you don't have to depend on the rains. But if it is non-irrigated, then, if you have to depend on the rains, then there is an issue of climate. That is the reason he's asking. Thank you for the answer. He got the answer. I think, I thank the audience, and I thank all the, enlightened panelists for this lively discussion. I thank you, IPGA, and I wind up this discussion now. Thank you.
My good luck and best wishes to all of you. The bad days are over. From today, good days have started. Everyone will make money. Everyone will see smiling faces all around. God, and with the blessings of God and all our elders, 3 cheers to IPGA. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, and special thanks to our moderator, Krishnamurthy sir, for conducting it so well and so interestingly that everybody enjoyed the session. So I think the gentlemen deserve a round of applause for that. Come on. It was very interactive. All right, with that, we would like to request you, sir, to please felicitate all the panelists one by one. We would like to start by inviting Mr. Rajesh Agarwal, ladies and gentlemen, here in the center, please. And while all people are leaving the hall, would like to request all of you to please reach at Purana Killa for the award ceremony and the gala night. Buses are ready to be boarded. You all can proceed towards the main gate. Thank you so much, sir. Mr. Julio, would like to request you now to please join us here in the center of the stage. Thank you so much. Next, I would like to request Mr. Vatsal sir to please come forward. Next, I would like to request Mr. Yu Kuo Lin to please come forward. Mr. Rajendra Jain. And now I would like to request Satish Upadhyay sir to please join us here on the stage, and let's felicitate the moderator of the session, Mr. B.K. Krishnamurthy. Thank you so much. With that, would like to request all of you, everyone, gentlemen, would like to request all of you to please come together for a group picture. With that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your support, for your patience, and for all the love that you have graced us on this day one. Would like to request all of you to seek your presence tomorrow as well, while we all now proceed towards Purana Killa for the gala night and the award ceremony. एक बार फिर से सभी से request करना चाहूँगी to please board the buses from the front gate. सभी से request करना चाहूँगी. We have buses that will take you to Purana Killa. It's just a 10-minute ride from here. See you all there in the gala night. Thank you so much. It's me, anchor Akanksha Taneja. Sir, वो पुराना किला में. Purana Killa. Thank you so much. See you all there.